So what we're doing tonight is we're gonna rank every single rare and mythic. In case you didn't see the stream title or the title of the video, if you're watching this on YouTube, we're going to rank every single rare and mythic that survives rotation, and that's so many, more than I thought it was going to be when I got myself into this. If you go to Scryfall and you just put in every single set that's going to survive rotation, hit rare and mythic, you get about 782 cards, which is so many cards, dude. So we have to blaze through it at supernatural speed tonight while still trying to stay entertaining and informative. This is going to be super fun. So this is the test of my career. I am quickly becoming known as that guy that reviews all the cards in a set. So this will be twice as many plus cards as I've ever done. So we have to establish some ground rules here. First of all, 3 things I think that we need to get through real quick. Instead of the 0 through 5 or the 1 through 5 scale, I've decided to go, I think a lot of you will be happy, with the 1 through 10 scale for this time, because that is just more dynamic, I think. By the way, Devinsky82, thanks for the follow. But I think that's just more dynamic and has more potential for like fun meme scores and stuff like that, you know. So I think it's just going to like keep it more fresh to do 1 through 10, so we'll do that. Second of all, I can't like read every single card to you like I normally do during like new set speed run review things. These are cards that have been in standard for a while, so I think you're going to know what most of them do anyway. So I might, you know, for super obscure cards be like, this is the one that does this, but I'm not going to read aloud every single card. That would eat ridiculous amounts of time for an exercise like this. And third, I know that you probably like the first couple of, well, at least the first thing you like, right? Like, oh, well, 1 to 10, that's much better than 0 to 5. This you're probably going to hate. We're going to do this on Scryfall, and I am so sorry. It's just the best way to do this for my sanity, because if I were to download 782 individual card images, that would be a lot. That would be like 3 hours of work. Trust me. It's ridiculous. So we're going to go Scryfall, and I'm going to apologize in advance. I guess the last thing I need to say is that I put these in what you might consider a weird order. This is not color order. This is not set order. These things I think would get very boring very quick. This is in mana value order. Weird one, but in case you're scrolling through the video, remember, these are in mana value order. So let's go ahead and get started, ladies and gentlemen. Pain Lands. Pain Lands, the first thing, and this is a pretty big swing right out of the park, but this is a 9. I'm going to give these cards a 9. We're losing some really important lands. Obviously, slow lands, the ones that check for 3 lands in play, 2 lands in play. We're losing those. And we're losing, obviously, triomes. So anything that produces extra colors, you know, double colors, or more is going to be like massive premium in the new format, and these don't come into play tap. So again, 9. Starting with a 9 on basically every single pain land, no matter which pain land we're talking about here. Argos, Sanctum of Nature. This is the Titania land and Titania land, excuse me. And it's not super good. Like, we've seen decks that play Titania, these 4-color Legends decks that don't even like fit this card, because who cares? You know, so even the activated ability looks good, but it's like sorcery speed, costs a total of technically 5 mana because you have to tap this. And it's just kind of poopy, you know, like maybe you play 1 in your Titania deck and maybe Titania gets better after rotation. I highly doubt it because Splendid Reclamation and those like tricks are going away. So I'm not a big fan. Like the new Capenna lands are going away, so Titania theoretically gets worse because of that. So I'm just going to give this like a 4.25. Battlefield Forge is a pain land. I've already scored those. Black Cleave Cliffs, a speed land, a fast land, as we call them. These check for 2 or fewer other lands. The lands I was talking about earlier want you to have like 2 or more other lands. These I'm going to give a 9.25 to. These are better than pain lands for the most part, but kind of depends on what you're playing. I probably should just give these a 9 too, because they're as good as pain lands, but better in some decks, worse in other decks, right? You could argue that pain lands are probably better in most decks, you know. Control decks will like these lands, but they also don't love drawing a tapped land on like turn 4, 5, 6, whatever. So pain lands will never be tapped lands, so at least there's that going for them. But these will still be just maybe the most important lands in standard alongside pain lands. So I have to give them at least a 9. They'll be among the highest scoring cards of the night. Blast Zone, ladies and gentlemen, do we really need this in like any deck? I'm not too sure. We got like Temporary Lockdown and Brotherhood's End and a lot of like decent sweepers. I guess Path of Peril leaves, but who cares? a lot of people. It's a good card. But Blast Zone doesn't see a whole lot of play. I could see the occasional fringe deck that might want it, or like a colorless matters thing, or like a lands matter. You know, I play 50, 48 lands in my deck. It's like maybe Blast Zone could like do something, but I think this is a strong card, but I'm not going to give it more than like a solid 5. I think this is right at a 5. Obviously has its purposes, but probably we'll continue to see like not too much standard play, but good card, undeniably. Brushland, Botanical Sanctum, Cavern of Souls. I think that like typo creature aggro might be kind of good, you know, a resurgence of the soldiers deck, even though some good soldiers leave standard, don't get me wrong, but I think soldier still looks good, and a few other creature types pretty obviously like could make a resurgence. Cavern of Souls is always going to be good, even in a deck that isn't like creature type dependent. Like right now, obviously there are plenty of decks that are looking to land like Atraxas off of Cavern of Souls, and sometimes Archangel of Wrath. And both of those cards will still be in standard after rotation too. Just always a really solid card. Fights the constant scourge of like blue-white decks and like decks that play counter spells. And even though blue-white and other control decks lose a lot of really important pieces, they still have Sunfall, 3 steps ahead, good counter spells, no more lies, and stuff like that. So I think they could be still extant, right? You know, and No Witnesses replaces Depopulate or whatever it is. There's plenty of very, very good cards in that deck post-rotation. So I think Cavern of Souls is still going to be very important. 8. I think we'll just keep it at 8 for Cavern. Caves, Commercial District. Okay, so Surveil lands. Let's talk about Surveil lands, everybody. These do come to play tapped, but I still think they're obviously going to serve their purpose. They do now in lots of different decks and standards. So I'm going to give these a slightly lower score than I've been giving the untapped lands so far. But when I say slightly, I mean slightly. I think that these are like an 8.5, you know, like we're going to see a lot of high scores in the lands, but we're also blasting through the lands because we've basically gone through all the most important ones already. But I think an 8.5 is probably just about right for these. Not only are they just generally good lands that help fix your draws, but they're also really good in like Reanimator decks and stuff. So just fantastic. They've proven to be good in multiple formats too. Drannith Ruins. This is bad. This is the thing that puts counters on a non-human guy for mana. It's terrible. It's just not a very good card. Sorry. I'm going to have to give this like, what do we give the Titania land a 4? I'll probably give this a solid 4 as well. Like obviously niche uses, but it hasn't really shown up too much. I don't expect that to change. Echoing Deeps. This is the thing that is kind of a thespian stage for lands in graveyards. This could, like any second now, have real, you know, relevance depending on what lands get printed. So this is kind of a sleeper-ish card that's like waiting on really good lands to get printed, whatever. So could have some relevance, but as it stands right now, I'm going to give this card like a 3. It just doesn't have a whole lot to do. Fomori Vault is the next one. This is the thing that's kind of a search for Escanta for your artifacts. Okay. Again, depending on what happens here, it could be all right. And it's already seeing like one of play in certain decks. You know, Jeskai and blue-white artifacts, the synthesizer decks, whatever, play like one of. And occasionally, again, blue-white control, as predicted, will play like a one of Fomori Vault, but not often. Usually they're concentrating on Mirexes, whatever. So, kind of narrow. You have to have artifacts, whatever. So I'm just going to give this like a 5.5. Fortified Beachhead, the soldier-specific Azorius land. I did kind of name drop soldiers back there, but I'm not sure how strong they're going to be, especially when like half of the format rotates out. I don't know how many soldiers we'll get in Bloomborough, although we might get a few. So kind of hard to say with this, but I am going to give it like a solid 6.5. Again, mostly because it's kind of narrow, and I should probably pull that down to 6, but in soldiers, it's ridiculously good. Hall of Tagson creates Power Stone tokens and is not very good, all things considered. I'm going to give it a 3. Hedge Maze is one of the Surveil lands. Inspiring Vantage is a fast land. Carpus and Forest and Lawnmower Waste are pain lands. Mirex is our next land of note here. Mirex I have to give like a 7.75 to. Just incredibly, incredibly strong card here. I'm pretty sure. You know, why would that change? It sees play in mid-range and control decks and even the occasional aggro decks. It's just really, really good Magic card here. Mishra's Foundry also pretty good. You know, if we give Mirex a 7.75, which really should be an 8, let's retroactively give Mirex an 8. Then I think Mishra's Foundry gets like a 7.5. You know, mostly goes in monocolored aggro decks, but it's one of the better cards possible for a land base in a deck like that. So I think at least a 7.25, probably closer to 7.5. Plaza of Heroes, again, pretty narrow applications here. We're going to lose roughly half of the Legends in Standard on rotation, but I don't think it matters too much. Plaza of Heroes is still going to be a pretty played card in the niches in which, you know, the decks that want to play it. Right now, the only real deck in Standard wants to play this is, you would think 4-color Legends, but I think Esper Legends plays it at a higher rate, all things considered, because the land count is really, like, the slots you use for your lands are really important for 4-color Legends. But altogether, I'd probably give Plaza of Heroes like a solid 7, an example of how good a 7 can be. Remember that 7's a decent score, all things considered. I think Plaza of Heroes is a good wake-up call for that. Creature lands, Restless Anchorage, Restless Bivouac, Restless lands, all things considered. That's probably what you're just going to call all of these. Some of these are better than others, you know, like Restless Cottage is right there on your screen. You see the name of it bottom left, which is just better than like Restless Prairie or Restless Bivouac, but I have to kind of rank these all at the same time. I do think the best ones are probably Restless Anchorage, Restless Cottage, and the blue-black one, the Shark Land. Altogether, though, I'm going to give these like an 8.5 too, you know, like these are right there alongside the Surveil lands, and they're probably better than Surveil lands in some ways. You know, like some of the control decks that play like Restless Anchorage don't have a whole lot of other win conditions, especially post-rotation when they lose like Wandering Emperor or whatever. So, you know, these cards will continue to be really, really important, at least like an 8.5 for those. We are just about blasted through the lands at this point, I think. Yeah, Sunken Citadel. This is the one that you get 2 mana if you activate land abilities with it, right? Not actually bad, especially considering you might see like a lands deck, an all creature lands deck or whatever. So could be cool. Thanks for the gifted subs, by the way, Bowlinder. You're awesome. You're really awesome. And Optimator, thanks for your resub as well. Now, this I can't give more than like a 4.5 to, but I think it's a dangerous card that occasionally shows up in a thing or two. Tarnation Vista, on the other hand, I really want to like this card, and I really want to believe that like there's a deck that it shows up in eventually, but all things considered right now, I think this is a good solid 3.5. It just doesn't really do much, and you do have to enable the fart out of it, and it's just a lot. Monumental Facade is the oil counter land. It's not great. Again, like maybe the most narrow land that we'll look at today. I'll give this a 2.75. Mycosynth Gardens. This could be really, really good, and sometimes it sees play in the synthesizer decks and other decks that want to just like copy an awesome artifact, right? So I'm going to give this like a 6. I think that Mycosynth Gardens is better than it has indicated so far. And again, we'll lose a bunch of artifacts, whatever, but the artifacts this usually copies are still in standard and will continue to be. So it's a good card. Seed Core is up next. It's good. It's okay for poison decks and whatever, you know, it's fine. Specifically in like Phyrexian decks, it's great. And some of these toxic decks will play like a 1 to 3 of Seed Core, but you hardly ever see the 4 of, surprisingly. Mostly because those decks are chock full of like spells that aren't Phyrexians, you know. So you have to be like sparing with the amount of Seed Cores you play. But I will give this like a 4.75, you know, like somewhere in there. It's not like the worst card ever. And it is like somewhat playable, but again, like the narrow, that kind of hurts. Thran Portal, this could experience some newfound, you know, importance upon rotation, depending on what lands we get, or if we get any lands in Bloomburrow, right? This could be an untapped land that really matters, but I guess that the aggro decks already have fast lands and the pain lands. So how many Thran Portals you need to play? Well, in some decks you still need to play 2. It's just the way it is. Especially 3-color aggro will often work in Thran Portal. So I'm going to give this card a 7. Sounds really high, but again, when we lose a lot of the lands in standard, you will take certain options that are available to you. I think Thran Portal might be one of those options from time to time. All these cards we basically looked at. Oh, we're into cards. We're into actual cards now, everybody. We're in 1-drops. All right. Analyze the Pollen is the first 1-drop. This is not a great card. I keep thinking it's going to be, and I think it was even in the top 10 of like Murders of Karlov Manor, or close to the top 10 in my book. I still think this card has somewhat of a chance, but it turns out Collect Evidence 8 is a ton of evidence collected. So ultimately, I'm just not sure that it's going to have its moment, and that maybe we've moved on from this kind of power level in standard, but I'm still going to give the card a solid 5.5. I think that it's somewhere in that realm of like niche playability, depending on if the right thing comes along. Ashnod, Flesh Mechanist. Well, we have Tiny Bones in standard now, but you know, there's like Tiny Bones joins up decks that still want like multiple 1-drop legends, so Ashnod gets play every now and again in those decks. And again, like maybe other legends-based decks with Plaza of Heroes will want a card like this as a 1-drop, you know. So if you're looking for a 1-drop legend, you can do a lot worse than Ash. So I'm going to give this card like a solid 5.75, a little better than Analyze, right? I think it'll see slightly more play, but I don't want to go all the way up to 6 for what is effectively just like a 1-mana 1/1 Death Touch with, you know, a decent subtype, and that's all that really matters. Black Sun's Twilight, I also want to like this card, and I think that like in a format without the Black March, maybe this starts seeing a little bit more play. It's like a reanimation spell and a removal spell at the same time. And I think that some sort of slow roll decks might like a card like that, especially with limited options. But the Black March already sees such little play at this point that I'm not sure that this is where you're going to want to be like ever. So I'm just going to give this card like, it's a fine removal spell. I'm going to give this like a 5.75 to it. Well, no, let's give this a 5.5. Same as Analyze. I think that it's in like the same sort of league as Analyze. Just a decent removal spell. Casey the Uneaten Feast is going to be a card that I'm always going to like. Like I can't bring myself to hate it. Also, Lunarch Veteran rotates, so I think this card might have a little bit more importance as a replacement for that card. And, you know, Boros loses not only Veteran, the decks that play it, but it loses Voldaren Epicure, so it might be looking for another 1-drop to play. Life gain decks lose Voice of the Blessed, but they keep them all, yeah, so, you know, they might want to play something like this, and they might have newfound relevance too, but either way, I just think this is always going to be a relatively strong Magic card, and when we don't have an effect like Lunarch Veteran, this looks a little bit more attractive, so I'm going to give this a 6.5, somewhere in there, but this one has definite room for improvement. Dire Flail, man, I really want to believe that like a mostly better Bone Splitter can be better in this day and age. This crafts with an artifact. I'll flip it over for you for 5 mana. And then it becomes the Blunderbuss. This is still not great. Like maybe some sort of red equipment deck or Boros equipment deck, but I'm just not seeing that, to be honest. Well, maybe Bloomborough is kind of a Boros equipment-y set. Well, we'll have to wait and see. But either way, as it stands right now, which is all I can really judge, I have to give Blunderbuss / Flail like a 3 or something, you know. Potentially powerful card, though. It's not terrible. Elusive Otter. Some people have reported just recently to me that this card is very good, and I will have to see it to believe it, but 1 mana 1/1 prowess is not like the worst thing in the world. And its adventure mode isn't terrible either. So I'm going to give Elusive Otter like a 4. I think that it's in that neighborhood somewhere. If you're really that hard up for 1-drops and like a Simic deck too, and just maybe this is something like Bant Toxic or Simic Toxic wants to play after it loses like the Blue March and slip out the back, right? Like this is a way to target your guys, and it's a threat on the board. So like maybe you might see it in those decks, but I'm still kind of, that's hard to believe. But if it does show up, then it could be as much as a 5. Evolved Sleeper stays in standard. This is a good Magic card right here. I think that I will give this a 6.75, somewhere up there. Always going to be like a pretty desirable 1-drop in black aggro decks especially. Final Showdown might get a little bit better with, you know, slightly fewer sweepers in standard. But I'm still not like super convinced this is amazing, but it's always going to be at least solid, and it's already showing up as at least a 1-of in like certain control decks, so I really don't see that changing either. I'm going to give this card let's give it a 7. Just a solid sweeper, and those are always going to be like good Magic cards, right? It'll show up in standard. Gold Vein Hydra. What do we think about this card right now? You know, has this card truly affected standard? No, but you'll run into it on Arena every now and again. It's in the occasional like Gruul deck that has like, you know, oh no, that card's rotating, isn't it? Is that card rotating? Voldaren Thrillseeker? I don't know if it rotates or not, actually. I guess we'll see. But one way or the other. I'm not actually sure what I want to give this card right now. I think that you have to give Hydra like a 5.75 or maybe a 6. I think a 6 is probably where I want to go. with Hydra. Lots and lots of potential, and again, a shrunken format might actually benefit this a good bit, you know, especially if there's any shenanigans available with it. Great Train Heist. I really like this card, and it does show up in sideboards from time to time of aggro decks, but it hasn't done too much performing. This is another one that, like, once the aggro deck is forced to change tactics, suddenly maybe this card gets a little bit better, sees a little bit more play. I think it's actually a pretty interesting call in like slick shot decks, because slick shot and this can get played like all in the same turn and give you extra attack steps with a relatively big creature. You know, like this plus Monstrous Rage on a slick shot is 1 billion damage all in one turn, because you get the multiple attack steps, but it does a bunch of other stuff too. So just a good all-around Magic card, I think, and I think it might have a chance to shine post-rotation. So I'm going to give it a solid 5 and just let it go from there. Green Sun's Twilight. I don't know that this gets any better. What does this card even do? Reveal the top X +1 cards of your library. Choose a creature card and or land card from among them. Put those cards into your hand. The rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If X is 5 or more, instead put the chosen cards onto the battlefield or into your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So, okay, you get 2 cards. If you spend 6 mana on this, you can put the creature directly into play. I think most people play like Smuggler's Surprise or like Thunderous Debut, but this is less mana than technically either one. No, it's not less mana than Smuggler's Surprise. It's not very good. Let's give this like a 3.5. Hell to Pay. This is a removal spell that gives you treasure tokens. So it seems like it would be good on its face, but it's just way too mana intensive. So I'm gonna give this like a 3.25 or something, you know, so a 3.5, somewhere in that area. Ingenious Prodigy, another card I really, really like, but it's just never going to be truly playable in Standard. Maybe a Simic Counters deck, but I just don't see that being playable anytime soon either. So Prodigy gets a 4. I really like it. Insatiable Avarice. Will this combo deck be any more playable after rotation? Again, we have fewer options in Standard after rotation, theoretically at least. So like maybe there's a chance this thing shines. I like the card though, just in a vacuum too, outside of the context of the combo deck. So I will give Insatiable Avarice like a 6, you know, like 6.25. Can I give it a 6? Is that okay? I'll give it a 6. I'll give it a 6. Jade Light Repair, Jade Light Replace. This time it's Spelunker. I really like this Magic card, but again, I just think there's probably better things you could be doing with this slot in your deck, to, you know. But maybe Merfolk is like a real deck after Standard, but don't hold your breath. Get it? Merfolk? They have gills, they don't have to hold their breath. Jokes aside, the card's not as good as I want it to be, but it's still a creature with X and its casting cost. It gets all big and stuff, draws you cards. It's fine. So I'm going to give this like a 4.71. Lost Jite. Okay, well, is Cookies a real deck after rotation? It doesn't lose that much. Really does not lose that much. So I'm inclined to think yes, actually. So I really like this card. All things, again, this is another one of those like, okay, Simic Cookies, yes. Simic Artifacts with like Tough Cookie and Ginger Brute and stuff like that. It's mostly a Zoetic Glyph deck, really. But it's also got like Case of the Filch Falcon. You know this deck, right? It plays Lost Jite as like a 1 to 2 of now. And I think that deck probably gets better because it really doesn't lose anything. Like all the cards I just mentioned stay in Standard. So sick deck actually, and might get better, especially if we're trying to like fastest deck wins, you know. Boros loses things whereas Cookies doesn't. But Jite again is another one of those cards I just like in a vacuum outside of the deck that we know it to be in right now. So I'm going to give this card a 7 and just kind of leave it at that. Mishra's Command is bad. It's just always going to be bad. I keep looking at it and I'm like, maybe. No, it's not a good card. I'll give it a 2. Progenitor Exarch I've always thought was cool. This is a really interesting card in terms of like scalability into the late game. And like being able to incubate 3 like twice even is kind of nice in the late game, but I don't see this surpassing like a 3.741 honestly. Rotisserie Elemental, bad Magic card, man. It's just not, I want this to be good, but there's just much better options for 1-drops in Standard. Like it's not even really an aggro 1-drop, it's just a 1-mana 1/1. It's not, who cares? I'm gonna give this card like a 2.1. Shivan Devastator. I think it's going to find its way into slightly more aggro decks, but not that many more. And again, if there's like a Dragons deck, like maybe it does a thing, but kind of hard to believe at this juncture. So, but we're getting some of the pieces, right? We got Terror of the Peaks. Like we're getting some like Dragons pieces, but I'm still just going to give this like, I don't know. Is this a chat lifeline? This might be a chat lifeline. What do you think, chat? I'm gonna go 5.5. I think. Like, so, yeah. Like whatever we gave Goldbane Hydra is probably like maybe we give it like a quarter point less than Goldbane Hydra. Right? A 3 or 4 to be honest. Yeah, Oki says 3 or 4. 5. Yeah, I think maybe I was like slightly too generous here. I think Hydra is probably a better card. Goldbane Hydra. Devastator a 6, says Tigertron. So we do have some conflicting opinions in chat. But I think, yeah, like maybe around 5.25. Let's average it out to about 5.25. Skrell Defector Might All-Star, dude. Still gonna be good post-rotation, I think. But Dragon, you might be right. But Skrelb, I think, is a massively good Magic card. Will remain so. I'm going to give Skrelb a 7.25, which is fantastic. One of the highest scores we've given a non-land so far. But this will do so much outside of even Toxic decks. It has a lot of work ahead of it, I think. Sleep Curse Fairy. This is a cool Magic card, man. It goes in like all the infinite combo decks that play like Agath's Soul Cauldron, but it also goes in like straight up Fairies decks and stuff like that. Just kind of interesting card. For utility's sake, I'm going to give this card a 5.75. 100% serious. Smuggler's Surprise. This doesn't actually lose too many cool cards to do a cool thing with. You know, I guess we lose like Titan of Industry, but you still have Atraxa and stuff in Standard. And Terror of the Peaks to do like really fun Smuggler's Surprise stuff with. So I like this. I think there's a chance it has its day in the sun. The only issue is that, like, you know, if I'm going to play Atraxa with a Cavern of Souls, that's great. I play it through counterspells. You can like never do that with a surprise. I don't love that. Instant speed is always kind of cool. I want to hold on to the belief and don't stop believing, right? Journey, all that stuff. That this card might be good one day, but it's really hard, honestly, for the spike part of my brain to believe it. So I'm gonna give this card a 5.25 and not apologize. Song of Totentance is a fireball, but you get rats instead of damage. It's not great. So, again, this is one that like some decks I want to put a bunch of creatures on the table might like care about, but really, really niche uses. I really want to give Rat Fireball, Furball, you know, like a 4.5, but it's probably not worth a 4.5. It probably just isn't. Spikeville Hexmage, cool stuff you can do with this, right? Like, I guess you play it on turn 2 and then you Royal Treatment itself or something. Like maybe, yeah, there's a way to make this like a 3/4/3 or something on turn 2 with Royal Treatment. You get like the cursed roll to drop off of it. There's tricks, but they're probably never going to be good. Like maybe an outlaw deck because it's a warlock. That's still bad though, right? It's outlaws is probably still going to be bad. I don't think there's anything stopping that. So I'm going to give this card like a 2. Stalactite Stalker is a much better 1-drop, but you know, we just saw Evolved Sleepers, so like how good is Stalactite Stalker? You know, probably not that amazing. I want this card to be cool, but that's all it really is cool. You know what I mean? But I'm still gonna give this guy like a 5. We'll just stick him right at a 5. Tyrian Soul Cleaver, man. I wanted to believe so badly in this card, and I still think that there's like a chance, but especially in equipment decks and like, you know, the Bart decks and stuff, the Bartolome decks, aristocrat style stuff, whatever. So I don't hate this card. I just can't bring myself to say this card is bad, but I really also can't give it more than like a 3.75. It's just equipment that's not named Lost GT. It's not very good. Teething Wormlet, man. Teething Wormlet. It's in Civic Cookies, you know. I'm going to give Teething Wormlet like a 6.32, you know, like somewhere 6.3 in that neighborhood somewhere. I think this card is going to do some work, but again, like fairly narrow, but great in the deck that it's in. Enigma Jewel. This is another one that, like, depending on what drops, could get like way, way better overnight. This is a Soul Ring for activated abilities, but you flip it over and whenever you activate an ability, you get to copy it, right? So that's kind of cute. And it has all these activated abilities of each of the cards you exiled to craft it. Very, very cute card. I just think that this thing packs a lot of power and has so much ridiculous like potential that I can't really rank this less than a 6. I know it hasn't done anything yet, like not really, but again, it's just dynamite potential on a card like this. So you don't want to underestimate it too much. I know 6 is like a pretty high ranking, but I'm sticking with it. Millennium Calendar up next. I love this card like so much. but it's kind of like garbage. So let's just give Millennium Calendar like a 3.14. Let's give it a meme score because it's a meme card. 3 Steps Ahead though, that's a good card. I want to give this a 3 because of the memes, but that would be that's a bad idea. Let's give this like a 7.5. This is just the best or second best counterspell in standard, and there's still going to be so much you can do with it, right? Like it's so good. 3 Steps Ahead is maybe the best like cancel variant ever printed, or into standard at least. You know, we just saw like the Blue Flare, which is probably the actual best cancel variant, but this, as far as standard goes, like this is a little baby Cryptic Command or whatever. So absolutely bonkers Magic card, 7.5. Tiny Bones joins up. I love this thing, man. I love the next 2 cards like so much, and I want to be as objective as possible, but it's really hard. It's like, even though we lose a bunch of legends, I think joins up is still good, you know? Bonesy, I'll give... That's so hard. Bones, I will give a 5.6. Something along those lines. I know that's like relatively high, but I think if there's like an actual Legends deck in the new standard, it wants this card. And like all these join ups are probably going to be really good with like any new Legends that we get in Bloomburrow. I don't know why I feel that way. I just do. Tiny Bones the Pickpocket, that's really good with joins up. Tiny Bones is just a really threatening 1-drop. And especially once we lose some more threatening 1-drops in standard, I think this might be one of the better potential turn 1 plays in like the whole format. So I'm going to give Tiny Bones a 7. Just phenomenal Magic card that hasn't had like all the chance in the world to shine, but I do believe this will get its chance. Again, when we're talking about this compared to like Ashnod, it's just like a giant world of difference. This hits at the wrong time of the game is over for your opponent. So yes to Bones, man. Training Grounds is another one that like, if it gets the right deck, it's busted, but if it doesn't get the right deck, it's terrible. So I'm not really sure what to give a card like this, but just on like raw potential level alone, 6.8, you know, like it's in that. But based on what I actually expected to do, like 2.75, you know, somewhere in that neighborhood. I know that's cheating a little bit, so I'll average it out to like a 5-ish, a 5.2. Venerated Rod Priest. I think this card is going to still be great. I think it's going to be even better actually after rotation. I know I've already said it loses some cards. March of Swirling Mist is like a huge loss, massive loss for this deck. The amount of games I have lost to opponent having March of Swirling Mist is very high. So like, I think that's a real like thing this deck loses, but again, I think that it's still going to like be one of the best decks left standing after rotation. So Rod Priest, again, pretty narrow, right? But like the deck that it's in wouldn't be a deck without this card. Extremely annoying to see on turn 1 when you're on the draw. And I just have to give it like a 7.25. And the only reason I'm not saying 8 is again, sort of the narrow. It only goes in the one deck, but it's just such a menace, you know? Such a menace. Yeah, does Venerated not rotate? Nope. No, it does not. It's on Phyrexia Albo, I believe. Vindictive Flamestoker up next. What's this card do? 1.5. Warden of... What does this card do? Whenever you cast a non-creature, it gets an oil counter. You can pay 7 mana, discard your hand, draw 4, cost 1 less cast for each oil counter. Theoretically, a very good card. Not very good, though. Warden of the Inner Sky, massively still very good. Obviously, this does benefit some from like Voldar and Epicure and some other cards that might rotate in the Boros deck, but losing Epicure isn't going to make this card like worse overnight or anything. So I just think that this is still going to be phenomenal. I'm going to give Warden like a 7.75, and I give it that because I think this is day 1 of the new format. From what we know so far, the best 1-drop in Standard. That's all the 1-drops. Did we see a better one? Skrelv? Did we see a better 1-drop than this in an aggro deck? No, probably not. Academy Lore Master up next. This is our first 2-drop. This is the thing that's like a Howling Mine, sort of. This is like a Commander 7 standard 1.75. You just never want to... Most decks don't want to play this card. Maybe if there's some sort of like fog thing, a controlled deck, but like even controlled decks don't want to play this card, so I don't see it. Agatha of the Vile Cauldron. I like this card so much, man. I really think that there's like something to do with this card right now in Standard that we're just not doing, that we're just not seeing. I like it. Human music and all that, but I'm not going to give her more than like a 4.3, you know, and even that like feels high-ish. So we'll move on to Agatha's Soul Cauldron. This card is very good. I don't think I'm like, that's not like news to anyone, right? But I do think that there will come a day where this sees tons of play in standard. And it already does from time to time in sideboards, but right now, either rest in peace if you can play, white mana in your deck, but also in License Hearse, see a lot of sideboard play to mess around in graveyards. We won't have Hearse anymore, so I think like Agatha's Soul Cauldron just gets slotted into the Hearse slot in most sideboards. So it improves for that reason alone, but I also think that there might be eventually like a real combo deck, or maybe the combo decks that already exist with this will like actually be playable depending on what we lose, like once rotation hits. And what's in Bloomborough, obviously. So I do think, man, my hand was in front of the screen for like that whole time, wasn't it? Sorry. But still, I think that Soul Cauldron is just a powerful card again in a vacuum and in the decks that really want to like specifically build around it, right? So this is one of those cards that's not necessarily narrow, and whether it's like doing work out of the sideboard or it's like your whole game plan, just has a lot to do. So I'm going to give this card an 8. Yeah, any single deck can play this. It completely it's one of the safety valves for graveyard decks in standard. And it also facilitates all these combos. It just works on like multiple axes. I'll give it an 8. Amalia Benavides Aguirre here. Aguirre. This is great. And I hate that it's losing like its best friend. Like it's losing Voice of the Blessed. So we have to get something that like benefits life gain, I think, for Amalia to still be a deck. And obviously Amalia is not that much of a deck, like right now. It had its moment at the beginning of Standard. When this card first came out in Ixalan, like there were people playing in paper and like 5-0ing leagues with Amalia decks, but it's kind of gradually dropped off. And you can see why. I just don't think it holds up to the power level of like Esper, Domain, or Control, right? But I want to believe this card gets worse mostly because it doesn't have its best friend. But maybe it'll get some kind of piece, But as it is now, I'm just going to give it a 5 and kind of leave it at that. I want the card to be like a 7, but it just isn't. Archmage's Newt. This is a trap. This card is an absolute trap. Don't try to play it. 1. This is a bad card. Assassin's Trophy. One of the best all-around removal spells of all time. I have to give this card a 7.25. It's just not every deck can play it. It's gold, right? But if you need something dead, it will kill it dead. Assemble the Players. Fun card, but again, mostly a commander special here. But I do think it might have a chance in some deck in standard at some point in time. But as it is right now, again, what we know at the moment, no, probably not. So I'm just going to give this card a 4.7. It's powerful, but not much to do with it. Tale for the Ages is kind of not great, especially since we lose some like kind of important-ish auras from the Kamigawa set if you want to do enchanted creatures. But all things considered, kind of a poopy card and another commander sort of signature move for certain decks. It's a very specific piece for specific decks. We don't have any of them, so I'll give this like a 3 in standard. Awaken the Woods. This is a cool card, man. And every now and again you see somebody on Arena trying to awaken the potential of this card. It never quite works out. But still, I do like this card, as I've said with a bunch of cards. But this is one of the cards that I'll say, like, I like it, and I'm not setting it up to like give it a low score. Still going to be low to a lot of people's liking, but I'm going to give this card 5.6. I think that there's like so much untapped potential with this, and if just the right list comes along, it's going to be like the top-down thing to build around in the deck. And I just think there's a lot of cooking to be done with a card like this. But Ayara's Oathsworn is up next. This was I guess this was almost Caustic Bronco before Wadmir, and its father before it, which was probably Blade of the Oni. Like, it's just always like a 2-drop in black that people hinge a lot of hopes on to be like the new black 2-drop. It's not Tenacious Underdog, I'll say that much. I do think this card is cool, but I think cards like Case of the Stashed Skeleton is like a million times better than this card, right? So I'll have to give this like a 3.3, in that neighborhood. Bloodfeather Phoenix, I always want to be very good, but it's never very good at all, in fact. But, and like burn decks, come on. Like, it just wants you to burn them. That's all. It wants you to bow burn them, and I can bow burn them all day. So I want the card to be awesome. It's just, it hasn't been good, and I don't really see it being good, like really sadly. So, especially in like a Sunfall format, you just can't count on stuff like this. So, I'm going to give it a 4, which is higher than I want to give it. Blood Spatter Analysis. A cool card too, man. Neat little removal spell, but it really can't, especially as, you know, an enchantment. Sorcery speed removal spell, and all the stuff that cares about enchantments is like leaving standard. Like, it's crappy. It's not good right now. It's probably not going to be good anytime soon. 5 Bloodstain counters. There's so many. So I'm going to give this like a 2.7, you know, in that area. Blue Sun's Twilight's so cool, man. Blue Sun Twilight is a great looking magic card, but it's not a good magic card. Just isn't. It's going to be one of the only, like, we lose Invoke the Winds as far as stealing creatures go, but do you even know what Invoke the Winds is? You probably forgot. It's the blue Invoke. It steals a guy. This steals a guy too, but probably for more mana most of the time. It's kind of not good. So I probably have to give this like a 4.2, and only because I really like stealing dudes. Bramble Familiar, man. I was born a Bramblin' man. I still think this might have like something to do in standard, but it loses its favorite hit aside from Atraxa, which is Titan of Industry. But we still have 7 drops. You know, you hit a tally off this, you're feeling fine. So, I think its favorite hit, you could argue, is the like 5 mana Saga that costs Wooburg. And did we lose that? No, it's a battle, so we don't lose that. Battles are still in standard. So I guess it's got that trick still. Cool card, but That's basically what I have to say about a lot of these. I have to give this, because it's a decent mana dork though, like a 5.5. Like it's in the neighborhood. It's eating good in the neighborhood, as a matter of fact. Applebee's. Bristly William over here. 5? Can we just give it a 5? This card's powerful though. Like I'm on the edge of glory, and I'm hanging by a moment with you. I want to give this card a 6. I want to give this card a 6 like so bad, dude. I really like this card. But I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna like try to be nice and give this card like the same 5 I gave the last card. Case of the Stash Skeleton. We were just talking about you, cousin. I like this too. I think this actually has like real playability on it in some standard somewhere, perhaps far away into the future. But like, who knows? I think Case is just a really good Magic card, right? Get you whatever you want, and it's like a decently statted creature, right, with a keyword ability. So I've always liked Case. That's not going to end anytime soon. Again, if that combo deck is anything to write home about after rotation hits, this card's going to be in it. But in any combo deck, this card could be in it, so long as they have access to swamps. So I'll give this card like a 6.71. You know, like this card's so good. It's got to have something to do. Caustic Bronco up next. We will not have the Shadow of Mortality combo anymore. So Big Brother. Omesu gone from standard, and that's kind of poopy, but the card is still like potentially, especially with Tenacious Underdog leaving standard, the card is potentially the best black 2-drop in standard. Still, it might actually be. So I'm not going to be a fool. I'm not going to give this card less than a 6. I'm not going to do it. Charming Scoundrel, you certainly are, Carmen Sandiego. Just really good Magic card here too, and I think that especially when like Bloodthirsty Adversary isn't really an option anymore, this just looks like a really good 2-drop for aggro decks, and I think aggro decks, especially with mountains, are going to be really important in the new standard. Without saying too much more, I think that aggro is going to be a great way to go at the beginning of the format, but you know, Charming Scoundrel is probably going to be an important part of a lot of those like buttoned up aggro decks that are trying to do something typal, right? So just love this card, and I'm going to give this a... Is this my chat call out for the 2-drops? I feel like for every mana value, I should get one chat call out. I'm not going to use it yet. I think I'm going to give this card like a 7.16, you know? Like, the card is very good. It should probably be higher than that. We gave Skrelv like a 7, right? Like, Charming Scoundrel, like 7.2. I gave it 0.04 of a point more than I had previously given it. Collector's Cage is up next. You guys know I love this card, and I put a lot of stock into it going in, and it hasn't done much. But I still think there's something there at some later date, especially in a format that doesn't have access to fight rigging. But how good was fight rigging really? Not actually that good on like a really high level, you know? But when you don't have a fight rigging, maybe you resort to this to have your fun, you know? And I actually think it's a pretty good Magic card. All things considered, you can activate the ability at instant speed. It's a good card. So I'm going to give this a 6. Yeah. Let's just stop it right there. This card gets a 6. Connecting the dots. Man, I love this card too, right? Just like red card draw. Like, how is that not good? The creatures don't even have to connect. They just attack and you get cards off of it. Card is so good, but hasn't done much. And I think that like the red curse that like draws you 2 cards every turn after you solve it, the red case, I think it's just way better than a card like this. So sadly, I have to give this card like a 3.2 or something. It's just not, it's not as good as I want it to be. Cruel Somnophage, man. Okay, so what are we losing stick fingers? We might. We're losing some cards like this, I think, in standard. Like the Goyf creatures. This is probably it's probably not great, right? You know, I love these dudes. And I have a hard time judging them objectively because I always want them to be good. But like Goyfs haven't been good since 2011, like somewhere in there, you know. I was going to say 2015, but I think it's even farther back than that. Cool card, but that doesn't save it too much from a low score. I have to give this like a 4. And even that is kind of saving it slightly. Cryptex, cool, man. Cool beans. You know, you can draw cards off it. You know, it's fine. But it's kind of a 2-mana rock if you collect evidence. Let's go. You know, I think this card is better than people give it credit for. But even then, I can't give it more than like a 4. You know, the same thing we just gave Somno. Deep Root Pilgrimage, part of a neat little infinite combo deck that will never actually see real standard play because you have to have like 2 of the same 3 drop out and it has to not be summoning sick. It's not a good deck, but I guess I have to at least bring that up. If you're going to play Merfolk, maybe. But again, if you're going to pin a lot of your hopes on Merfolk, I think you'll be super disappointed like in the new format. So I don't love it. I'm going to give this like, oh God, a 3.6, mostly for combo potential. Deeproot Wayfinder, there's a good Merfolk dev. Don't discount all the Merfolk. This one's fine. Yeah, it's fine, but it's still not good. And I get people every day that tell me this card is great, and I've just never really experienced this card being good on either side of the table. So I'm going to give it a 3.5. Maybe it benefits from a lot of other good 2-drops leaving standard, but I still think you'll be able to find better options. Deification is a poopy little meme, and I'm going to give it 316, 3.16. I think that the meme score is probably the best thing to do with this card too. Diabolic Intent. This is just a Diabolic Tutor, but you also get to sack a creature and has seen 0 standard play. Extremely powerful card from long time ago in Magic history. And everyone just ignores it. You know what I mean? So, but it's technically a combo with like Stash Skeleton, right? Because you sacrifice your skeleton, go get whatever you want. Then later you go get whatever you want again. So this is another one that like any day now it could do something. Any day now, but I wouldn't wait. But just because it's Diabolic Intent, I cannot score this card less than a 6. Do you understand? Do you understand? All right, let's give this. Let's push on. Doorkeeper Thrall, man, don't get caught. Don't get caught by surprise by Doorkeeper Thrall, man. This card is still going to be in standard, still going to be pretty good. If you're trying to do any memey enter the battlefield tricks and stuff, like Thrall is really still very, very good. I'm going to give this card like a 6.25, dude. And that's because it's mostly sideboard playable, but it's very, sometimes you'll see it in best of 1, you know, no tricks allowed. I ain't falling for your tricks, kid. It's also kind of a counter spell. You know, it has flash. So like it counters the into the battlefield triggers. So, and also I noted that, this isn't a weird thing to point out, but I think it's important. They changed enters the battlefield. They templated that now to just enters, right? That doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be a ton of enter the battlefield triggers in Bloomburrow, but if they went to the trouble of just like reformatting that and re-templating that, then it's possible we'll get a lot of ETB triggers right in Bloomburrow. We also know we're going back to Lorwyn soon, like sometime in the standard. I think we're going back to Lorwyn. That has Evoke in it. And I think that like Evoke basically it's an ETB trigger ability, right? So just keep Doorkeeper Thrall in mind. I've talked about it way too long, but at least a 6.25. This card's good. Doppelgang combo. Anybody? I heard you like the combo. Anybody like the combo in here? I really can't give this more than like a solid 5. It does the job in the decks that it's in, but obviously really narrow. Drafna. This card's so cool, dude. This card is so cool. If you have the mana, you can copy like a synthesizer, but you'll never do it. You'll never do it. It's also interesting in synthesizer because like you get synthesizer triggers off of it, right? You can return a 3-drop artifact to your hand, play it again, get your synthesizer trigger. Like, seems like it'd be a cool one-up, but like nobody does it. So if it's not in the deck that it really looks like it should go in, it's probably just like an absolute turd. I have to give this card like a 2. You know, Drag the Canal, always a very, very tempting thing. You know, if a thing died this turn, you get this incredible value. But none of the value's on board, which I guess you get an artifact, right? But you don't actually draw a card. Surveil doesn't do anything to the board. Gaining Life doesn't do anything to the board. You get the 2/2 no matter what. But this is still, you know, a 2-mana 2/2 at instant speed. And we see stuff like, you know, the White Virtue is kind of that, and it sees a lot of play, but obviously that card's much better. But every now and again, I see somebody trying to jam this in Arena, and it's not too bad. But I really don't see it. You know, do we lose Siphon Insight? Do we lose Siphon Insight? I'm not too sure. I think we do. But maybe people jam this a little bit more. Maybe blue-black control is the play with like Deadly Cover Up and Go for the Throat. Instead of like we lose the White March, right? We lose Wandering Emperor. So again, maybe blue-black control is the way to go, and this card sees a little bit more play, improves. But those are all kind of odd. I'm not sure those are true statements, is all I can say. So I'm going to give this card a 4.75 with a lot of room to grow. Duelist of the Mind is a very good Magic card. It doesn't have Raffine to go off of anymore, and Raffine is the card that really supercharged like this card's playability. So hard to say, but we will still have certain things in Standard that help us out a good bit. Goes with Prof's Eidetic Memory. And of course, you have to look at Bloomburrow. If there's anything like Raffine Light in Standard, after Bloomburrow comes out, they can like draw cards on your turn before you attack. This card gets much, much better. So, you know, just keep your eye on it. I think that it's going to be a powerful card in a vacuum almost no matter what. So I'm going to give it a 5.5. And that's lower than I want to give it. But again, losing Raffine, I think, takes a whole point or more off this card. Dusk Legion Duelist. Everyone wants this card to be good, and it's just never very good. But I'm sure there's going to be somebody in chat or in the comments that are like, have you tried it in Green White Ozolith? It's ridiculous. And I'm sure it is. Another deck that I think could get like great, right, eventually. But the Green White Counters deck. But I still am not sure this is the time, especially losing so many important vampires. It's not going to be in like the Mardu Vampires decks anymore, which isn't really much of a loss for the card. But obviously that's a pretty powerful line of text. So I'll give it a 4.6. I think that like there's a chance. Dust Animus, still a great card, man. A lot of people didn't see this coming, and it did end up in like multiple sideboards and even main decks of Esper decks at the Pro Tour. This card did have like a pretty decent debut, but since then it's been a little bit quiet. But that doesn't mean it's going to be a bad card. I still really like this. I think it has a lot of potential. And just one of the better like 2-drop creatures in Standard, especially after we lose really good 2-drop creatures like Thalia. Like maybe more people turn to a card like this. All things considered, I have to give Dust Animus like a 5.8, like somewhere in that neighborhood. Elvish Archivist, its abilities only trigger once each turn, which is just not good enough. If this triggered multiple times a turn, it'd be like much, much better. Even the draw a card ability seems like it'd be good enough once per turn, but it's just kind of not. This doesn't even make it into the enchantments decks that play a bunch of enchantments. Doesn't make it into the artifacts decks that play like, you know, Simic Cookies. Doesn't make it into those decks. So again, I think that it's a real clue when a card doesn't even go in the decks it's supposed to go in. Because they're just much better cards you could be playing. So in Commander, this looks somewhat good, but I think it, again, even in that format, it really suffers from like once a turn-itis, you know? So let's just give this like a really sad 3.9. Expedited Inheritance. Never did anything. Remember when we all kind of held our breath to see if this would be good enough, and it's just kind of not very good. Symmetrical effects are bad in this way. So I'm just going to give this like a 1.8. Extraordinary Journey, neat Magic card, but neat doesn't actually get you too far. This has to have something very special to do, and if it does find something very special to do, it's still going to be really narrow. So let's just give it like a 3.1. I think that there's a chance, but a very, very low chance. Fabrication Foundry has finally found its home. It's in the synthesizer decks, but obviously if more and more artifact decks become in vogue, then like this just gets better and better. But as it is, it's just a 2-mana rock in Standard that does other stuff, you know, like gets you a little bit of late game value, let you grind some. So great card, man. Ultimately great, but again, narrow in some ways. So I can't give it more than like a 5, but I'm going to give it a 5. Fairy Mastermind stays in Standard. I've had people recently say, like, doesn't this card rotate? Nope. Seems like it does. I don't know why, but it doesn't. Still stays. Sticks around for a while. Fairy Mastermind is an unbelievably good Magic card. It will continue to be a good Magic card. And there's even like losing the Esper decks that it goes in, the, you know, I don't think that changes anything. I think that Dimir is still going to be a very good deck post-rotation. You know, if it wants Siren Storm Tamer, whatever, that's a Spyglass Siren. It's still got Spyglass Siren. It's got the boat, Subterranean Schooner. It's got the Bat, Deep Cavern Bat. It's got a Gix, if it wants Gix, and it probably does. You know, it's got multiple good 3-drops, Preacher of the Schism, for instance. It's still got Shieldred in blue-black. You know, you've still got decent counterspells, obviously. Go for the Throat. I think blue-black is a wonderful deck to try out immediately post-rotation. And if you're looking for some rotation proof, I think it's really good too. And Fairy Mastermind is going to be an important part of that deck, to say the least. So, just wonderful, wonderful card, and probably goes in more stuff than just the Dimir deck, obviously, post-rotation. So I'm going to give this card like an 8.3. This is just good. Just very, very good. The art is depicting an actual person. I just want to, there's people in chat like, I don't know about the art. The art is depicting an actual person. So don't go in on it too hard. Fauna Shaman over here is 2 mana. And it's actually, this is an old reprint that I was really excited to get back in standard, and it's done both diddly and squat. So I guess it has done 2 things since it got reprinted, but you know, Fauna Shaman in a vacuum gets like a 6.5, but if we're talking about standard playability post-rotation, like a 4.75, almost a 5. I know that's a relatively high score, all things considered, like right at almost the average, but I think that, again, this thing discards a creature. This is a great reanimator spell. Do you understand? This puts a huge thing into play. Or not into play, but it goes and gets whatever you want, like on turn 3, and also puts a huge creature into your yard for further reanimation. It's also a creature itself that matters in certain decks, and it's just whatever. Fauna Shaman's always been a good card, and if it gets just the right deck, it will continue doing that. So I love Fauna Shaman, 4.75. Fight me. Feldon, best red 2-drop for aggro decks. Right now, I think this is the best red 2-drop for aggro decks. I really don't think that changes unless we just get the absolute murder, you know, in Bloomborough. There's just like a gerbil in there, a 2-drop rabbit, a 2-drop vole in the set. It's just it's ridiculous. Feldon is a very just a very, very good 2-drop. Basically the pinnacle 2-drop for aggro decks. So I'm going to give this card a 7.83, somewhere in there. Feral Encounter is a neat looking fight spell that literally never does the thing you want it to do. So I'm just going to give it like a 3. It's not great. Food Fight is a really cool looking combo piece that literally never does the thing you want it to do. And now Deseret's going to be out of the format. So it's going to do the thing even less. 3. I really love Food Fight, but 3. Fugitive Codebreaker, another amazing 2-drop for red decks. It's like this and Feldon and Slickshot, right, are like the 2-drops in your mono red decks. Charming Scoundrel's up there too, but I think that in terms of like pure aggro, do as much damage as possible, like Fugitive Codebreaker and Slickshot are actually like the 2 best. So I will give this like an 8. Like I'm so serious, dude. The disguise text on this doesn't matter too much, but when it does, it's very, very good. But mostly just a 2/1 prowess haste is you can't beat that. You just can't beat that. Generous Blunderer is another card that I really want to like. And in like artifact decks and treasure decks, it's obviously a special 2-drop that you want to play. And that's not actually that narrow. You know, like aggro decks, artifact decks, treasure decks, like that's, it's 3 different decks. But still, I think that we've settled in with Generous Plunderer now. We didn't know if the card was going to be really good or not when it first came out, but I think I'm confident now in rating this card like a 5.32 or something like that. Like a decent above average card, but nothing too special, right? Get Lost, premier removal spell, and in some ways perhaps the best removal spell in standard. After rotation hits. So let's throw this like an 8. It goes in so many decks. You know, if you're playing planes in your deck, you're probably playing Get Lost. So yeah, 8. Aside from Go for the Throat, like the premier removal spell. And once we get to Go for the Throat, I'll give it an 8 too. Don't worry. Grafted Butcher, if you're playing Phyrexians, it's ridiculous. I actually think Phyrexians is a halfway decent like typal deck right now. I really do. between like Grafted Butcher and you get to play Sheldred at the top of your curve. You get Seed Core in there. You get a little NX Sentry as removal. You get Skrelv in there to protect your guys. It's a fine deck, but it's just probably not going to see its real day in the sun. I'm just going to give this card like a 4.5, you know, like in the Phyrexian deck's a must play, but is that deck good? Yes. Is it good enough to like be a real deck in Standard? Nah. Grand Abolisher up next. This has become famous in Standard now in its function as a way to make the Rakdos Joins Up deck like just go off, right? Without any real interaction from the opponent. But that takes until like turn 5 or 6. This has always been a good card, and I'm happy that it's found its home in Standard like so quickly. And it's indicative of how good the card is. So let's give it a 6. Grand Abolisher's always been a 6 in my heart, man. And doesn't he look awesome in this new iteration? Guardian of Nubenalia. Doesn't it feel like this card's out of Standard already? Doesn't it feel like this card already rotated somehow? It feels like an Adanto Vanguard. I like this card. I've used it in mini Reanimator deck for pitching giant dudes, you know, and I really like it in that capacity. In a Sunfall Standard, it's just not super great. In a temporary lockdown Standard, it's just not super great. So you have to bring those things up. Indestructibility is not what it used to be, but card is good. It does a very good impression of Adanto Vanguard, even if Enlist is a very annoying ability to use on Arena. But all things considered, I'm still going to give this card a 4.64. I love this card, and I think that there's real potential on it, even if most other 2-drops in Standard have sort of bypassed it, at least playable 2-drops. But again, in a format where we don't get Thalia and other like decent 2s, like maybe this is an option. Hajar, Loyal Bodyguard, fewer legends to protect theoretically once Standard rotates, but still a really important card in those legend decks. So do like this. 5.18. You know, Harbin, again, if soldiers get real after rotation, if soldiers are somehow like the play in terms of aggro, then like Harbin is the best card in the deck, or at least one of the best cards in the deck. So, but again, very narrow, only good in the one deck. But you could argue this is just good in aggro. Like if I'm building Azorius aggro, even if it's not a soldiers deck, like this is a 2-mana 3-power flyer. It's very good, right? So I don't know. Even in a vacuum, the card is just like stats crazy. Like, I don't know. I'm going to give Harbin like a 4.8, mostly because he's got to be slightly under 5. I don't think the card quite hits average because he only is in like the one thing. And I don't think that one thing is going to be very good, but I could be like super wrong, right? Heartflame Duelist, awesome Magic card, man. Don't think it's going to be important like suddenly after rotation, but I will give this like a 4.62. Somewhere in that neighborhood. I just really like Heartflame Duelist. I love adventures, and I think this is much better than people give it credit for. High Noon over here. This gets like a 6.5. I think this gets better even in the new format because like I've already kind of alluded to, I think that aggro is going to be really important in the new format. I just don't think that like 3-color mid-range decks are going to be able to do their thing as easily. I do think that, again, losing like March of Otherworldly Light and losing Wandering Emperor and even a couple of other cards is going to impact control such that they either move to, you know, blue-black or they disincorporate Esper, the control decks that are kind of more Espery. I just think they're forced to make some changes, and the amount of times that like the mid-range or control player had Wandering Emperor, and that was the difference between them winning or losing the game, is just so many times. So that's going to be a massive toll, losing just that one card. But they lose other removal spells and whatever. You know, I don't want to trail on too long here, but I think High Noon is going to be important because if aggro is important, this keeps them honest, you know, and I think that control decks might actually incorporate multiple copies of a card like this. So I really like this. I think it's already a decent card that doesn't get enough praise. It's very good at the moment, especially against decks like Boros, whatever. So the card just stands to gain so much, and a 6.5 is a score I'm not going to back off right now. Homicide Investigator, another card people underestimate. This card is very, very good, but we'll probably continue to not see too much standard play unless somehow the Bartolome deck is just amazing, right? But in terms of 2-drops in black, I think more people need to try this card out. Better than it looks, but still, I can't really give it more than like a 4.4, right? I should actually give this a 1.87, right? I think, yeah, it's 1.87 just for the memes. Inti, Cinecil of the Sun, still very, very good in standard. Yeah, it's going to lose Slogurk and the rest of like the Legends deck, a lot of the good Legends, but mostly Slogurk. And this is so unbelievably good in that deck. But interestingly, it doesn't need Slogurk, right? We still got Relic of Legends, we still got Rono, we still got a bunch of other stuff that works with this. And it's just a fantastic card. Just really, really good card. So if you are playing Legends, I think this still probably is worth like splashing red for, which is what everyone does, you know. The problem, though, I guess, is that we don't have channel lands, and you discard channel lands, right? So the whole idea with NT being in that deck, for the most part, was like, I channel a land, that means I discarded a card, that means I get to draw cards. It's, you know, turns where you play you discard the same channel land like 4 times because you're using Slogurk's ability, right? Like, NT doesn't do that anymore. And that's probably the most powerful thing it does in that deck. So I'd probably have to dock points for NT in the new format as opposed to like what we'd score it right now. But still, even though we've already looked at a bunch of really good red 2-drops that are probably just better in aggro decks, all things considered, I'm still going to give NT a 6. I think NT has a lot of work to do. And this ability is just always going to be great. You know, allowing you to pitch cards, draw more cards, get, you know, creatures swole, like all that's good. Intrepid Paleontologist up next. This is a decent little dinosaur ramp thing, so I'm just going to give it like a 4. Just a 2-mana ramper that makes any color is always going to be good. And this gives you some extra, you know, grind. Invasion of Gobakan. This is a fine Magic card. You can't read what it does because my head's in the way. This is the one with ETBs. You can make sure I know what this is. Look at target opponent's hand. You may exile a non-land card from it for as long as the card remains exiled. They have to pay 2 more to cast it. On the other side of this, it's the Light Shield Array. At the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature that attacked this turn, then sack it to have your dudes gain hexproof and indestructible. This is a good card right now. Sees a lot of sideboard play, even occasional main deck play. I think this will continue to be very good, especially if we do get a format where people feel the need to move more towards go for the throat, cut down deadly cover-up packages in their control deck. If people come off of Sunfall for even a second, a card like this gets a million times better. So do keep that in mind. I'm going to give Light Shield Array / Invasion of Gobi like a 6.82. Like, the card is very, very good. Don't hurt your neck, Devlaw. Yeah. Invasion of Ikoria, bad. Most of these are bad. On screen right now. Invasion of Ikoria, I'll give like a 2.75. Invasion of Ixalan gets a 2. That's actually, which one's better? It's kind of hard to say. Yeah, a 2.32. Invasion of New Phyrexia, slightly higher score. I'll give a 2.9 to that. Invasion of Tarkir, if there is a Dragons deck, this is the best reason to do it right now, I guess. So I'll give this a 4.91. Because it's actually a decent burn spell. Ivy could be very important in the Rot Priest decks, pretty obviously, but doesn't really do much outside of those. Neither does Rot Priest, though. But this isn't the premier card in the deck that it's the premier card in. You would think it would be, but no, takes a backseat to Rot Priest. That doesn't make it any worse necessarily, so I'm going to give this like a 5.82. Right? Jace Reawaken, man. This hasn't done too much right now, but it is a pretty powerful Planeswalker. All things considered, still a pretty powerful Planeswalker. Mostly just because of the mana cost. So I'm going to give Jace like a 5.6. I think this is slightly above average. Yoira over here. Joyra, everyone's favorite Tappy Toe Claws cosplay. This is probably still not good. I have seen people play it in Synthesizer, but I actually don't think it's very good in Synthesizer. I think there's just better ways to use those slots. So I'll give Joyra a joyless 2.6. Urena, Dauntless General. Looking good over here. I've always thought this card was cool and like potentially very playable in a sort of, you know, Legends kind of deck or Humans deck. But it hasn't seen too much play, and that's really sad. So I'm just going to give Jurina like a... Oh, goodness. A 3.71. Sure. Yorkadine, if we get that Boros Equipments deck, baby. But even if we get the Boros Equipments deck, I envision a Boros Equipments deck that doesn't need to play this card. Weirdly. This card could do actually way more for an equipment deck, which is why it wasn't enough to make an equipment deck playable by itself. But still, I have to give Yor over here. I want to say I'll give Yor a 4, but he's not that good. I'll give Yor a 3. Kellen, Daring Traveler, a decent version of Kellen over here that has seen some play, and we'll probably continue to see some. I really like this card a good bit, actually, and I don't play it enough. So I'm going to give this a 6.17. Kimba, Ka Enduring, another thing that cares about equipment. I do love that it also cares about cats and makes cats, but still not the most powerful 2-drop, obviously. I'll give Kimba a 3 as well. Lazav, Wearer of Faces, actually quite powerful card here that I think might get its real chance after rotation. Again, especially if Dimir is a thing, this will probably be in the tryouts. So cool card, and does have some actual real playability on it. So I'm going to give this a 5.72. Sure, let's go with that. Leaf Crown Visionary really hinges on if there are good elves. And we lose Fleetfoot Dancer or whatever it's called, but we honestly do get to keep a fair amount of decent elves. I don't think there will be any in Bloomburrow, but there will be elves in Lorwyn, almost certainly, because there are elves on Lorwyn. So keep your eye on this card up until rotation. That said, gosh, I can't give this less than a 5.6. I know that sounds really high, but an Elves Anthem effect will always be great. If it's just standard, though, I really got to revamp that. We're just talking about standard playability in this list. Post-rotation, Elves probably not a thing and won't be a thing for a good long time. So I'm just going to give it a 2.1, right? It's not going to see play. Legion Extruder is a great Magic card. And some people have figured that out already. Turns out this does, we lose Anvil. Anvil rotates, and that's going to be really sad. We should play Anvil on stream before it does rotate. But, God, Legion Extruder is so good in that. But it's also really decent in Synthesizer and a handful of other decks. So I'm going to give Extruder a 6.2. I think this card is great. Likeness Looter I also think is great, but might not really get its chance to shine. But has so many available tricks to it that just in terms of potential, I'm going to give this card a 5.17. Llanowar Loam Speaker is one of the better mana dorks in Standard when you really get right down to it. So I'm going to give this card a solid 5. Lord Skitter's Blessing is just kind of poopy. It's a poopy doopy Magic card. It just hasn't done much. I don't see it doing too much for that matter. So I think this should probably get, God, it's hard. A 3.2. Lost in the Maze, another fun card, but probably not super great. You can engineer some cool stuff with it, but memes, content creator card, 3.1. Magda, the Horde Master, that's a decent 2-drop too, but note how many good 2-drops we've already been through for red, right? So this has to be in a very specialized deck that cares about tokens or committing crimes or whatever. In your treasure deck, it's great, but again, super specialized. I'm going to give Magda a 4.99 right there. Malcolm, Alluring Scoundrel, great Magic card too. I think Fairy Miscreant has really overshadowed how good this card is in Standard, but every now and again you see it. There's a one of in a deck, and I think we'll probably continue doing that. Also a Pirate, so if Pirates want to be a thing after, rotation, then I guess this is a good Magic card, but I just like it as a flash 2/1 flyer that draws cards, sort of, Ben's cards too, if you want it to do that. But all things considered, man, I have to give Malcolm I really want to say 6. Malcolm probably gets a 6. What do we give Fairy Miscreant, right? An 8.5 or whatever, 8.25. I'll have to give Malcolm a 6.7, right? I really think he's in there. Malcolm the Eyes, the other version of Malcolm right here. In some ways better, but in some ways worse. It doesn't have the flash, right? But it does give you the Investigate. It's got a haste, a 2-mana 2/2 flying haste. It just stats all day, dude. So I'll give Malcolm the Eyes a 6. If there's an Izzet aggro deck, it might want to play her. Melira, the Living Cure. I love this card so much, man. Just a Watch Wolf that also protects your dudes is just very, very good. On its face, that's a good Magic card. So we'll see if Melira has anything to do after rotation, and maybe, potentially, certain decks want to play it because they lose access to other like protect your dude spells. So maybe, but I kind of highly doubt that line. Either way, I think Melira I'll give like a 6, like a solid 6. I just really like this card. Mercurial Spell Dancer is really cool. We did cool stuff with it on stream not long ago, but I really can't give this card more than like a 2.6. Misery's Shadow. Remember when this card was awesome? It's like strictly better Carrion Ants, strictly better Frozen Shade. Makes your opponent's stuff die. I guess with Kimana Faces Kakazan rotating, maybe if you still want that effect, you have it on this creature instead. It's a solid black 2-drop, but... And maybe, again, like Tenacious Underdog rotating, maybe decks looking for a black 2-drop want this now. So, like, maybe the stock rises slightly, but I'm just not really seeing it. I love Misery's Shadow. I think it's a great, like, callback to the old days. I think it's an amazing cube card for what that's worth. And it's worth a lot to me, but the days of seeing this as like a 1 or 2 of in Standard are over, but they were once a thing. I just don't really see them coming back. So I'm going to give Misery's Shadow a 5.1 just for the old times, you know. Molten Collapse actually sees some play outside of Standard in other competitive environments, but hasn't really done much in Standard. It's really format dependent. And again, if we see a lot of like really important like 1-drops in Standard, the card gets really, really good. So keep your eye on Collapse. Even at sorcery speed, it could be one of the more important removal spells in Standard if Rakdos is a deck. So, you know, it's not the easiest card in the world to play, and it's certainly not the easiest card to maximize the value of. So I'm just going to give it like a 4.32. But obviously, when you get the full spread of value on this, it just like almost wins the game. Molten Duplication can copy a Trumpeting Carnosaur. Did you know that? Did you know? It's a good card. But it really only does that. It's mostly combo potential, memes, and all that. So I'm just going to give the card a 3.2. Monument to Perfection. More memes, everybody. If you have Spheres and Locusts in play, you can do stuff with it. 1. The card gets a 1. Mosswood Dread Knight. Oh, will not get any worse overnight, will it? Like once rotation happens, I think it gets even better, especially if Golgari's like a real deck in Standard. And with Esper leaving, like if we want like a mid-range deck in Standard, I think Golgari is a good place to start sort of brewing out if you want real mid-range. So yeah, card stands to actually gain when there's not a bigger dog mid-range deck in the format, and there may be. But I do think that a lot of mid-range decks will start by including Mosswood Dread Knight. So I'm going to give this card a 7.36. Good card. Norn's Wellspring Commander card. Is it even that? I don't know. Oil counters are a meme. 1.79. Officious Interrogation. More memes. We've done stuff with it on stream, but stream memes, not necessarily dream teams. We'll give it a 1.79. Same score. Open the Way is up next. This card is terrible. 0.99. Outrageous Robbery. I actually think this has a chance. Again, if those control decks switch over to blue-black from blue-white, or maybe they incorporate fewer white elements. They want to keep their Sunfall, right? They want to keep their Sunfall, but they add black elements, right? Like more Go for the Throat, more cut downs to, you know, stem off the rising tide of aggro and all that. Then I think Outrageous Robbery may be one of their win conditions. I really think there's an argument for this card in the new Standard, depending on how like things look. But still, I've always liked this card. It's better than it looks. And content creator special, yes, but it, again, when you're hit by this, it hurts. So I'm gonna give Robbery, especially in conjunction with like Jace, right, which stays in Standard. Just looks phenomenal. So I'm gonna give Outrageous Robbery. Very specialized purpose, so I can't give it more than like a 6.29, but that's what it gets. Ozolith Shattered Spire. I don't know why I turned into Bill Burr for a sec. Ozolith Shattered Spire. I'll put you through that wall. It's a good card. Again, very specialized, but if the +1/+1 counter decks are ever a thing, then obviously this is like the premier piece in them, but I can't give this more than like a 6.21, and that is a ridiculously too high score, probably an entire 1.5 too high, but I do have hopes for the Ozolith at some point in Standard. Pest Control, great sideboard piece right now. Again, I don't think that's going to change, so I'm just going to give the card a 6.25. Pia Nalar, Console of Revival. Oh goodness, chat, this is the one. I get 1 per mana value. Chat, you still with me? What is the score you would give a Pia Nalar? This So chat check, everybody, while I take a quick sip. Stick with me, YouTube folks. Chat is deciding what they would give Pia Nalar in the new format. Oh, I needed that. I needed that so bad. All right, we got a 6. We got a 3.7. We got a 5.5. We got a 6.9. We got a 6. We got a 5.75. So a pretty big spread here. We got a 4.75. Pretty big spread. 6.9 was a meme, by the way. Probably throw that one out. It looks like the average score is somewhere around a 5.5-ish, you know. We got 2 6s, we got a 5.5, we got a 6, we got a 4.75. Would I give this a 5.5? Five. I think this is, I'm going to give this a 5. I would say if I had to score this. And it might be, again, it's a pretty specialized card. Pillage the Bog, great Magic card. I think actually benefits a lot from Memory Deluge exiting standard. I think Sultai, there's a real argument for Sultai. You know, there previously, we don't play Sultai, it doesn't have a tri-land. Well, now no 3-color combination has a tri-land. Maybe that's an argument for Sultai, but also you don't have to play blue in your deck whatsoever to make this card work, and it doesn't have to be in, like, you know, Jund Aftermath Analyst or anything. It doesn't have to be in a deck like that. This can just be like really, really, really good card selection that lets you look at, like, it's basically Demonic Tutor like a lot of the time. So again, I think this doesn't necessarily replace Memory Deluge, but does tries to attempt that. You know, so I'm gonna give Pillage like a 7.6. Like, the card looks really, really good to me right now. Pollen, it would be good with Aftermath Nib. That's actually a great call. Pollen Shield Hair is up next. I really want this card to be great. Like, creature tokens you control, like Intangible Virtue on a body is fun, but probably can't give this more than like a 4.3. Prof Eidetic Memory is cute, and we've already mentioned it with other cards like Duelist of the Mind, but I don't think the Profs deck is actually very good. You see it every now and again in results, but I just, even with some decks leaving standard, I'm just not sure that this is going to be like the new big thing. So I'll give Profs like a 4. Pyrotechnic Performer, you actually see this show up every now and again, but I don't love this card. I kind of don't. So especially in the face of all the other amazing red 2-drops we're looking at right now, I can't really give this more than like a 3.75. Questing Druid is awesome, especially with Pia Nalar, but it's really good in a bunch of decks right now. Like, red-green is a great color combination for aggro, and I think that's actually more true potentially after rotation. But as it stands now, Questing Druid is great in a couple of different decks, and I'm going to give it a 6.9. No, let's not do that. It's actually not that good. I will give it a 6.29. Kyrion Beastcaller, I'll give the exact same score to, 6.29. If there is like a mono-green Stompy deck after rotation, and I actually think there's a real argument for that, then Beastcaller is just amazing. But this is just a good card. Through and through, it's just a good, solid Magic card. If this card had been printed in 1998, it would be like super iconic. Alas, it just hasn't really had its chance in standard yet. Rada's Firebrand. Domain gets a lot worse without any of these tri-lands, right? So the card was already kind of not good and not played. So I'll just give it like a 2.1. Raging Battle Mouse. You could argue this gets better, right? Because there's gonna be mice in the Bloomborough set. A mice, a mouse. We're in the House of Mouse. I really don't. I'm still not seeing it. You see how many awesome 2-drops we've looked at in red, like, already? We're almost done with the 2-drops, but that said, I think, like, in the mouse deck, yeah, this is incredible. And I actually love this first line of text on Raging Battle Mouse. But all that said, like, 4.8, and that is way too high. Razorlash Transmogrant, great card. This is actually a really good Magic card. And I think deserves some bit of a score here. I'll give it a 5. Red Sun's Twilight, terrible card. 0.98, the lowest score so far. Regal Bunnycorn, again, it's a rabbit, gets better with Bloomborough. I like this card too much. I refuse to be objective about this. I feel like I should get one of those in every mana value too. So I'll use it on Regal Bunnycorn. This card's a 7.75. I just really, God, I love Regal Bunnycorn. It's one of my favorite, most simple, beautiful, elegant designs. Again, should have been printed in 1998. Wasn't printed in 1998. It's printed now. Deserves to be iconic. It's iconic in my heart. I love you, Regal Bunnycorn. 7 3/4. Rest in Peace is an actual 7 3/4. This is like the safety valve for graveyard shenanigans. Has been for a very long time. We now have access to it in standard. It is. So 7.75. Rona, Herald of Invasion. Usually don't really see the backside of this card anyway. So like mostly people care about the front end and like Legends decks. And if it still does its thing in Legends decks, it's good. So I'll give it a 5.89, you know. it's a integral piece to multiple decks. Integral piece. It's not a car. Anyway, it's integrated. Integral. Anyway, Runfelt Hordemaster is the Goblin Anthem effect. Don't really see this getting too much better, but God, isn't it an awesome Magic card? So I love Hordemaster. But in context of the next standard, you know, probably like a 3.2. Saheeli Sun's Brilliance. Isn't it cool? Isn't it reflection of Kiki Jiki, dude? No, it's just not. Let's give this card a 2.9. Satoru the Infiltrator hasn't really done what a lot of people wanted it to do and hasn't really combined with cards like Grief and Modern the way people thought it might either, but still a pretty undeniably powerful Magic card. And if you're like, you know, reanimating or something like that, it gets great. If you plot, it gets great. So I think this card does have work ahead of it on the schedule at some point. I'm going to give it a 6.39. 6.389. Scalding Viper. Man, this card is better than it looks too, but I really can't give this more than like a 2.6. Is 2.6 okay? I think so. Yeah, Seraphic Steed, man. The scourge of draft. OTJ draft, but it's not great in standard. Let's give it a 2. Shadowrite Priest, man. This is still in standard. Cleric's Anthem effect is still in standard. This guy's awesome. This guy is so good, but you know, he just like lets you demonic tutor if you have enough mana. That's so cool, but you know, probably even less than we've given the other like lame Anthem effects. You know, we give them all like 3.2s and stuff. This is like a 2.3. Let's invert the score. Sharp-Eyed Rookie is awesome, dude. This is a really, really cool card. But I think stuff like Beast Collar is better than it in like Mono Green Stompy, but you still might want to play the card as another 2-drop. So I don't know. I just think it's great. Vigilance isn't going to be as good of an ability without the Wandering Emperor anymore, but it's still a good keyword ability. Like it's underestimated. So I'll give Sharp-Eyed Rookie a 6.66. Somewhere in there, right? Like a 6.67. I want to save the 6.66 meme for a more appropriate card. 6.67. Silver Scrutiny right here is a card I have always loved. And again, no Memory Deluge. This card has already seen play in standard alongside Memory Deluge, like in a format where Deluge was available to play. Like people will play a 1-up Scrutiny. So, you know, maybe, possibly, but who knows? I think I'm going to give it a 6, just a solid right out of 6. Skrell's Hive, I'm going to give a 7 too. Really, really high score, but I think again that toxic decks are going to be great, and there's going to be plenty of other decks that can leverage this after rotation. I do think that Skrell's Hive has a lot of work to do, and 7 sounds crazy high, but like, hear me out on this one. Pay me later. Slickshot Show Off, the best 2-drop aggro creature in standard. Like, for pure, unadulterated aggro that wants to get some speed in there, cast Monstrous Rage, and win the game, Show Off is just the single best 2-drop, and I don't even think that's, like, particularly debatable. I'm going to give this card an 8.6. Get it? 8.6. You watch Initial D. Speed. It's an Akina Speed Star, 8.6 for this card. Soulless Jailer, yes, that is an extremely high score. Soulless Jailer really looks like it should be great. Right? This card looks like it's pretty amazing, but no one ever plays with it. I'm just going to give it a 5, though. It is good. Shut up. Soul Partition is in here. A piece of removal that's a little bit out of vogue since like Get Lost is in standard, but we are going to lose Fateful Absence. If you want like a different white removal spell, this is actually like way better than it looks. You can use it on your own guys, whatever. I'm going to pour one out for the people who do like this card, because I feel like every 100th game on Arena, someone plays this card against me. So I know there are people that like it. I'll give it a 4. Souls of the Lost, another one of these, another Goyf, right? So what did we give Cruel Somnophage? I can't remember. So I'm just going to give this like a 2.9. Something like that. Spellbook Vendor. Kind of a fake Luminarch aspirant, but this is another one that like people like in their aggro decks from time to time. I haven't really liked it so far, but again, if you're hard up for options, it's not too bad. I'm going to give it a 5.1. Sten, Paranoid Partisan. Why does nobody play this card? Sten looks so good, dude. Like, but anybody playing this card? And again, I don't really see that changing either. So I'm going to say 2.9. Stronghold Arena, dude, is Abzan real? Abzan life game? We're going to do it. Abzan life game needs a Phyrexian Arena. That's here. I love this card, but it's like a brawl special, you know? So let's give it a 3.3. Subterranean Schooner, the boat. Get on the banana boat, everybody. I think this card is great and will have like a slight resurgence after rotation hits. It's been a little bit out of, favor for a couple of months now as Dimir kind of winds down. Since the Pro Tour happened, Esper has been like the definitive sort of blue-black mid-range deck in Standard. And those decks don't typically play Schooner, but again, after rotation, I think that will change. We'll revert back to a boat deck, and this card will again be important. It's a bold prediction, but I do think that's what we're looking at. And I think the boat is like, we gave Show Off an 8.6, mostly because of like initial D memes and stuff, but also because like I genuinely believe it's the premier like format defining aggro 2-drop. Subterranean Schooner, I'm going to give an 8.22 because I think that I'll give an 8.22, not Tambien, not 2TOO, not as well, but an 8.22. Because I think that this is also like fairly format defining in a lot of ways. Sir Jinjin, you guys know how much I like Sir Jinjin. He has been knighted in my book. Sir Jinjin is a very, very sweet Magic card, but I really don't want to give this more than like a 5.25 because it isn't more than that. It isn't as much as that, but I just had so many good times with it, and it's so much better than people give it credit for. And again, in a format, this is true of all artifact creatures. But again, if people start playing more Go for the Throats because white removal is not as good, so we just see more blue-black. People are on 4 Go for the Throats in every single deck. Surge Engine is a killer, dude. So like, just keep that in mind too. Surge Ginger. So Surge Engine, Surge Ginger is the next card. I'm also kind of a love affair with this card. It is also in cookies, but usually is just a 1 or 2 not the most important card in that deck. And it's like the only deck it pops up in, but good Lord, do I love Surge Ginger, man. 5.55. Call me. 555. Tablet of Completion over here. 2 mana for actually a much better card than it gets any credit for, but I just still think there are probably better ways to play a Maze Mind Tome. Kind of, but I might be wrong about that. Does this like replace Celestis in certain decks? Probably not, but it is much better card advantage than it appears. And I've seen some people try it out at like different points in time, and I don't know, it's not terrible as far as oil counter cards go. So I give it a 4.31. Tai Joaquin, perfect shot. Tai Meme, more like it. I did see Power Dragon do some fun stuff with this card the other day, but still, that's not great. It's like in Boros, like Burn, like it is worth a lot of card draw, but Boros Burn's probably not a deck. I wish we'd have gotten Flagian Standard. That would have been sick, but still. 2.9, yeah. Tangled Colony. In this Tangled Colony, it's a Postal Service reference. The band. Anyway, I'm old. This card's cool, man, but that's all it really is. You know what I mean? It's only ever been cool. 2.2. Tyrion's Journal, on the other hand, is a really awesome Magic card that might eventually get its real moment in the sun. 5.37 for Tyrion's Journal. 10th District Hero is not as good as anybody wanted it to be. Poor 10th District Hero. More like 10th District, 0 District 0. Got him, finally. Got her? I don't know. Fun card, though, right? But this is no, like, Evolved Sleeper or anything like that. So, neat design, but that's about where it stops. 2.1. The Ancient One. I should also give this a 1, right? Like, we don't even have fight rigging for this to do cool stuff with. I don't know, man. I guess you could still do the Gitrog Monster thing where, like, it saddles Gitrog Monster and you draw like 8 cards. That's cool. But I just don't know if that's good enough. I will never know if that's good enough. So give the Ancient One a 1. Why not? That's harmless. The Filigree Silex is up next. Watch it be like amazing. Filigree Silex I actually really, really like as a sweeper for decks that don't have access to better sweepers. And there's a surprising number of those. And it even sees like some sideboard play against tokens decks, and the occasional Boros deck will, this will get sideboarded in against. So I actually like this card like a lot on a competitive level, but not so much I'm going to give it like a nutso score, you know what I'm saying? So let's just give it like a solid 4.9. 5.1. Let's put it on the other side of that divide. The Goose Mother right here. This has actually seen recent play in the 4-color Legends deck, where CFT Soak, like legendary brewer CFT Soak, decided to throw a 1 of in there, and it's actually really good in there. It's a mana sink kind of. It's a good card. But I really can't say that this is going to see too much play, right? It's no like Hydroid Crasis, definitively at this point. So, 4. Sure. The Iron Crag, a 2-mana rock in standard that does see play in like a bunch of different stuff. Not necessarily a lot of standard decks, but like, you know, a lot of arena decks, and does see play in like Synthesizer from time to time, even though it's not a 3-drop. Just a good card overall. You just don't see a lot of rocks in standard. For being a 2-mana rock in standard, I'm going to give you a 6.9. It is very nice to have at least one of those. The Key to the Vault is a trap, 0.97. The Raven Man is a trap, but a very, very, very tempting one at that. I like this card, but even when it provides value, it doesn't provide like enough value most of the time. It is one of the tempting like reasons to build a discard deck in standard, but trust me, it's not good enough. That said, 3.8. Because I like it. The Stone Brain, another kind of a meme, but again, you know, sideboard sort of special here. So 3.6. Throne of the Grim Captain, massive meme, 1.2. But you guys remember when we hit Throne of the Grim Captain and got the Grim Captain on turn 4 against CGB? Legendary moment here on stream for early access. For that reason, card gets a 9. Torpor Orb over here is in standard. You guys remember this card was in standard? I forgot, but it's Torpor Orb. So whatever I gave Doorkeeper Thrall, but slightly less than that. It was like a 6, something like that. Transmogran's Crown. I freaked out about this card when it first came out, and I will still continue to freak out about it. I will not budge. This card is good, and I promise you. You're an idiot. Dude, you're wrong. It can't possibly be me. This card is good. One way or the other. Just pure power level. The card's fine. I think that I'm going to give Crown a 4.9, right? Let's put it on that side of that divide. Treasure Map. This is my weapon of choice for like Amaze Mind Tome in standard, right? This doesn't draw you any cards right away. You have to wait turns, but what it does do is ramp you and draw you cards and give you a land, which is technically ramp, and fix your draws up till then. I really like Treasure Map, like a lot. And I think when the format slows down and has real mid-range decks in it, without all these crazy card draw options like Esper has now, Treasure Map is a much more attractive card. It has seen play in the past, and I think it could now. Again, especially in decks like mono white or something that just don't have a lot of card draw options. So I like Treasure Map. I've advocated for it enough here. I will give Treasure Map a 6, but it's probably not going to live up to that expectation. Unyielding Gatekeeper. Remember when everyone thought this card was good? And I was like, no, well, it's not. I won't say everyone thought the card was good, but I saw a lot of like talk about this card online, and I was like, no. So I give this card a 2. Urborg Lurgoyf is up next. Another Lurgoyf. What have we been given these? So like a 2.3. This is an actual Lurgoyf though. 2.4. 2.35. Wadmere, New Blood. This card is great, man. This card is so fun to play with. And surprisingly gets pretty big pretty fast, even if you're not doing like Tiny Bones joins up tricks and stuff like that. So I'll give Wadmere like a surprising 5.9. I think this is like a sneakily good black 2-drop. Valiant Veteran. Again, if soldiers are real, this is good. And like, this is probably the best of all these like random Anthem effects that stay in standard just because soldiers is kind of a real deck. So I'll give it a slightly higher score, 4.8. No, it's getting like a 5.2 or something because it's just like the best soldiers card. Venser, Corpse Puppet over here. I like this card, but like 2, Valdalian Hexcatcher, the other best of the Anthem effects that stay in standard, and the best card in Merfolk too. Almost certainly the best card in Merfolk, aside from maybe like Tashana's Tidebinder, but still a good card just in and of itself. But I can't give it more than like a solid 5. Like if Merfolk's a deck, it's great. And I actually kind of like this card outside of Merfolk a little bit. I kind of do, but it's not good enough. Vron, Executioner Thane, we've had a lot of good times together. We're going to continue having those times. My personal scorecard, Vron gets a 7.75, but objective scorekeeping, Vron gets like a 3.6. You know what I mean? Vraska Joins Up is next as we quickly finish off the 2-drops here soon. Vraska Joins Up is... God, it's really not bad. It's not a bad card, but I'm just going to give it like a 4.3. It could be better. Whale of the Forgotten is another one. Like it's another, blue-black card that could be good in control if you do just the right thing. But Descend 8 is, so much. Like you have to have so many cards in your yard and it's sorcery speed. So this is nowhere near the card that like the detective thing is, the flash. Well, not flash, but like instant speed, 2 mana gives you a 2/2 detective and a bunch of other value if you collect evidence or whatever it is. Like that card I think is much, much better. No, if the creature died, which is better than collecting evidence. This card is not as good. Sorcery speed is a real trap on this, so I'm just going to give this like a 3. Weatherlight Completed. This card is so good, man. Why does no one ever play this card? I'll give this card a 4. White Sun's Twilight. This is actually a pretty good freaking sweeper here that I don't think people are on enough, but 6.7. Really high, but just very good sweeper again that people aren't taking seriously enough. World Soul's Rage, it loses most of the good stuff, not only the Nuka Penlands, but it's also going to lose like Memory Deluge and a couple of other important cards of the deck. So this probably goes way down to like a 4 or something, but always going to be like a decent choice if you're going to play a huge X spell in your deck. It's probably the best one in Standard. Zenith Chronicler. It's cool. Cool card. 3. But we're in the 3-drops, everybody. Whew, we made it to the 3-drop. Excellent news, everyone. Abuelo Ancestral Echo is bad. Much as you want it to be good and like blink your dudes and be awesome, it's bad. Let's give it a 2.5. Ether Channeler is bad. As much as you want it to be good and like bounce stuff and be like a mana war, but even better because you might get a bird or draw a card or whatever. It's so good. It's not, man. I want it to be good so bad. If this card were printed in 2007, it would be a freaking monster, but we are close to 20 years past that. So right now the card is like a 2.6. I think it's better than Abuela. Akal Pakal. This is a fun card to say. Ackle Packle. How are you supposed... Akal Pakal is how you're supposed to say this, I think. And it looks fun and all good and whatever, but it's not. It's not a good card. Can't be cut down. Doesn't make it good. But it's a huge butt, isn't it? I don't know if I've ever noticed this card's a 1/5. But still, just not good enough. I'm going to give this card like a sleepy 4, right? Like, it's still not good enough. 4 is not. That's way too high, but... I'm going to do it. Alquist Propt is up next. This is another card that's like better than it looks, but still not very good. 4 for this. Ancient Cornucopia, awesome card. Replaces Celestis in some ways, and we've already seen some people just juicing this card this season, haven't we, man? Cornucopia, I'm going to give like a straight up 6.52. This card is very good. Watch out for it. An Impakal Thousandth Moon. Well, we lose Adeline. And an Impakal is an interesting replacement for Adeline, but Adeline not seeing a whole lot of play right now. You could also argue in some ways this card replaces like Rafine. I don't know how successfully you'd argue that, but this is a 3-drop legendary creature in Standard that gives you a ton of value when you attack. And it doesn't have to attack. It can have value the turn that you play it, just like Rafine, even staying out of combat. I think these are all really, really good things. I'm going to give an Impakal a 6.5 as well. I think we gave that to Cornucopia. I'm going to give it to a Nim. Anointed Peacekeeper is an awesome 3-drop, dude. This card is a really good 3-drop. 6.5. 3 in a row, 6.5s. Another round, kind of a disappointment, honestly. I want this to be Yorion. It's not Yorion, but I don't know. You could try to work some stuff out with it. And again, if there's just the right combo deck, it's awesome. But we don't have it yet, and I don't see it really breaching more than like a 4.21. Archdruid's Charm. Awesome card too. Another commander special, sort of cube special card, right? That could have a moment, but as it stands, I'll just give it a solid 5. Moving down to Arnie Metalbrow, 2.6, sure. Assimilation Aegis, still awesome in the blue-white sort of synthesizer decks, and I think it's still going to really serve an important purpose in those. Especially, again, they're going to have access to less important white removal, theoretically at least, once the new format hits. I really do think that's something to bring up. Wandering Emperor, March, these are very, very good pieces of removal. And yeah, we'll still have Ossification. We'll still have Get Lost. We'll still have a couple of decent white removal pieces, but Assimilation, I guess, will be especially important in the deck it already goes in, even more important than it is now. So, Asai over here, we'll give a 5.67. Audience with Tristani is just a terrible Magic card, 1.9. Aven Interrupter, a great Magic card, 6.56. Ayara, Widow of the Realm, as much as I like it, it's not that good. It's just not that dang good, as much as I want it to be. But it does let you fling stuff, and like, oh my goodness. I really can't give this card less than like a 4.7 in good conscience because I like it so much. Baral and Kari Zeb, what's this card do? What's it do? 2.6. Once you actually read what it does. Whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell each turn, you may cast a spell with lesser mana value that shows a card type with it from your hand without paying its mana cost. If you don't get to do that, you get a Ragavan. Still bad, though. Balloona Grand Squall is a cute Magic card, but even a 3-mana 4/4 just isn't great. With all that extra value, just isn't as good as it wants to be nowadays. An instant speed thing that can draw you like 3 or 4 cards, just... how is it not good? But it's not. 4.1. She's my type. Blade of Share Souls over here. Really hasn't done much, right? There's like 7 different infinite combos, and one of them actually rotates. The Dominating Vampire combo rotates. Actually losing combos left and right, but I can't give this more than like a 2.1. It's fun, though. Bloated Contaminator doesn't even go in the Toxic decks right now, but might after rotation. Just really like this card. Super solid thing. It may be, less big than a Pugnacious Hammer Skull, but I still love it to pieces. I'm going to give it a 6. Bloated Processor. Love this too. Why does it only sack Phyrexians? Coward. I'll give it a 1.9. Braided Net. Important card again in synthesizer decks, and always better than you think. It's kind of like a 3-mana Icy Manipulator, like 9 times out of 10 for like the purposes you're going to use Icy for anyway. This is that. So that's not terrible. I'll give Net a 5.2. Braids, Arisen Nightmare. Really cool and goes great in that Orzhov Pixie deck, turns out. For sacrificing your Hopeless Nightmares later on. It's delicious. So, I don't know. Braids probably has some work to do. We'll give it a 5.9. Not quite a 6. Brassless Tunnel Grinder. Hey, remind me. Hey, I think that there are like 7 people that put remind me under the video. under the preview video, where I first talked about this card, and everyone was freaking out about how good it was going to be, and it just says win the game on it in 3 turns and all that. And I was like, I felt like I was one of the only people that was like, It's been months now. How'd that turn out? The card still has time to see play in Standard, but I just don't think it's going to. 2.8. Breaches, Eager, Pillager, still a good Magic card. Good in Pirates and good in a bunch of other stuff too. Just solid 3-drop. Probably not on the level of like Godric in a pure aggro deck, but still a good Magic card. 6.2. Breaches the Blastmaker. I hate this card. I hate this card so much. You have to cast 2 spells a turn, and if you're able to jump over that hoop, you have to have an artifact. That's another hoop. You got the second hurdle there. So cast your second spell a turn, and then sack an artifact, and then flip a coin. I hate this card so much. 0.94. Brotherhood's End over here is maybe the premier red sweeper in Standard now. 7.41. Calyx, Guided by Fate. Where'd all your friends go? Where'd the Kami of Transience go? Where'd Generous Visitor go? All your friends are gone. Where'd the guy that doubles up enchantment triggers? Where'd all your friends go? Without any friends in Standard, suddenly this has to sit at a table by itself. 2.3. Case of the Crimson Pulse. This is how you want to draw cards in red, especially out of the sideboard. 6.2, I would say. Case of the Ransack Lab. Bad case. Seems fun. Way too hard to actually solve, it turns out. Mana-wise and cards in hand-wise, resource-wise. Bad card. 1. Chrome Host Seed Shark. Cool card right here, man. Actually pretty playable, too. So I'll give Chrome Host a 6.7. 6-2. Claim Jumper. Why aren't you better? You guys know this is white ramp? You guys get this a 3-mana 3/3 vigilance that ramps you? Good card. Why doesn't anyone see it? You can search for a plains, not a basic plains. Any plains. That's a good card. 4.3. I'm serious. Corpses of the Lost. I know it sounds like low to some people, high to others. That's why 4.3 is about right. Corpses of the Lost. Will skeletons finally be a deck after rotation? Will skeleton aggro real past roto? Maybe. This card is... Don't sleep on Corpses of the Lost, dude. It's a 3-mana 3/2 haste, if nothing else. But I don't know. I really want to like it. I'll give it like a 4.78. Coveted Falcon is a bad magic card. It does do fun tricks with like Greedy Gamble or whatever it's called, but it's still really bad. 1.3. Cryptic Code. It's Cryptic Code, everybody. It's good. We know that's a good magic card, right? I don't see that changing anytime soon either. Much like if I had that code, I wouldn't change it anytime soon. Oh boy. 6.31. Maybe it should be higher than that. Danitha Nubanali is like, awesome card, dude. You can just cast ours and equipments from your yard. Sweet 3 keyword abilities. Not good. I apologize that it's not good, though. 2.21. Sneeze button, right? Turns out I didn't have to sneeze. It faked me out. Delaney Streetwise Lookout is a cool magic card, man. Panharmonicon for small fries. 5.4. Draconic Destiny over here is like a 2. That's probably right. Can we give that a 2 and just like move on? Ariette of the Charmed Apple, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my sneeze phased out. It'll come back. Ariette of the Charmed Apple. God, I love this card so much. I love this magic card, but sadly, you're like a 3, lady. Errant and Giada. The only Giada we'll have left after rotation. 3.7. Esoteric Duplicator. Man, this card's neat, but it's not more than like a 2.9, right? It doesn't even really see play in the synthesizer decks. Like you'd think it would be in there, but it's kind of not. You know, Atrada Deadly Fugitive meme card, but does look like Halle Berry, so like at least a 3.3. Fibblethip Lost on the Range meme card 3.2. You are not in any way attractive. I do. He does have very pretty eye. Forensic Gadgeteer. This card has 2 awesome lines of text on it that will never actually see real play in Standard. And that's the saddest thing I've ever said in my life. Because look at these lines of text. Oh my God. But still, this really goes to show you the line of demarcation between Commander and Standard. Like even Standard is a little too competitive to be paying this much mana for what you're actually getting out of this card at the end of the day. So 4.1. That's really, I wish that it was. Bibblethip does have some Riz. The hat is helping. Fortune Loyal Steed over here. Just, saddle memes. We'll give all the saddle memes like a 2. Right? Free Strider Lookout. Okay. Everyone wanted to say this was the new, like, hot truth when Outlaws came out. And I just kind of sat back, like, waiting, like, is it actually? And I will say, like, the Free Strider Golgari deck, like, 5-0'd, like, some leagues. But when it came down to, like, really see what's good in Standard and go to the Pro Tour, like, nobody took that deck. And it's for a reason. Just Lookout is a little bit fragile in terms of, like, what ramp you're actually getting out of it most of the time. Like, it either pops off like crazy, get you, like, 4 lands, or get you nothing, which is, I think, the case, like, more often than not. I want to love this card, but... we've been giving like the average mana dork like a 4 or a 5 all night, so I'll just give this like a 4.2. Geralf, the Fleshright. You have to say the name of the card right or you end up sounding really nasty. But, God, this card seems fun. This is like a commander. Not just a commander card, but like a commander in mono blue, and that's probably the best thing you can do with it. 2.2. Geth. Thane of Contracts. He's a big old crab man. I look like the bad guy in Monsters, Inc. I give that bad guy like a 2.2, and I also give Geth a 2.2. Gired, Mirror of the Wilds. Infinite combos, boys. 3.1. Gix, Yawgmoth Prior. Now you're playing with power. Nintendo power. Remember that slogan? Gix is a monster of a Magic card, baby. And I think that this will be really important after rotation. This might actually really be the best replacement for Raffine in Raffine decks. Like, I think we just move from like Esper Raffine to Dimir Gix or something, you know, and like the Golgari decks that are trying to mid-range people out, like those will also very likely be Gix decks. This goes extremely well with the turn 2 Deep Cavern Bat, which will be one of the most important cards in Standard. Gix just has so much to do, man. Excellent Magic card. This will be one of the highest scores of the night. 8.78. Just hinging on 9 here. When we talk about format defining cards, I fully expect Gix to be one of those in the next environment. I think like turn 2 Boat or turn 2 Deep Cavern Bat into turn 3 Gix is going to be like an extremely common line coming up. Glissa Sunslayer, though, given as far as 3-drops go, giving it a run for its money, you know, like this is also a very, very good 3-drop. I think that one of the reasons for Golgari, you know, being a deck you want to look at coming up is not only because you can play Gix in your Golgari deck, you can play Glissa in your Golgari deck, you can play Preacher of the Schism in your Golgari deck, you can play Sentinel of the Nameless City in your Golgari deck. Like, there are just so many good 3s. And there's like a kind of top 5 3-drops for Golgari decks. And you have to decide which ones you're going to play, but I think Glissa is going to end up as one of, at the very least, anytime you're building Golgari. And often it's going to be more than a one of. This is a card that threatens to take over the game, and obviously the like Glissa into Sheoldred line is still like really powerful. So, and the I should have mentioned that with Gix too. The Gix into Shelly line is like unbelievably good, and you don't have the Raffine into Shelly line anymore to draw you a million cards and gain a bunch of life, but you do have Gix to help do a similar line. So I think all that's going to be important. Glissa, I think is It will see play in less decks altogether than Gix. It's harder to play than Gix. So I'm going to give it a slightly lower score here, but I still think that Glissa deserves like a 7.6 here. Like a point lower or whatever, but still a premier important 3-drop in the format. Godric might be the best aggro 3-drop, just off the top of my head. If you're playing 3-drops in your red aggro deck, Godric is probably your best chance, especially in a deck with Slick Shot Show Off, right? Because you go Show Off plotting on 2, and then on 3 you go Show Off into Godric. Doesn't really matter that you didn't cast a spell, because Godric gets swole, right? So I think that just Slick Shot decks are a way to get Godric to pop off. Same thing with like whatever the red plot card is, the red aura that plots on turn 1, right? If you go Godric on 3, unplot your demonic whatever, I forget what the name of the card is, but like enchant Godric with it, swing in for 5, you're feeling good. So altogether, I think that Godric is, again, just a premier 3-drop in the format, but for completely different decks than I've been talking about the last like 3 minutes. But if Mono Red is a deck, Godric's almost certainly an important part of it. So I'll give Godric a 7.71. Growing Rights of Itlimoc. You're just never going to be a good Standard card, are you? 3. Guardian of Girapur over here. Guardian of Girapur is actually a really strong Magic card, but remains to be seen if it's strong enough. This is another one, actually, that's really good in that Pixie deck. The Pixie deck that's like black-white, and it picks up Hopeless Nightmares, and it picks up a couple of other cards and replays them. Guardian can, phase out any of your artifacts, phase out your Pixie. Your Pixie comes into play and like gets to pick something back up. Guardian's good in that, but it's good in a bunch of stuff. That said, current performance, I really don't want to give the card more than like a 4.99. Gumdrop Poisoner is in here. Again, if Black-White Life Gain is a deck, this is a card, but probably won't be. We'll have to wait and see. I do think Poisoner's a solid Magic card, though. 4.33. Gwenna, Eyes of Gaia, good Magic card. I don't think anyone would really argue, but it hasn't done too much in Standard. 3-drops that die to cut down aren't that playable unless they actually do something when they come into play, or some other value. Like Gumdrop Poisoner is a 3-drop you want to play, right? Well, it creates food token. That's value. It also blows something up when it comes to play. That's value. Like Gix and Glissa, like these are just extremely powerful 3s. They also don't die to cut down, by the way. But Gwenna, if it survives a turn, will play an amazing card, but often doesn't survive that turn. So I'm just gonna give this like a 4. Next, can we get next? Haughty Jin. Is it still good in the next format? Probably. But is it that good? Like, we're in a format where Haughty Jin is just kind of a meme, and that's crazy. It's such a good Magic card. I almost want to rate this in a vacuum and just say like 7, but nah, the performance I expect out of it in the new format, 5.6. Watley, Poet of Unity, so much value on one Magic card, but it costs a total of like 8 mana. This is another one that multiple content creators were like, you drop it on turn 3 and then on turn 5 you win the game, but that's just not true. I have to give Watley like a 3.7. Actually, let's give Watley a 4.2. Again, I think it's fine in the back. Hunted Bone Brute, just not a great Magic card, guys. Sorry. 2.8. Hercule Master Wizard. Again, I want this to be great, but it's just not. 2.6. Hilda's Crown of Winter. 2.61. Iker Moon Gauntlet over here. God, this card wants to be good. This card wants to be good, man. It's just not. 2.2. No, 2.11. Slightly better than Crown of Winter, right? In the Trenches. Remember when Glorious Anthem was a playable Magic card? Used to be. They figured they'd just slap a, removal spell on Glorious Anthem, and it's like good enough, but it's still not. That's really sad. We have War Leader's Call. It's just probably better than this in most cases. And it barely sees play, which is nuts, right? So, I don't know. I have to give this card like a 3.8, but it hurts my soul. It hurts my old head soul. Into the Fire. This is kind of a red sweeper. But Brotherhood's End's better, especially in a format that also has like Synthesizer in it. Brotherhood's End's just a much better card. So it's a sorcery too. Could have at least made it an instant. Vampire's Vengeance is better than this. I guess it rotates. Either way, worst score for a sweeper we've seen all night, I think. 3.1. Invasion of Segovia. Cool card. Let's give it a 3.89. Invasion of Theros. What does this do? Whenever it enters the battlefield, search your library for an Aura God, Demigod card, reveal it, put in your... Oh, it's this thing. And on the other end, it's Ephara, which has lifelink and indestructible as long as you control at least 3 other enchantments. Whenever another enchantment enters under your control, draw a card. That is such a good card, isn't it? That is such a good Magic card. Hate that you have to attack it down to actually get Ephara in play, but I don't know. I want to give the card a 3.6. Karavek the Punisher. I'll give this a maybe surprising 6.4. Like, I think this card is really good. Every time it pops off for me, it just like wins the game. Kambal, Profiteering Mayor. Some cards I'm going to just like, and I can't help it. I refuse to be objective on occasion, and Kambal is one of those cases. 5.3. I love this dude so much. Karn Silex, neat little, colorless removal spell, but sees even less play than Filigree Silex, and even less play than like Blast Zone in a lot of cases, but I like this card. I can't stop myself. Let's give it a 5. Karamonix the Rat King. Great in rats, bad in most other things. Let's give it a 2. Kayla's Command. God, I want this card to be great, and it just never really is. I always nice my opponents when they play it, and then they invariably lose the game. I don't know that I've ever lost to an opponent that resolved a Kayla's Command. I'm not trying to brag. I want this card to be better than it is. So I'm just going to give this like a 2.9, which is way too high, but it's for the homies. Kayla's Reconstruction in here. Fun little combo piece that actually does a lot of neat stuff in Standard at the moment, but no one's doing. There's probably a reason for that. I think after rotation, there's all kinds of fun stuff you could do with this. We'll see if it ever pops off. Just for potential's sake, I'll give this a 4.5. Keldon Flame Sage. You're terrible. Get out of here. 1. Kellen Joins Up is a neat join up. It's a 3-drop that doesn't make you skip your turn 3. Not really. You literally skip your turn 3, but then on turn 4, you get to explode. Now it's time to really explode. King of the Hill references aside, though, I will give this card a 4.11. Kellen, the Fey-Blooded, is up next. Not a particularly good Kellen. I got of all the Kellens, this is one of them. This is a 3.0. No, it isn't. This is a 2.6. Kellen the Kid is up next. I really like this Kellen. I like this Kellen so much. And I think that in a format where we don't have Rafine, this does like an interesting little, I'm a 3/3 flying lifelink for 3 mana. You won't play me. I know Rafine's not available, but I do some pretty good stuff. Still, I'm not sure that it's ever going to be quite there. I will give this card a 5.2, though. King Darian, I took high school Latin. I took a year of high school Latin. So, oh my God, it's L50? What is 50? Is L50? I think so. That'd be 45, 48. King Darian the 48. Am I correct? Somebody else in chat says 48. I'm going with it. I think King Darrion is actually a really solid card. I actually do think it's a solid card. So I'm going to give it a 5. Yeah, man. Stop me. Kitesail Larcenist is so good, and like Brutal Cathar is rotating and stuff. Kitesail Larcenist is a surprisingly decent card. In the Pirate decks, it's great, right? So I'll give this card a 5.8. I'm so serious. Krenko, Baron of 10th Street, why aren't you better? 2.9. Sure. Cutzel's Flanker. People are starting to catch on. I was really, man, I was worried because I made this like maybe in my top 10, maybe even in my top 5. I put this card way up on my list of like Ixalan cards, and I didn't see play for like a month. And then slowly but surely, more and more decks playing Cutzel's Flanker because the card is unbelievably good. So it took a while, but people realized it. I think CGB is the one that like got everyone on this card finally, but thank God for Dan, I guess, is all I have to say for that one, because even if I can stand up on my tiny soapbox and scream from the top of my tiny mountain and no one hears me, as soon as CGB says, like, you guys should play this card, like, everyone gets it, and I feel slightly vindicated. So, Cutzel's Flanker, I'm going to give a 7.212. This is a very good Magic card. Kylox's Voltstrider. This is another one that I think people need to catch on to how good this card actually is. But that said, I'm not going to score this one high. It's like a 4.8. Lamplight Phoenix is not... What's this card do? What's this card do? You can collect evidence for when it dies and it comes back. Not a bad Phoenix, but it won't see play. 2.68. Somewhere in there. Laughing Jasper's Flints. If you're going to play Outlaws, I guess it's one of your prime, payoffs. I actually, when I built the $5 like Outlaws deck, I did not think this card was very good. Even in the Outlaws deck. I was like, do I have to play this? Like, it's rare. I don't need to spend a whole 25 cents on this card. But I didn't even really love it there. So I'm going to give this card like a 1.8. Legions to Ashes. Just hasn't been good, has it? Sorcery Speed 300 removal. Who needs that garbage? 2.8. Liberator, Urza's Battlethopter. Memes are fun, but like I like this card. Like it's better than it looks, but especially with good cards rotating that go really well with it, like High Speed Hover Bike and stuff. This card gets even worse than it already was. It's pretty bad. So I'm going to give Liberator like a 2.6. It hurts my heart. Lila, Taronga Lila, undefeated slick shot over here. Cool card. This is another one I think that people need to try out more often because this card is better than it looks. But that said, 3. Liliana Odavale. Oh my goodness. She's Irish. Liliana Odavale. I'm Irish, by the way. I can say that. This is... Oh my God. No, it's too early for my my 3-drop chat, choice. Oh, somebody plays Legions to Ashes in chats. D Tigertron, good job. Somebody's got to play it. Liliana of the Veil is... Oh my God, that's hard, man. Liliana of the Veil is a 7.9. No, it isn't. Liliana of the Veil is a 7.7. Yep. Yeah, everyone in chat's like, it's a 7. I'll give it a slightly more credit than that, but not much more. Maybe we'll go down to 7.5. 7.5 on Lily. Lana War Green Widow. Man, card's awesome, but again, all domain cards get slightly worse. I will give this a 1.3. Loot, the key to everything. 0.96. I wonder if this card ever pops off and I just look like a fool, but yeah, 0.96. Lauren of the Third Path, 8. let's give Lauren a good old 8 ski. This card is just unbelievably good. I'm 100% serious, by the way. Lord Skitter, Sewer King. Well, Graveyard Trespasser rotates out. Lord Skitter, tag in, baby. I think that you're going to come off the bench now because we don't have Trespasser, especially in like crime-based decks, which may kind of catch on, right? So Skitter, I'm going to give like a 7.7 to. No, because we gave like a 7.5 to Lily. So 7.4 to Lord Skitter. So we have to talk about that Lauren 8. That's madness. Nope. Lauren is that good of a Magic card. Lauren is 100% an 8 in my book, dude. Like Lauren's amazing in Standard right now. Lauren's an 8 in Standard right now, and that absolutely doesn't change. One of the best sideboard cards in the format, and so good that she very often sees main deck play. Even doing what she does, she's a disenchant on a body. She still sees 1 to 2 of main deck play in the best deck in the format. Lauren's an 8, no questions asked, dude. Lauren's incredible, man. Lotus Ring, again, memes, nightmares. 1.25. Mabel, Heir to Cragflame. This is a Bloomburrow card. Yeah, best Reclamation Sage of all time. Yep. Mabel, Heir to Cragflame. What the hell are you? This is 3 mana, Boros colors, 3/3 legendary mouse, other mice you control. Mice deck, they get +1/+1. So right now it's a strictly worse King Darien. It's 3 mana, 3/3 that doesn't anthem all your guys, just your mice. When Heir to Cragflame enters, create Cragflame, a legendary colorless equipment artifact token with equipped creature, gets +1/+1 and has Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. And also has Equip Tube. So a 3 mana 3/3 that also creates an equipment that gives +1/+1, Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. Equip 2. So this is actually also a 5 mana 4/4 Vigilance, Trample, Haste. If you want to look at it that way. This card's bad though, right? This card's kind of a meme. I don't know, like it creates value. It creates hella value. Like this is a 3 mana 3/3 Anthem effect. No keyword abilities of its own, and that's lame. But if it dies, you still get the equipment. Is this actually just worse than like a Living Weapon or a 4 Mirrodin? If this is worse than a 4 Mirrodin card, it's really bad, right? So 3.6. Malcator, Purity Overseer over here is 3 mana 4/4, right? Like it's 3 mana for 4 power, 4 toughness on 2 guys. It seems like it's good, but it's just never been very good. You did see 1-up play in like Legends decks for a second, but quickly, got shelved. So I can't give this more than like a 3.3. Marchesa, baby. This is a good Magic card, right? Like, look out for Marchesa. I will think it's going to be harder to play like 3-color mid-range once rotation hits, but I still respect Marchesa, right? You should do that. So I'll give Marchesa 5.9. Matzalantli, the 6.1. Matzalantli, the Great Door, actually does see standard play in multiple decks, actually, because now it's in the Synthesizer deck too. But this, I will have to just give like a 4.8 to. It's just super, super, super narrow card that even in the decks it's in, it sees like 1-up play. And it's just like super incidental that it's even in the deck. Mechanized Warfare up next. Will Aggro move to a Mechanized Warfare game plan? I don't think so. I think you want to like play Swift Spear on 1 or plot Slick Shot on 2, right? And then on 3, that's your like barrage turn, right? You want to like Lightning Strike or Shock variant while also having Monstrous Rage up. Like you want to play more than one spell on turn 3. So I'm just not sure Mechanized Warfare is really where it's at, but I'm still going to give the card a 6.1. Myria, Scholar of Antiquity. This is just a really, really neat build around that literally no one ever builds around. I will say the word non-token is really annoying on this card. 3.9. Metropolis Reformer, another cool card, man. This card is so cool. And if aggro is like a thing in the format, then there's a possibility this card is really good, but as it stands, 5.4. Miglos, Maze Crusher over here. You know, Gruul aggro is a thing and wants like a giant 3-drop, maybe. But again, the current Gruul aggro deck that looks to be taking shape already is like the Picnic Ruiner deck, right? You know, it plays like Monstrous Rage and Kyrion Beastcaller. Not Beastcaller, but yeah, Kyrion Beastcaller. And it's just really, really low to the ground curve-wise. Plays Tyvar Stand, blah, blah. And it just doesn't have room for this card. But still, all things considered, 4 for Miglos. Mirren's Safe House. What's this card do? As long as it's on the battlefield, it has the activated abilities of all land cards and all graveyards. It's actually kind of gross. Real, like, exploitability on this card. But as it stands, it's mostly just creature lands, right? Which is cute. 3. Monastery Mentor. What do you score? The Mentor. 4, I would say. Nahiri's Warcrafting. You see this every now and again to blow up like Shieldred and stuff, but I just think Witchstalker's Frenzy is the better card, all things considered. Every single little thing considered. Witchstalker's Frenzy is a million times better, but Warcrafting's still fine. 4 as well. No, 3.9. Nashi Moon's Legacy. This card's so good, man, but Nobody else seems to think so. 3.6. Nissa, Resurgent Animist, will get worse once all like the New Capenna sack lands are gone, but still a decent, like solid magic card that could have plenty of things to do. I like a landfall trigger in standard, especially on a solid magic card. You know, turn 2 Bristly Bill, turn 3 Nissa, let's kind of go. I don't know. 6.2. Oltak Matter Weaver. Card looks so good, but isn't. 3. One Last Job. Actually a really neat white reanimation spell, especially once Invoke Justice rotates. There's not going to be a whole lot of good white reanimation spells, but One Last Job's actually pretty good at it. I will give this card a 4.1. Fight Me. Ornery Tumblewag. Saddle Memes 2. Outcaster Trailblazer. Way better. This is another one. We kept looking at it. We kept looking at it being like, this card's good, right? And then the more time goes on, the more people are like, dude, Outcaster Trailblazer's a beast. Goes in weird combo decks, but it's also just a good magic card. 6.2 for this. Phyrexian Arena. What do you give? Phyrexian Arena. 6.5. Phyrexian Dragon Engine. Memes with Mishra and all that. We'll give it a 2.3. Poetic Ingenuity memes with dinosaurs. 2.3. Pelucanos Reborn. Very strong boy, actually. Still not a Pugnacious Hammerskull, which we're about to look at, but still a good magic card, man. I'm going to give this. What am I going to give Pugnacious Hammerskull? Hold on. I'll give this a 5.9. Pelucanos gets a 5.9. Preacher of the Schism, perhaps. When it really comes down to brass tacks, perhaps. The best 3-drop in standard. Maybe. It's in the top 3. I genuinely believe best post-rotation 3-drop, like top 3 post-rotation 3-drops in standard. With that in mind, I'm going to give this card the same score I was going to give Liliana. This is a 7.5. I'll give it the same score I did give Liliana, 7.5. What did I give Gix, right? What did I give Gix? Like an 8.6 or something? And this is close to Gix, better than Liliana in terms of the 3-drops you're going to play in your like black aggro and black mid-range decks. So I'm actually going to give this a solid 8. I'm going to bump this up all the way to an 8. I'm going to do that. Pugnacious Hammerskull. We finally made it. I asked myself what I would give this just a second ago, and so I ended up giving Pelucanos a 5.9. So I'll give Pugnacious Hammerskull a 6. I think just for 6.6, we'll give it a 6. Queen Kayla Ben Krug. Why aren't you good? Why aren't you good? 2.1. Just way too much setup to actually get it to work. Realmbreaker is a good card, usually a decent like one of in control decks that have Jace and Outrageous Robbery, right? It's kind of the millstone of the format. And I like Millstone. I'm going to give this a 5. Resplendent Angel, baby. Not going to have Giada and other angel-y stuff. But a decent life game payoff in a format that's lacking decent life game payoff. So I just always liked Resplendent Angel. It's a solid card. And I think that the definition of like kind of slightly above average. So 5.1. Rook, Hex Gold Nabber. What's this card do? What's this card do? It's a 3-mana 2/2 trample haste. It's a legendary goblin. Whenever an equipped creature whenever an equipped creature you control other than Rook dies, you may attach all that equipment to Rook. Okay, so it's bad. It's not a good card. 1.9. Riku of Many Paths. This is the modal meme of legendary commander guy. He's like probably should have. This guy looks like he was literally like the commander of one of the commander decks in the commander product. And they came up with something better that they liked more. So he just kind of got kicked into the standard set. 1.9. Rivaz of the Claw. Great little dragon payoff here, but it's kind of like worse than Gwenna. Like even, you know what I mean? Like you want to play Gwenna and Rivaz in your Dragons deck, and 9 times out of 10, you hope you draw Gwenna before you draw Rivaz. So, yeah. 3.7. Rocco Street Chef. Cool card here. Even with the symmetrical effect, it's still cool. 3.9. Actually, we'll give Rocco a 4.1. Rowan, Scion of War. 2.5. Rush of... Have I given anything a 2.5 yet? 2.5. Rush of Dread. Combos. Combos, everybody. I've been trying to play that combo deck for a while, like find the right build and the right color combinations. I don't think it has to be just mono black. And I've noticed that Rush of Dread is just kind of a solid card sometimes. You know, little half sweeper. And while I'm half sweeping you, I might as well make you discard half your cards. You know, it's honestly, sometimes it's not bad to cast it outside of the context of the combo, but Still, I can't give this more than a 4. Samit Vizier of Noctamun. This is a 3-drop that dies to cut down. What have we said about those? 2.6. Sandstorm Salvager. This is a 3-mana 1/1. I know it's a really 3 mana for 4 power worth of stats on 2 guys, but remember, we've talked about those. They're not necessarily good in and of themselves. Neat card in Commander, though. It is already seeing a fair amount of play there, and the price is actually relatively high because of that, but not a standard playable card, really. 2.7. Sanguine Evangelist. This is my lady right here. This is a good Magic card. I'll have to give Evangelist. Oh man. I think that this is no Imidane's Recruiter, but it's like another Imidane's Recruiter for the Boros decks in a lot of ways. If it stays in play for a turn, and often it doesn't, you're incentivized to kill it, but it also leaves behind 2 bodies when you do kill it. It's just so good in that deck. 7.1, 6.9, 6.9 for Avenge. I'll go on the other side of that. Again, a nice score of 6.9. Sarkhan Soul of Flame, speaking of dragons, seen a lot of dragon payoffs, right? But Sarkhan doesn't see much play. I do think it might be because he's from the March of the Machine Aftermath set. And like those cards just don't get a whole lot of attention, you know? I think people skip over them. They don't have them, right, to brew with on Arena because who has all the mythics from this set? So I think this card is like underappreciated and underplayed, but I still think that, you know, it's not that played for a reason, but it is a 3-drop that doesn't die to cut down. I'm still going to give this like a 4.6. Sentinel of Lost Lore should be better than it actually is, right? Interesting looking sideboard card that does an awful lot, but doesn't actually do that much when you get right down to it. It's 3.1. Sentinel of the Nameless City. This I think is in the best 3-drop club. Maybe the top 5, but bringing up the rear of that top 5, if I had to be like completely honest with you. So I'm going to give this a 6.8, something like that. I think it's in that neighborhood, like 6.7, you know, tamper it down. 6.7, sure. 6.71 as a matter of fact. I just think this is a very, very good 3-drop for Golgari decks, and that's not going to change. Shana, Purifying Blade, another decent life gain payoff. Maybe there are more of these than I thought, but still not one that sees a lot of play, despite the decent stat line. 4.1. Siege Vet. Awesome Magic card. Another soldier-specific card that also just Luminarch Aspirants every single turn. 5. Simian Simulacrum. Better than it looks, but still just a 4.6. Simulacrum Synthesizer. Not necessarily a format-defining card in the way some of the other cards we've talked about are. Because I think cards like Gix, right? And again, cards like, you know, Get Lost and Go for the Throat and stuff. These are format defining because they'll be in so many decks. If you're playing against a certain color, you're going to expect to see that card. Simulacrum Synthesizer is obviously way more narrow, but I do think this deck represents a very real threat in the upcoming format. So I'm going to give Synthesizer, being like the flagship card in that deck that makes everything run, I'm going to give this card a 7.8. Just because I think that it completely, you know, just creates just a very important deck by itself in the next format. Sky Strike Officer here. Another sort of soldier-specific card, but not necessarily one of the better ones. One of the more role-playery ones, but still good. So I'll give it a 4.1. Slow Bad Iron Goblin. What's this card do? 3 mana for a 3/3 Gobbo. It's legendary. Tap it, sack an artifact, add an amount of red equal to the sacrifice artifact's mana value. Spend this mana only to cast artifact spells or activate abilities of artifacts. Very artifacts heavy, isn't it? 2.6. 2.3. Spark Rupture is up next. Remember what this does? Nobody remember what this does. Not whatsoever. This makes a Planeswalker into a dude. 1. Squee, good aggro 3-drop. Decent aggro 3-drop in the new environment. Probably second only really in red decks, at least, to a card like Godric, but not that far second to a card like Godric. I'll give it a solid 7. Swimming Emergence, really decent, you know, piece here for, you know, reanimation decks, but I think it gets slightly worse. I think we lose cards like Otherworldly Gaze, if I'm not mistaken, and that's just an incredibly important card for that deck. So think Emergence gets even worse. And right now we have like Rest in Peace in the format. So that's kind of marked the exit of these Squirming Emergence decks. And that won't change anytime soon either. But I'm still going to give Emergence like a 6.5. I think if you are reanimating stuff in Standard, it's one of the top like 2 ways to do that. Staff of Completion. Okay. Proliferate memes still kind of around with cards like Planeswalker memes still kind of around with stuff like this. So I like the card, but I'm not going to give it more than a 4. Steam Core Scholar. Same story, 4. I like it, but I can't give it more than that. I do think this card is better than it gets credit for, but still. Sword of Forge and Frontier. Both swords here, Once and Future and Forge and Frontier. I'm gonna rate slightly differently, actually. Sword of Forge and Frontier, I'll give a 3.79 to. And then Sword of Once and Future, I'll give a 4 to. I think it's just much, 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 much better, especially in the upcoming format. I think blue-black is going to be a very, very real color combination. Sword of Wealth and Power. This is the worst sword in Standard. 1.1 for this. Talion's Messenger, a fairy-specific thing that's not actually that great when it comes right down to it, but will do the closest impression of Rafine once Rafine is gone. So they keep that in mind. I still don't think it's very good, though. So I'm just going to give this like a 4. And even that is very generous. Tazri, memes, everybody. Do you remember Tazri's in Standard? It's an Aftermath card. Aftermath cards are always like, what the hell does that do? Well, you know what it does? It gets a 1.3. Temporary Lockdown. Perhaps besides Sunfall, the single best sweeper in the new environment. We will give Temporary Lockdown a 7.6. It is format defining easily. Teysa, Opulent Oligarch, man. Let's give her a 4.9. The Ever-Flowing Well, 3.2. I want you to be good, but you're not. Huntsman's Redemption. A lot of content creators are on this, but I can't give it more than a 3.7. You know? Myco Tyrant. I want to love this. I wanted this card to be good, and it wasn't. It won't burn me again. 2.9. Stasis Coffin. We've had some fun stuff sometimes with it on stream, but it's obviously not a good card. It just isn't. It should be. It should be, but it's not. 2.9. Thrawn Spider. This has now finally found its home, the synthesizer decks, but it really only does that. 4.6. Threats Undetected. Not Gifts Ungiven at all. 0.99. 3 Blind Mice. Oh my goodness, it makes mice, so it gets slightly better. That means that I would probably rate this card a nowhere near Wedding Announcement 4.9 right now, but since there's mice in the format, I'll give it a 5. It's too high. Tishana's Tidebinder up next, ladies and gentlemen. This card... Tishana's Tidebinder gets... Oh, God. Chat. Your call. This is my 3 drop I'm going to throw to chat. What does Tishana's Tidebinder get ranked? While you're typing your answer, I'll consider mine. I think Tishana's Tidebinder gets a 7. I think this is at least a 7. If not, haven't turned my head yet. If not, like a 7.3. What you got? 7.5, 12. Somebody said 7. Somebody said 8.75. Yeah, this is definitely getting. It's definitely getting a real score. I see Flash, I rate high. Yeah, I get that all day. This is at least, I'd say 7.3 is probably a decent one, right? I'll probably live with that. Titania, Voice of Gaia over here, the 3-mana 3/4 Titania. Again, this just gets worse because the new Capenna lands leave, but it also won't have Slowgurk, and it just goes in the Slowgurk deck like incidentally, you know what I mean? So I have to dock it some points, but I'm still going to give it a 4.35. I like the card. Decasius Welcome, a commander card that like sometimes sees play in some standard decks, but usually not as more than a 1 or 2 up. We are, I believe, losing Welcoming Vampire, so if you want that kind of effect, you're kind of forced into Decasius Welcome at this point, or Assemble the Players, for that matter. But I could see this seeing some amount of play. It sees like sparing arena play every now and again. So I'll go to 5.2. Tomic, Wielder of Law. Play this card. Play this card. This card is really good, man. Don't even care about the affinity for Planeswalkers. Just what the card actually does is very good. Try to play this card. See how you feel about it, because I like it. But I'm not going to give it more than a 5, which is, again, a very high score for what this card actually does in Standard. Tranquil Frillback. This card is a 6.39. All day. Sees a ton of sideboard play and sneaks into a lot of main decks, too. Treacherous Greed. Ah, man, I liked you. I wanted you to be a thing, but you're just not. 2.1. Tribute to the World Tree. Cool mono green card, but again, really should have been printed in a Commander product. I've never seen a more Commander card in my Commander life. So, but I'm still going to give it a 4.2, right? Tristani, 3 Whispers, another 3 mana 4/4. Those just apparently are not good enough these days. 3.9. A very sad. Well, actually, I'm going to give it a 3.3 because she's 3 people. Tyvar, Jubilant Brawler. Cool card, man. Does combo-y stuff. It's an Insidious Roots. Is Insidious Roots a real deck after rotation? I don't think so. Still, this is in more than just Roots. It's actually in like 3 different decks right now, none of which are particularly good. Well, air quotes good. What, you want to play a good Magic deck? Loser. This isn't a few different like Mimi standard decks right now that are really fun. So I'm gonna give it a 5.3. Unctus Grand Meta Text. Man, you're so cool, dude. You're so cool. Anthem effect for artifact creatures and stuff. And I get to like, you know, loot whenever my blue dudes get tapped. It's so good, man. It's a good card. Why does no one play this card? It can't be cut down. Like, I like this card so much. So I'm going to give it a 4.3 and you can bite me. Undergrowth Recon is up next. Massive meme. Always hated this card. Now it's my chance to rate it. Show it how I really feel. 1.3. Urabrass Forge. Massively important piece, I think. We're talking about aggro 3-drops. Maybe this is the actual like mono red aggro 3-drop du jour. Of the day? No. Of the month, week, day, and year. Once we actually hit rotation. It's already in all the red aggro decks for a reason, man. Forge? Maybe I should have turned this one over to chat, but I'm going to give Forge like a 7.43. Like, this card is phenomenally good, and that will not change, whether it's in aggro decks or, you know, Jeskai Synthesizer or whatever. Urborg Scavengers, this is the other thing that could take the place of a Graveyard Trespasser as opposed to Lord Skitter, right? So if Lord Skitter's so dang good, I think Urborg Scavengers has to get like a 1/10 of a point less, right? What do we give Lord Skitter, a 7.4? This actually gets a 7.3. I like the idea of getting a rat every turn a little bit more than I like the ability to grow Scavengers. I want to grow my board state more than I want to grow this one guy. But I'm more than aware there's states where this is going to be much better. I just think all in all, Skitter is that 1/10 of a point better. But still a very good score. 7.4 when no one plays this card in Standard. Again, replacing Graveyard Trespasser is... that's good. Urza Lord Protector up next. This is not great, but you want it to be. You really want this card to be at least in like the blue-white synthesizer decks, but it's not even there. Even though they do play Mightstone and Weakstone, most of them don't even plan a slot for this card because the slots in the deck are really important. That said, I am going to give the card a 4.77 because like there are going to be some synthesizer decks that work it in. Urza's Silex, just maybe the worst of all of these like artifact-based, you know, wraps in the format, especially considering you have to have like white mana for it. It's just not great. 3. Vesuvian Drifter. Remember when everyone thought this card was going to be good? Remember? It's not. 2.9. Well, nah, it's better than Silex, right? 3.1. Voldalian Mindsinger is up next. God, I want this card to be awesome. I want this card to be so good, dude. Like, look at it. It steals stuff. That's awesome. It's like a Sower of Temptation or something. Like control magic on a body. I love stuff like this, but sadly it isn't very good. It just isn't good. So I have to give the card like a 2.9, but I really like this card. Thrill Seeker's still in Standard. It doesn't rotate. That's sick. That's awesome. This card's great. This card's so good, dude. I love Voldaren Thrill Seeker. High score. Are you ready for a higher score than you probably anticipated? Somebody says it's a 3.9 easy. Voldaren Thrill Seeker gets a 6.9. This card is so unbelievably good, and it's not just in aggro decks. It's in mid-range decks. It's in combo decks with Agatha's Soul Cauldron, right? Because this is just like the best activated ability in the format. Like, this is in 3 different important decks. It's even in like the Gruul aggro decks that do play a 3-drop, universally play this as their 3-drop, right? Because like, you know, I'll get my Picnic Ruiner up to 8 power and like try to get in. If I don't get in, that's fine. I can still just like fling it. It's like, Thrill Seeker is an unbelievably good Magic card. It just, you know, it's in the Yargle decks too, like whatever. It's in meme decks, but it's in real decks. Like this card gets at least like, I really want to give this card a 7. But I guess like 6.8 or something is the best I can do. Brasco the Silencer. I was really worried this card would be great, and then it wasn't. So, 3.12 on that. War Leader's Call, everybody. One of my favorite cards printed into standard in the last few years, man. Impact Trimmers is just a hell of a drug. So I'm going to give this card a 6.6. Next, Werefox Bodyguard. Will be the new Brutal Cathar, very likely, if I had to guess. Also has Flash, so it's really good. Like right now in the 3-drop, like white creature with Flash, you know, you've got like this and you've got the thing that like kind of counters a spell or whatever it is. They're both just phenomenal cards. I'm going to give this a 6.55. Wildwood Mentor, lame little card, honestly. It looks cool, but it doesn't get fast like big enough, right? So I'm going to give this card like a 2.19. Will, Scion of Peace. What did I give Rowan? A 2.5? I'll give Will a 2.4. Wojek Investigator. Cool 3-drop, but I can't give it more than like a 3.8. And even that, it's pushing it. But I actually think this is better than people give it credit for. World Waker Helm up next. Meme-ish card. 1.99. Rin and Realmbreaker might help fix some mana once all the 3-color lands are gone, but I highly doubt that. I'm going to give this card a 4.19. Actually, let's give it a 4.20, specifically a 4.20. Wily Duke, a TN hero. Saddle Memes, it's a 2, but this card is actually really good outside of Saddle decks too, if you're doing the right things with it. And if there's like a tap your guy down, untap him, tap your guy down, untap him, like infinite kind of combo loop in standard, this guy becomes incredible. So draw your deck, gain a million life. So just keep your eye out. I think the dude has potential, but right now, like, you know, 3-ish, 2.8. It's like slightly higher than the standard saddle trash. Zimini and Dina, man, what a cool commander, but that is where it kind of tops out. And commander, as a commander, 9.8. As a standard card, 1.4. Really lame because I love both of these characters, and I love this text box, but boy, is it not good. Zur Eternal Schemer, another card. I love this character. I love this text box. Not a good card. If it's going to be good, it's going to be at its best in a format where like Leyline Binding is good and Leyline Binding gets worse, you know? So I just, Zur, I love you, buddy, but you're like a 2 at the very most. Abuelo's Awakening. It's in a combo deck with Rakdos Joins Up. You've all seen it. I called that this might be a card eventually. And even now, when it's a card, it's struggling to really be a card. It's in one massive meme of a deck that didn't make the Pro Tour and all that. All that said, though, I'm still going to give this like a 5.2. I think that outside of just the current combo deck, there might be other applications for this in the near future. Agris Kos. This has to be an anagram of something fun, right? Ragnarok. Argus Kos. His name isn't Argus. Anyway, I've spent too long on this card just trying to say his name. This card's a 1.111. Ajani Sleeper Agent. Cool dude, man. You're so awesome, Ajani, but you're also like a 3.6. Every time I try to play this card, it's so bad. 3.1, 2.1, 2.1 for Ajani. God, I wish you were better. Akul the Unrepentant did not do all the things I want him to do, but he's still got time, man. It's so good. This card's so awesome. It's 5-mana, 5/5 flammable. Come on, dude. Just because I can't help myself and it's my list and I get to do it, 5.6. I don't care. Annie Joins Up, one of the ones that's really seen some play in the Legends deck, but it's about to lose the deck that it saw play in and got cut from the Pro Tour anyway. So like Annie Joins Up has kind of been out of the 4-color Legends deck for a while. I'll give this card a 4.1. Quake Mole, baby. It's Anzi. Let's give Anzi like a 5 average. The card is average. It's a 5. Archangel Elspeth right here. No, I mean, like we've given cards that will see some sparing play, like a 4 point something, but I have to give Anzrag at least a 5. I just have to. Archangel Elspeth is so good. Why are you not playing this card? Have you tried to play Archangel Elspeth? You should try it. It's actually awesome. This card is good, dude. And I'm going to give it a 5.1. I think this card's great. Archangel of Tithes, I'll give this a 5 too. It's a pretty average Magic card. Archangel of Wrath. Man, it won't have like the domain decks to be in, and it loses Giada for the Giada decks, I guess, but you know, it won't really go in domain anymore. But I do still think this is like a pretty playable card, you know, like if you're playing Cavern of Souls, you're trying to get to Atraxa, you probably play Archangel of Wrath too, right? Like it's just a good Magic card. Great against aggro decks. This is a 7. Archangel of Wrath is a 7. Like all day. All day. No apologies. Archfiend of the Dross. You're no Shieldred, are you? Oh wow, we're in the 4s, by the way. I didn't even notice. We've been there for a second. Archfiend of the Dross, I'll actually give like a 5.62. This is a good Magic card. Archon of the Wild Rose, I'll give like a 2.62. This is a bad Magic card. Asinine Antics, I'll give like a 1.62. Actually, we'll give it a 2. Astor, Bearer of Blades. What's this do? Equipment stuff? 1.9. Aurelia's Vindicator. This card is so much better than anyone thinks it is. Like, even if you don't disguise it. Just like a 4 mana, 4 power flying lifelink ward 2. This card is very good, I'm telling you. 5.8. That's way too high. 5.3, and even that's high. Axebane Ferox takes over for Uvenwald Oddity after it rotates. Is that good enough? I don't think so. 5. Barbed Servitor, old Barbara over here, gets a 2. Bedrock Tortoise. Guys, this card's so awesome, right? We all love this card, right? I can speak for you when I say that all of us love this card. That said, what is it, like a 4? It's like a 4. Beseech the Mirror, 6. Let's give Beseech a 6. I think it deserves a 6. Bloodletter. Okay, so even outside of the combo decks, I like this card a good bit. And you can see playing like a mono black aggro deck at the top of the curve or something. So, again, it's not Shieldred, but I'm still going to give the card a 6.1. Let's go. Blossoming Tortoise. Remember when people played this card in Golgari? Remember that? Because it's not bad. It's not terrible. Blossoming Tortoise is so not terrible that I'm going to give it like a 5.4 as well. Brio Riptide Rogue. This is a Bloomburrow card. 4 mana, 2 of its Izzet. It's a 3/3 legendary auto rogue with prowess. Other creatures you control also have prowess. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, target creature you control can't be blocked this turn. That's kind of gross. It's 4 mana, so it's not going to pop off until like the turn after you play it. I think there might be a thing in Standard that already gives all your dudes prowess. I think it's in like the Aftermath set. Like it might be the Nar set that's in the Aftermath set gives all your guys prowess. It also costs 4 mana, sees no play. So there's that. That last line of text is actually really neat though, but I'm not going to score this more than like a 3. You're not going to fool me, Bria. You're awesome though. Bristlebud Farmer. Try to play this card if you haven't yet and tell me it doesn't like crush everyone's butts. It's a butt crushing card, dude. I'm going to give Bristlebud, because he is my Bristlebud, a 5.35. He's awesome. Now, Bruce, on the other hand, Bruce Tarl, not Bruce Tarl. His name is Bruce. I'm going to give Bruce like a 2.1. Case of the Locked Hothouse. You disappoint me every time I play you. 1.1. Clay Champion. Remember when everyone thought this card was going to be the new truth? It's the old lie. I'm going to give it a 1.9. Colossal Rattleworm. Kind of the same story as Clay. Remember when I was like, I don't know, guys. I guess I'll put it in my top 10, but I'm not too sure. It's just a fat guy. That's all it is. And that is what it did. That is exactly what the card did. But maybe with like a 4 fewer sets in Standard, it'll get a chance to shine. It's still a flash 6/5 trample, I'll give the card a 5.1. I'll do that. Conduit of Worlds is up next. This is another one that like it should be good, and every time you play it, it's just like dirt. It's not like there are games where like you get Conduit of Worlds in place, you get to untap with it in play, hit your sweeper, reset, Conduit wins you the game because you have like real value out of your yard for the rest of the game. That doesn't happen as often as you think it should. Like ever, So I'm just gonna give Conduit a 4. Decadent Dragon. What a neat card this is too. I had to make sure my nose wasn't bleeding. I thought it might have been for a second there. Decadent Dragon, I want to like so much, dude. And I'll give it my own personal score of a 4.3, even though it doesn't deserve that. Deep Fathom Echo, this gets a 3.8. Defiler of Flesh, neat 4-drop. Your name's not Shieldred, but you should play it if you haven't yet. This is another one that's kind of good, but I like Dross better. I like Shieldred better. I'll give it a 4.1. Defiler of Instinct. The Red Defiler, this one's actually really good too, but it's no Thundering Raiju, but Thundering Raiju won't be in the format. The secret is that mono red aggro decks just don't play 4-drops anymore. They just don't play them at all. So the card's not actually great. However, I will award this a 4.1. I do like this card. Devouring Sugar Maw is another one I like and want to give a 4.1, but I really have to give like a 3.7 to 3.8. It gets the extra 10th of a point for the art. Doomscar Warrior here is another card that I thought like people were getting excited about when they first saw it, and I was like, I don't know, guys. It does look like it should be good, though. I'm going to give it a 3.2. It won't be good. Double down, 1.999. Drag to the bottom over here is just not a great removal spell, especially once, all the triomes leave. So 3.1 for the sweeper. Drana Unlinvala, a commander card. Mostly cares about what your opponents are doing. 2, because I like Linvala. Elish Norn, man, really, really decent magic card here. And who knows what people will resort to now that Wandering Emperor is not clogging up the 4-drop slot in white decks. Elish Norn is a pretty good card to try out, though. Pretty good. Especially if you are playing like Boros is a real deck, like still the best aggro deck. Elish Norn, baby. It's a hell of a drug. So I'm going to stop using that joke and say that Elish Norn gets a 6.25. Sure. Encroaching Mycosynth. What's this card do? Non-land permanent you control are artifacts. The same is true for all of your stuff. So 1.1. Ariette the Beguiler over here from Outlaws. I already forgot that this card was even in the set. I already completely forgot. I think it's even worse in some cases than the original Ariette, but this has better stats than the original Ariette, so there is that. I'm still just going to give it a 3. Urtai Resurrected. Again, if we switch over to blue-black, this will be a premier card. This will effectively do the same thing that like Wandering Emperor did, but even more. This can counter spells in the blue-black deck. Just like you had to worry if they had 4 untapped mana about a Wandering Emperor. I think you'll have to worry when they have 4 untapped mana even more about an Urtai Resurrected in the upcoming format. Premier, like 2 of, I think, in a lot of the blue-black decks. In some ways, better in those decks even than Sheoldred. And I think it often kind of like puts the final pin in the game in those blue-black tempos decks. So I really like this. I think it's a bang-up card. Not necessarily format-defining, but has the potential to be, almost certainly. I'm going to give Urtai, what did we give Liliana? A 7.5? I'm going to give Urtai a 7.88. A 7.87. I'll bring it down like slightly here because I just think that this is going to be an extremely, extremely important card in the new format. Mark my words. Evolve Spinoderm. It's a Blastoderm. It's bad. Remember when Blastoderm was a good card? Yeah, I do. I remember my childhood very fondly. But this just isn't that great. 4.1. Ezri, Stalker of Spears. Not great. You have to pay 7 mana for the full value. Get out of here. 1. Fade from History. Decent sideboard card if, the things pop off, artifacts, enchantments, whatever. But they probably won't. At the end of the day, it's just a sideboard card. I know people might say that about Lauren, which I gave an 8 to. But this is strictly sideboard material. And not great. Also puts bodies on their side of the hill. Just not great. 3. Farsight Ritual replaces Memory Deluge. This will be almost certainly, I think, this will be like the first thing people try out to replace Memory D. And so I'm going to give this card a 7.19. I'm serious. This card's going to be good. Trust me. Fateful Handoff. Memes, everybody. 1. Fawn's Bane Troll. I want this card to be good, man. It's a 4-mana 5/5, dude. That can kill a thing. It's so good. I want this card to be like a 4.5 or like a 6.5, but it's closer to like a 3.5. Gixian Puppeteer, ladies and gentlemen. God, this card's awesome. But it's worse than most of the other good black 4-drops we've looked at so far. So I hate to do it, but like 4. Glistening Dawn, just bad. 2.9. Golden Argusy over here. You have to say it right. It's the golden. You got to get some of that Argusy. It's a card's like a 3.6. Greed's Gambit is the thing you're supposed to like donate to your opponent and stuff. It's not good. It's I'll give it a 3. Why not? Heliod, the Radiant Dawn, looks really good and is actually kind of bad, it turns out. I want this card to be much better than it should. This is another like 2015 special, This was printed in like the original Theros. People would have played the nuts off of it, but still, I have to give it like a 4.29. Next, we got Hellspur Posse Boss, Outlaw stuff, ladies and gentlemen, 2.9. Hide in Plain Sight, not good. Remember people were like, oh, it's Collected Company, and like everyone with a brain was like, no, it isn't. 0.96. Hostile Investigator starting to get its moment in the sun, baby. It was a bit of a sleeper. Here we are. We all knew it. Hostile Investigator is like a 6. Hostile Negotiations, on the other hand, another card I was very excited for that really never did anything whatsoever and probably never will. Let's give it a 2.4. Hulking Raptor. I love this Magic card, and I'm going to give it a 6. Yes. Hilda of the Icy Crown is a 2. Illicit Masquerade. We all thought this might be cool, but no, it's just way too much setup. Let's give it a 2.9. 2.6. Let's give it a 2.6. Ill-Timed Explosion over here. Cool sweeper. Good sweep. It's already even seeing play in the World Souls Rage decks. So 6. It's a sweeper, and it works too. At least a 6, probably more. Imitating the Pyro Hammer, Commander memes, Brawl memes. I don't even think this is a Commander card. It's a Brawl card. 1.4. Inga and Asika over here. I love this art. I have always loved this art. My entire life, I have loved this art. Like a year and a half, 2 years, but I don't know. Cool card. And again, when you really read the card, it seems like it should be playable, but it's just not. 3.9. Invasion of Innistrad. This is a thing that just murks like one creature, like Fatal pushes a creature. 2.3. Invasion of Kaldheim. 1.79. Invasion of Karsus. A kind of sweeper that might actually be a little bit more playable once we run a little bit drier on sweepers, but I'm not really seeing it too much. 4.8. 4.4. Jace the Perfected Mind, ladies and gentlemen. Here it comes. Here we go. I think that we're going to see, of course, like I've said, a few blue-white decks like have to cut cards, have to change strategies. And I think that not having Wandering Emperor to poop out tokens and make like real threats for you and take over the game means you might play a much more defensive, mill-focused kind of strategy in these blue-white decks, and Jace might be an incredibly important card in those decks. I already think Jace is an incredibly important card in multiple decks. Just a win condition at worst, and at the best of times, at the fairest of times, he's just like a little bit of like pseudo removal, draw a card from now and again, every now and again. I think Jace is just a very, very more than solid Planeswalker, and I'm going to give him a 7. Yes. Jaya, you're still in Standard? What are you doing? Wow. That's amazing. Go lay down. I'll give it a 5. I'm serious. I really like Jaya, like more than everybody else. Jol-Real. That's how you say your name. I love the 2-drop version of this card. And honestly, this 4-drop version looks really cool. This is another one I think more people should try stuff with. But end of the day, I can't give it more than a 2.3. Kaito Dancing Shadow. This is a good Planeswalker that doesn't get enough credit, but I'm still just going to give it a 4.4. Karn Living Legacy. Again, decent 4-drop Planeswalker that doesn't get the credit it deserves, especially in a format where you can play a lot of artifacts very quickly. Let me just say that much. So I'm going to give this a 3.9. Kaya, Spirit's Justice. Play this card. I'm telling you, can take over the game very quickly, but I'm not going to give it more than a 4.7. Kellen, Inquisitive Prodigy. Another decent Kellen, but this one gets right out of 5, I think. Kethic, Crucible Goliath. What's this card do? Gets a 2. That's what this card does. Koth, Fire Resistance. Maybe the best like mono red Planeswalker in Standard, but that doesn't really net it more than a 5.1. And even I think that's a slightly higher score than it should get, but I do think this is a good card. Krenko's Buzz Crusher, I will give a 4.82. Which again, maybe higher than you might think, but I think Krenko's Buzz Crusher is a decent card. Leyline Immersion, really, really bad card. Really, if you want to get blown out, try playing this one right here, bud. 0.96. Leyline of the Guild Pact. Some people think it might help replace, help with the mana issues in the new environment. I think that's probably still a trap. I'm going to give the card a 3.7. Massacre Girl, Known Killer. If you're looking again at black 4-drops, it's not one of the best, but it's still a pretty solid Magic card. 5.1. Mind Slice Apparatus. Is now the time for Apparatus? Probably not. So I'll give the card a 4. Mishra. I want this card to be awesome, but I can't give it more than a 3.3. Might Overseer. Do you know what this card does? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? A lot of people have told me this card is better than it looks. I kind of don't agree with you, and I apologize. So I'm going to give this card a 2.2. Mondrick, Glory Dominus. Awesome Commander card. I bet it's like $50 to buy this card right now. I bet it's really expensive. That's all Commander. As far as Standard goes, though, my rating can't be higher than a 4.7. Let's give it a 5. Let's give it a 5. Let's give it a 5, or I'll get really depressed. Myrel, Shield of Argive. Didn't even make the cut in like the Soldiers decks back in the day. Not always. Sometimes. Not always. So I'm going to give Myrel A 3.7. Nahiri the Unforgiving. This card's still in standard, by the way. I'm going to give this a 3.1. Narset, Enlightened Exile. Creatures you control have prowess. I was right. There is another 4 mana thing in standard. This even has an extra point of toughness compared to the Bloomburrow creature we looked at. And when it attacks, you exile a non-creature, non-land card, mana value less than Narset's power from a graveyard. Copy it, cast a copy. That's a better ability, too, all things considered. I don't know, unblockability's good, right? But I'd probably rather play Narset than the Otter. And Narset sees no play and won't see any play in standard, sadly. Just a really, really cool commander. So, 3. Namada, Primeval Warden. I want this card to be awesome, but it's not. It's just not, guys. Again, look at the power we have at the 4-drop slot. I wanted this thing that kind of reminded me a little bit of Kalidas from back in the day to be playable. It's just not. 3. No Witnesses will replace Depopulate as like the premier 4-mana sweeper in the format. I can basically guarantee that unless we get a better one. And this is a pretty good one in and of itself. So I'm going to give this card a 7. Obika, Splitter of Seconds, Commander Memes, 1.9. Obnixilis, Captive Kingpin, doesn't have Anvil to go with anymore and didn't even make Anvil very good in the first place when it was supposed to. So I'm going to give this like a 3.8. O'Hare, Axonil, Deepest Might again, loses Anvil. That kind of sucks, but it still has like War Leader's Call and stuff to go with. So that's kind of neat. I'll give O'Hare a 5.1. I like it. O'Hare Patik, by the way. Now we're on that. I'll give this a 4. Oko, the Ringleader, I will give a 4.92, and I really want to give this an average score, but I think this card is actually going to go through the roof for, well, just remember I said that. I don't want to waste any precious time, but just remember I said that this card is going to be good at some point in its standard life cycle after rotation. I know we lose some cards that you think would be good with it, but we kind of don't. We don't lose any good cards that this copies very well on turn 3. Like Preacher of the Schism, Sentinel, and Nameless City. This copies both of those very well as 3-drops, and we don't lose those cards. I'm telling you. Oko's okay. Omen Path Journey, I despise this card. 0.5. Ortheon, Hero of Lava Bring. What's this do? It's supposed to be a reflection of Kiki Jiki. It is bad. It's so bad. It's 4 mana it's a hill giant, man. Don't play this card. You have to wait to untap with it. It's got a 9 mana ability. Stop. It's not good. 1.9. Phyrexian Obliterator. Is Phyrexian Obliterator? I keep saying like, well, this 4-drop's not shielded, but this one doesn't have to be. I'm going to give this one a 5.7. Phyrexian Vindicator, the mirror image of Obliterator. I'll give this one a 5.1. Pile On is a decent removal spell. You should probably try it out sometimes, guys. I'll give it a 5.1. Phyrexian Pitiless Carnage is up next. Only meme worthy, really, but it is a pretty important card in the Jund Analyst deck that I am just not sure is still going to be a thing after rotation. So I will give it a 4. Rampaging Raptor, pretty tempting little mono red 4-drop or like dinosaur 4-drop here, but I actually think there's better options in them for the most part. But 4 mana, 4/4 Trample Haste. 4 mana, 4/4 Trample Haste. So I don't know. I'm going to give this one like a 5.1 just because it should be a good Magic card, even if it's not. Rankle's Prank. It's a fun card, baby. Let's give it a 4. Why not? Ratadribik of Urborg. My personal score on this card is a 9.5, but it's not good, so I should really only give it like a 3.5. Redcap Gutter Dweller, on the other hand, is a 2.8. This card looks so cool to me. It looks like it should be good. Like another one of those 2015, this card's playable, but it's not. Reenact the Crime. Interesting reanimation spell that people are noticing, right? You've got the Sphinx deck. That I'm not sure still gets to be a deck after rotation, but Reenact is good and you have to respect it. Therefore, I will give it a 5.9. Rhea Ivor, Bane of Bladehole. What's this card do? It gets a 1.6. Roaming Throne. Actually, Roaming Throne, guys? Okay, so creature types might be important in Bloomburrow where we get all these cute little animals. But again, we go to Lorwyn relatively soon. We know for a fact creature types are important in Lorwyn. So Roaming Throne might be even better than it is now. And it's actually pretty good now in a number of different decks. So I'll give Roaming Throne a 5.4. Saheeli Filigree Master. Try this Planeswalker if you haven't played her in a while, but she doesn't get more than a 4.5. C Double over here. Cool card, man. You want to do some crazy stuff? C Double, I can do some crazy stuff, but it's not more than like a 3. And it shouldn't get that much. Savalva, Eager Trailblazer. If you read this card, it's very tempting to actually attempt to play it, but I don't think it gets more than a 2.9. Sarah Para over here, baby. We get to keep Sarah Paragon in standard. This card is a beast. This card is my actual favorite white 4-drop. And again, if you're looking for something to replace Wandering Emperor, it's not in the same decks, but, you know, there is ostensibly, because Wandering Emperor, because March is out of the format, because Domain isn't in the format, Leyline Binding's not as much of a thing, Exile just isn't as much of a thing, even in a Sunfall format. We lose all these white cards at Exile. So Sarah Paragon might get better if we're able to play a little bit more out of our yard, right? So it's already a good card. I'm going to give Sarah Paragon a 6.2. Sheldred, the Apocalypse. So standard shrinks, and I think this card gets better as a result. Note that maybe you have this perception Sheldred's incredible in standard right now. Sheldred's not actually in that many decks, and it's not showing up that often in standard at present. It's definitely come down a lot in playability over the last 8 months, really. It's been a good long time. This card's been trending downwards, but I do still think this is in some ways a format defining card that dictates what you can and cannot do in standard to some extent. And again, I think if aggro is as important as I think it's going to be in the new environment, Sheldred gets very, very, even better than she is right now. So I'm going to give Shelly an 8 and just leave it at that. You know, 10's the only ranking for Shelly. No, I think that I see what you're saying. I definitely see what you're saying, but I think that a solid 8 is probably like the most realistic score for a card like this. And that's a half a point higher than Liliana of the Veil, which I'm actually a little reticent to do, but I'm going to do it. Sigarda, Font of Blessings is up next. This is such a great Magic card. So many cool Magic cards, right, in standard, but I just can't see it doing that much, especially considering we lose some good Angels and Humans and all that. So if it wasn't doing much now, it's not going to do too much later. I'm going to give the card a 4.5, though, because, again, this is like a 2015 special. This is printed in 2015. It sees a lot of play. Solfim, Mayhem Dominus. This is expensive because it's playable in Commander. However, just like a lot of the Dominus is not standard, I'm going to give it a 4.8. Soul of Windgrace is up next. Will it finally get its moment in the sun later on in standard? Probably not, guys, and I hate to say it. So let's give Soul of Windgrace a 4.9 because I want it to be as close to average as possible without actually indicating it'll see any play. Although I've given like a 4.1 to cards I think will see niche play. I still think 4.9 is where I want to be on this. That sounds right to me. Sovereign Okinik Ahau rather, is 2.9. Starving Revenant. Will this take the place of cards? But no, it's not a grade 4-drop. I want it to be a grade 4-drop. It's just not. I'm so sorry. 2.7. Stingerback Terror. I actually like this card. I've played it in mono red and enjoyed its presence. That said, when I go into that mono red deck and I look at what needs to be cut, Stingerback Terror is probably like the biggest candidate for cuttage in that deck, for culling, right? So I can't say this card is actually that great. I'm going to give it a 4.86 for now and probably pull that back a little bit. Stoic Sphinx is so good. Stoic Sphinx, on the other hand, is so good. I'm going to give this card a 5.3 and don't question it. You can question whatever you want. You're your own person and I want you to have freedom. We're friends, and I want you to feel like in this friendship you can say whatever you want, right? So long as it's not like painful or hurtful. And now I feel like I may have said a hurtful thing to you, telling you not to question this call on Stoic Sphinx. You know, there are some people out there that'll just be like, no questions. I'm not one of them. Well, again, this is a mutual relationship, and you can ask questions if you want to. It would be megalomaniacal and narcissistic of me to tell you that you can't question my picks. That's ridiculous. You can question it all day, but still, 5.3, it is what it is. Talion, the Kindly Lord over here. Remember, this is another one that everyone's like, this card's so good, and it never did anything. So I'm just going to keep it at like a 2.7. Tekathal, Inquiry Dominus. This is the Dominus no one ever talks about for any reason, so a 2. Terror of Tawashi is up here. What does this do? 4 mana, 4/3 Death Touch. When it attacks, you may pay 4. No thanks. When you do, return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's this guy. He's not great. Pretty drafty little card here, it looks like. I'm going to give this guy a 3.1. Because, I like him. Terror Tide. Terror Tide's up next, everybody. Cool black sweeper, but Deadly Cover-Up is just the black sweeper. So I'm going to give it a 5 and regret that because it's too high. Thalia and the Gitrog monster over here. What? Okay. Ooh, am I going to regret this? Chat, rate this one. This is my 4-drop for chat to rate. I'm going to take a sip. Uh-oh. I'm out of sweet tea. But I'm also not a rookie at this. You see, I'm a veteran. So I have the rest of this gallon of sweet tea to pour into this sweet tea cup because I know how this is going to go. I know I'm going to finish my sweet tea. I'm from the South. So by the way, another indicator that I'm from the South is I have a milk jug filled with sweet tea. That's how we do it. If you're from the South, you know. Anyway, so what are you guys saying? 4, 3.5, 4. I think these are probably about where I'd want to be. I think these are where I want to be. I think that like right at let's go 3.9. I'll go 3.9 on Tally and the Frog. Apprentice's Folly is up next. God, this card, there's got to be a way to break it, right? Someone's going to break this card. But I'm still going to give it a 2.5. Belligerent is up next. It was just in the Grixis Marchesa deck that was actually at the Pro Tour. Was it at the Pro Tour? No, it was at a different event, but still, it was a real paper deck. I love this card. I don't think people pay anywhere near enough attention to this card. I think it is much, much, much better than its reputation is right now. And I'm going to give it a 5.3. I'm so sincere on that. The Elder Dragon War, you're still going to be in Standard? That's crazy, dude. 3.1. The End is up next. A good removal spell that actually just kneecaps entire decks in one shot. I'll give this card a 5.8. The Kenris Royal Funeral, perhaps the worst rare in all of Standard. I will give it a point. Well, no, because that green ramp thing that I gave a half a point to is in Standard. I'll give this one a 0.51. The Phasing of Zalfir is up next. What a joke of a sweeper this is supposed to be. 1. Thousand Moon Smithy, you know I love it. 5.6. I can't stop myself, dude. At least a 5.6. Tacassia, Dig Site Mentor. 1.8. Sure. It could be better than that. Transcendent Message. This is a Convoke that draws X cards. 2. Twining Twins. I'm about to give this a much higher score than it deserves, guys. 5.5. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing that. 5. Just a solid 5 for Twining Twins. This is another one that, like, I might be a bit of an old head, but if it's 2015, this is the best card in Standard. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a pseudo removal spell that could also blink one of your dudes. That's also, like, a strictly better Sarah Angel. Like, it costs 1 less than Sarah Angel and has Ward 1. Like, this card is so good, dude. Why does it see absolutely zero play? We were in a Standard where Twining Twins isn't good enough. Get me off the ride, you know? 5, though. Tyvar the Bellicose. God, you're just not great, are you? It's another Elves-specific card. We just don't have a lot of good ones in Standard. And all it really does is have them gain Death Touch. Who cares? The second ability is more important, but it's still not great. So I'm just going to give this card like a 2.4, you know? Urabrask up next. I think if I'm going for like big red 4-drops, I'd rather play like Koth or O'Hare Axonil, but I do still like Urabrask. So I'll give him a 3.6 here, which isn't super high, but it's, 3.75, sure. Urgent Necropsy. This is not Casualties of War. Don't let it fool you. But it is actually okay. It shows up every now and again. It really does. So I'm going to give it a 4.8987. Urza Prince of Krug. The Urza that lets people play, but more people should try because it's a double freaking Anthem effect. But, if you're playing an Artifact aggro deck, you probably just don't want to play 4-drops. See, that's the trend. If you're aggro, you don't play 4-drops. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. But I still really like Urza. I'm going to give him a 4.1, even though that's really too high, to be honest. Urza's Command is up next. I like this card too, but I have to give it like a 2.7. Vanifar. This is another one that people are like, dude, Vanifar is going to be good. And I'm like, are you sure? John Cena meme? Are you sure about that? I do have an idea for a Sultai deck that plays Vanifar on 4, and you cloak stuff from your hand every turn. And then you play the Glissa for 5 mana that gives you 2 incubator tokens every single turn. And you're just making tokens every turn and like burying them in grindy value. And like maybe it's a thing, but Vanifar is just not good, dude. Vanna White, I have to give a 3 to. Vesuvan Duplimancy, just memes, 1.7. Visions of Phyrexia. God, this should be better, but it's not. 1.75. Vito. Oh, Vito over here. I just like saying that. He's like a 1.9 though. Yaris, Roar of the Old Gods. What do you care about? Face down, guys? Who cares? 1. I mean, I do. That is how I like to what? You know, face down, back up. That's the way we like to what? But still, Yaris. Despite the memes, he's not good. Yenna, Red Tooth Regent. Gonna lose all of its friends too, but it's not even. It doesn't even get to sit at the table with the people it should be friends with in the enchantments deck right now. It doesn't get to sit at the table now. So I doubt when all its friends graduate, it's gonna have a table, you know. So no thanks, Yenna. I love you and all that. You're awesome, but like 2.1. Zephyr Singer, cool card, dude. This card really does have potential. But it's certainly no like Night Errant of Eos, right? it's just not that card. So, 4, sure. Acklazotz, deepest Uncle Acklazotz over here. God, I love this card. It's like my favorite 5-drop creature in Standard, except for maybe Terror of the Peaks. But this is a stronger quote-unquote card in terms of like Standard playability and pedigree than a card like Terror of the Peaks is. So I want to give this like a 7.2. I just think like in terms of mid-range finishers, it's always going to be the one of that you dread. You know, like every time you're up against a mirror or something, like I know they got Acklazotz in there. I know it's going to finish me. So Acklazotz it's a good Magic card. All Will Be One is up next. Again, memes, dreams, blah, blah, blah. But maybe this will break eventually. But every time we think it's broken, it's not. So I don't think that's going to change, guys. 2. Anzrag's Rampage, terrible card. 0.51. 0.51 just because I hate that green ramp thing so much. Archpriest of Shadows. This is actually kind of nice, and she's making the Agahal face, or however you're supposed to say that word. But I just like pointing out that she's making the Agahal face. Her hand looks weird, doesn't it? Sorry, Fariba Kamsa, who did the art here, but when you really look at her hand looks odd. Either way, I'm going to give this a 2, right? I mean, this is not good. Argentum Masticore. I appreciate your references, but as much as I've tried to like play this card a million times, even on stream, and prove that it's good, and it just never actually is. So I'm going to give this card like a 2 as well. Ashiok. This card is awesome. This is a very good Planeswalker, guys. Is it good post-rotation, like better than it is now? I don't know. I have no answer to that, but I do think that this is a really good Planeswalker. So, is it better than like Vraska? You know, I don't think so. But like maybe Planeswalker decks are just better after rotation. I'll have to come up with a reason why. But I just really like Ashy, and I want to give her like maybe she's a 5.2. 5.2? Can I do that? Sure. Aurelia the Law Above. I'm going to give this a 4.999 repeating over and over because it's not actually as good as I want it to be, but it is better than everyone else thinks it is. So that's got to be worth at least an average score, right? Autonomous Assembler, you're bad too. Bonehorde Dracosaur. This is also like in my top 5 drops in Standard. This one though doesn't get as much attention as Acklazotz or Terror of the Peaks or like even Boombringer Valkyrie right next to it, which does get some like sideboard attention every now and again. Bonehorde Dracosaur does not get hardly any attention, and it's busted. This card is busted, bud. This card makes me stutter. It's so broken. Like 6.3. Can I give this a 6.3? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, at least Boombringer Valkyrie, I'm going to give a lower score to, but I actually like this card too. This card's a 5.5. It does actually still do work out of sideboards even to this day. Not as bad as you might think it is. Borborhemos and Fibblethip. I like this so much, dude. I like a lot of Magic cards. You may notice that's why I play Magic, because I like Magic cards. But this probably is still not great. Even if there is a teamer deck, 5 mana is probably too much for this, blah, blah. But this is like removal that draws you a card. And that just seems so good on a 6/5 body to me that I've always been a sucker for it. But I can't give it more than like a 4.4. Cosmium Confluence. I actually have like a pet theory that the cave deck will be real after rotation. So that might affect my score here. I'm just going to give this a 4.3 and leave it at that. Danitha, Benalia's Hope, still going to be in Standard. This is a cool Benalia, or this is a cool Danitha. I really like this Danitha, but I'm not going to score it more than a 3.7. Deadly Cover-Up. The second best sweeper available to play in Standard after Sunfall, I think. So I'm going to give this card, again, format-defining card right here. I'm going to give this a 7.9, about as close to an 8 as you can possibly make a Magic card. Like 7.94. Just don't round up to 8, you know? So I guess if you weren't going to round up to 8, it'd be like 7.4, right? But no, 7.94. Let's do that. 7.94. Incredibly important. I think sweeper going into the next environment. Deathbloom Ritualist, you bad. Get out of here, kid. You bottomy. 1. Defiler of Dreams, get out of here, kid. You bottomy. A 1.99. Defiler of Faith, cool card, not playable. 2.1. Defiler of Vigor. Now we're talking in terms of defilers. This is like way up there on the list. In mono green, is it playable? Maybe at the very tip top of your curve if you're Stompy or something. And I think it is probably better than some of the 5-drop options that, you know, we will have once, you know, rotation hits. So I'm going to give this, oh my goodness. Am I already going to waste my 5-drop? There's got to be 5 drops that I want to give over to chat that aren't this one. So I'm going to say a 5.4, just pure power level, right? Pure power level. This is a 5.4. Jeru and Hazaret does fun tricks. Actually goes kind of well in the like Legends decks that we have in Standard, but still not that great. 4.1. Dragon Wing Glider. I want to love this, and I just can't bring myself to do it. 2. Drivnod. Everyone thinks I'm going to love this card. Everyone's like, Dev loves this card, right? Come on, you love this card. Death Triggers. You like those. And like, yeah, I do, but it's also a 5-mana thing that cares about death triggers in Standard, so you might as well cut it from your Aristocrats deck because it's never going to matter. For the personal love that I had for this card that went through the roof after I realized, or through the floor after I discovered that I had wasted 2 Mythic wild cards on a card I'd never actually do anything with in an Aristocrats deck in Standard, I'm actually going to rate this card like a 2. This is not good. Elish Norn, Mother of Machines, cute card. People love it in Commander. I bet it's $50. But I can't really rate it that high in Standard. 5.1. Essence of Orthodoxy, 1.25. Expel the Interlopers. This is actually like a sweeper that I think certain decks should look into. I really do. I think that there are decks that like are mid-rangey kind of decks that play all their creatures starting at power 3 or power 4 that can look into this and basically just blow up all the aggro guys for 5 mana. I think there's really something to this sweeper and no one's really looked into it. But I'm still just going to give it like a 4.3. Ezram Agency Chief, neat little like blue-white finisher, especially once they do lose. You know, Wandering Emperor and Hullbreaker Horror if they wanted that kind of finisher. I think this is a great signature move for blue-white control, and I'm going to give it a 6. Geology Enthusiast, what's this do? 5 mana, 2/5, beginning of your end step, create a tap Power Stone. Pay 6, draw a card, put a plus. That's terrible. 1.11. Gisa, the Hellraiser, man, we're talking about black 5-drops. I think this is just about the only one in Standard, creature-wise, that gives Acklazats a run for their money. So I'm going to give this one a 6. I think this card's great. Gix's Command over here, baby. Talking about black 5-drops. This one's great, too. This is basically the top end of the curve in Dimir in a lot of cases. You know, it's like 1 copy of Acklazats, 2 copy of Gix's Command. And this can absolutely blow people out cold in the middle of a game of Magic and has won me a lot of games of Magic, literally just single-handedly. So I want to give this card like a 6.5, and I'm being like 100% on that one. Glissa, Herald of Predation. I was just talking about you. This is 3. Harvester of Misery. It's in a Metallica song. This is a 5.55. Hitotsugu and Kairi. I'll give this a 5.35. I think this actually has a real work to do in the upcoming format, but 5 might be a bit much for the Dimir decks to actually include. I just think they're more streamlined than having to play that card, but you know, push-pull decks really like to play that card, and I think push-pull is actually pretty good. Intrude on the Mind is the other thing that could replace Memory Deluge in blue, not just Farsight Ritual, but I think there's an argument for Intrude on the Mind, but less than an argument then there is an argument for Farsight Ritual. That said, I gave Farsight Ritual like a 6 point something or almost a 7. I'm going to give Intrude on the Mind a 5.9. Invasion of Alara. This is the Bramble Familiar, thing. You're supposed to Bramble Familiar this card out. I still think this is mostly bad and mostly memes, though. So I'm going to give this a 3.3. Invasion of Arcavios is bad and memey. I'm going to give it a 1.3. Invasion of Ravnica is bad and memey. I'm going to give it, we've actually tried this on stream and it was just terrible. And now we lose all the cards that are good with it, like Bloodtithe Harvester and stuff. I guess we still have Lightning Helix, whatever, but we lose some really good stuff. It is so bad. Hold on. Exile opponent controls unless, okay, yeah, it's the backside of Ravnica that matters, right? Yeah, whenever you cast a spell that's exactly 2 colors, you get a card advantage. This card's like a 2. Invasion of Chandalar, 2. Invasion of Tovada, my personal scores, 5. I'm serious. Jin Gataxius, this is a 4.933. Joda the Unifier, will it ever do anything? Hey, pro tip, here's a little trivia. He looks like Richard Garfield. That's the guy that made Magic. Did you know he's supposed to look like Richard Garfield? He is like young Richard Garfield. This is, oh my God. 5.3. I know it's so narrow, dude, but like 5.3. Judith, Carnage Connoisseur, awesome little Brawl commander here, but even in Brawl, this isn't as good as it needs to be. So if you're not good in Brawl, what does that tell you about Standard? 1.44. As much as I love the lady. Karin Legacy Reforged. What's this card do? 2. Kinzu of the Bleak Coven. Really, though, what the hell are you? 5 mana for a 5/4 legendary Phyrexian Vampire flying. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you may pay 2 life and exile it. If you do, create a token that's a copy of the creature, except it's a 1/1 and has Toxic 1. Okay, so kind of a Ratadabric thing here. It's kind of neat. I don't remember ever having read this card in my life, but I know that I must have, because I cover all the cards. 2.1. Yeah, 2.1. Kiora, Sovereign of the Deep. If we ever get Octopus, Krakens, Leviathans, or serpents of any caliber, this card gets better, but even then I'm not sure it's going to be that great. 2.6. Knight Errant of Eos. Format defining. Maybe the absolute best card in Boros. That's not named Imdane's Recruiter, right? But this is really the thing that gives it all of its gas, and it's the biggest creature in the deck at the same time, and it gets played on turn 2 a lot of the time, although I'm not sure how likely that's going to be without Voldaren Epic here in the format, to be honest. But still, this is going to be the either most or second most important card in Boros. Going to be like a key piece that makes that deck tick and do the things it can do. So this card's going to get an 8. Right out of the gate. I feel an 8. Sure. Lady of Laughter is not good. It's not good. It draws a card every turn if 2 things enter the battlefield. This is not great. So I'll give the card a 2. It's fun and cute. Lich Knight's Conquest, if you can set it up, is great, but why set it up? Why not just play a better reanimation spell, it turns out? I'll give this card a 3. Luca, Bound to Ruin. Decent Planeswalker, but still not quite good enough. We'll give it a 4.5. Magmatic Galleon. I still hold out hope that Galleon is good enough, but being objective means we have to give it a 2.4 or something. Melik, Reforged Researcher. Meme card. Buy a box promo. 1.5. Memory Vessel over here. Meme card. Meant to be Memory Jar, but bad. They nailed it. 1.75. Mishra, Tamer of Makfawa. Should have been the Mishra Commander product. Why is there 2 Mishras instead? This one's like way worse. I do like the ward on this, and I like both lines of text, but it's just never going to be playable. 5 mana is too much for what it actually does, and blah, blah. So you have to untap with it and play. Like, come on, it's bad and Standard, right? Let's be spiky about it. Let's give this card a 3. Nahiri's Resolve. I love this Magic card. I keep expecting it to pop off and do something, and it never does. It's so good, dude. You just get like whatever blinks you want every single turn, plus haste, plus Anthem. Let's go. But just cannot do anything good. But I'm going to give it a 5. It's my list. I'll give it a 5. Niv Mizzet, the Guild Pact. Both Niv Mizzets in a row here. Guild Pact is the 6/6 for Wooburg that when it deals combat damage to a player, it deals X to any target. Target player draws X cards, and you gain X life, where X is the number of different color pairs among permanents you control that are exactly 2 colors. How hard is that to read? The other Niv Mizzet is Wooburg for a 5/5. Huh? Each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard that's 2 colors has Jumpstart. Much simpler, much cleaner. How can a... Oh my god. Mikata? Have I lost my Kingdom Hearts knowledge? Anyway, simple and clean. I like that about the Aftermath Niv Mizzet. These are both kind of fun, but they're also both like the memeiest cards you could possibly meme, so I can't give them more than 2s. O'Hare Chasm, I actually think this is a great card. The green O'Hare for 5 mana, but nobody else seems to feel that way. I'm still going to give it a 5.3. Please play with this card. Please play with this card, and you will see. You will turn people's faces inside out if you play this card. I promise you. Try it. Omnath Locus of All. Where you been, buddy? How come you never did a single thing ever? 3. Painful Quandary. Another one. Play this card if you don't think it's the truth. It's not as good as it needs to be, though. I'm just going to give it a 3.1. Polani's Hatcher. Always seems to do so much labor against me when my opponent plays it. As soon as my opponent plays this, I'm like, oh, God. That's 11 power and stats over the course of the next 3 turns. It's 3/3 haste right now, you know. But still, like, dinosaurs are kind of not great, so I'm just gonna give this card a 4. Perennial Behemoth over here. He's a perennial behemoth. It's just not good. It's a Crucible of Worlds that just isn't good. I'm going to give this card a 2.3. Plargan Nasari is up next. Have you read this card? It's actually better than you think it is without being very good at all, in fact. 3. Platoon Dispenser. Have you read this card? It is also very good without being good. It's weird how Magic cards pull that off nowadays. Have you noticed that? How Magic cards are pretty good, but then they're actually not? 3 for Platoon Dispenser. Queen's Bay Paladin. 2.11, I think. I've really picked up the pace here. Quintorius Khan. I love. Quintorius Khan is a bit of a trap. You think you want to play him in Pia Nalar decks, but you actually don't. He costs too much mana. But I'm still going to give Quintorius a 5.1. I love him. He's my dude. Quintorius Lore Master I want to like, but he's really could be better. I'd rather have a Planeswalker for 5 mana than a creature to have to wait to tap and all that. You know what I mean? So I'll give him a 3.12. Railway Brawler, you're so cool, dude. 5. Rakdos joins up 5.379 because this card is actually a really good removal or reanimation spell. And outside of being a reanimation spell is also part of an infinite combo deck. So a little over 5, I'd say. Rakdos the Muscle, baby. Play this card. Have you played this card? You're so busy playing good cards that you won't try cards that are okay. And okay cards are better than you think they are, making them good cards. I'm telling you, try Rakdos the Muscle. It's not bad, but still, you have to have room for a 5-drop in your deck. And if you're playing Swamps and a 5-drop, just play Acklazotz. You know, I still do like this card. I'm just going to give it a 4.3. Rankle and Torbrand up next. This one is better than you think too, but it gets the same score, 4.3. Rescue Retriever. I believe this is not available to get in packs of Brothers War, if I'm not mistaken. And it's not actually great. Even for soldiers, you just don't play 5-drops, right? It seems like an intro pack rare kind of thing. So 2.1. Rift, Liberated Primeval, neat card, but just like a 3.5. Something like that. I love this card, but it's not more than a 3.5. Rootwire Amalgam. This is a 2.157. Roxanne. You guys know I love Roxanne. That's the smoothest anyone's ever said Roxanne. Roxanne. I sound like Richard Cheese over here singing Roxanne. But this is probably deep cut reference, by the way. I want to give this like an 8, but I can't do it. Roxanne, I think I've proven to myself and the rest of you on stream multiple times at this point, this card is actually not very good. 3.21. Sarah Redeemer, what's this do? Exactly, 2.5. Serum Sovereign. I actually like this. I remember liking this card a good bit. And I still kind of do, but I really can't score it more than 3.9. Sheldred. Just Sheldred. Not the Apocalypse this time. Just good old Sheldred. 5.89. Silverback Elder. God, I love this Magic card, but standard playability? Probably not. Probably not. Much as I really would like that. Probably not. 4.8. Solkanar the Tainted. I like this card too, man. 5. Solid 5. Grixis Decks actually played this card in Standard for like 4 months. I like it. Spectre of Mortality. 5 mana, 3/3. Flyer. Whenever it enters the battlefield, you may exile one or more creature cards from your yard. When you do, each other creature gets -X. Oh, actually, it's kind of neat. It's not good, but it is kind of neat. I want to play with this card. This is in Wilds of Eldraine. I vaguely remember this being a card. I would like to play with this card a lot right now. Huh. I'm going to give this card a 4.4. Am I nuts? Am I nuts? Is this actually... Should we be trying this card out? Anyway, Sphinx, maybe I'm just going crazy. Sphinx of Clear Skies. Another card that I like way too much. I like this card way too much, dude. In a 2-color deck, it's, you know, it puts a card in your hand. It always puts a card in your hand. Like, that's not bad. Even a 1-color deck puts a card in your hand. And it's a 5 mana 5/5 flying ward too. It's hard to deal with. I've always liked Sphinx, but I can't give it more than a 4. And it doesn't deserve that. Step Between Worlds. Time Twister meme. Bad. Always bad. 1.2. Sunfall. Best sweeper in the environment. Most format defining sweeper by a massive margin. What did we give Deadly Cover Up? Like an 8 or something? Like a 7.99, whatever it was. Or like an 8.7. I think it's like, we didn't give it that high of a score. But Sunfall in many ways is, I think, going to be the most format defining card. Can you make it to a Sunfall before that aggro deck or that mid-range deck or whatever kills you? If you're a mid-range deck, can you make it to the Sunfall to reset? You know, how do you play through a Sunfall? I think most decks are going to either play this card or have to find a way to get through it. You know, I don't think I've scored a card this much or this high since the lands. Some of the lands got like 9s. You know, because they're lands. They're the most, you know, important cards in Standard. Sunfall, I'm going to give an 8.992 and not round it up to 9, you know. But I am going to give this an 8.99. I do think that it deserves every scrap of that. This is one of the best cards in the format and will, in more ways than a lot of other cards in Standard, define the format and what can be done. It's also, for what it's worth, potentially like one of the top 5 sweepers ever printed in the history of Magic. So I think you have to give like Ultimate Wrath of God almost a 9. You know, Tawnos the Toymaker. Man, we went from Sunfall to Tawnos, didn't we? 1.7. Teferi, Temporal Pilgrim. I think Teferi is actually like a 6 and nobody knows it. I really like this card, but most of the decks that want to play Teferi will just play like Jace and a Mill Plan instead. But I really like Teferi. I think he's great. 6. Temporal Firestorm. May it replace Burn Down the House, right? Maybe that's what its function is going to be. And if it does that, it's actually not terrible in that function. So I'm going to give it a 5. Territory Forge. Most expensive land destruction spell of all time. 1. Not good. Terror of the Peaks. What do we actually give it in terms of Standard playability? I've been thinking that this might be what I use my chat, you know, call on for the 5 drops, but I see the card I want to give chat the call on. It's a little further down the line. Terror of the Peaks, I'm going to give a 6.5 to, which is a much higher score than it deserves, especially since like we want to have Storm the Festival in the format, and Storm the Festival is like the only deck that Terror of the Peaks actually goes really well in. But again, just in terms of sheer power level, 6.5 is too high. I'm going to give the card a 6. Can I give it a 6? Is that acceptable? It's probably still too high. I'm going to do it. Cruelty of Gix is also a 6. I think that this is, pound for pound, the actual best reanimation spell in the environment. You know, I talked a bit about Squirming Emergence earlier and how it might be like top 3 reanimation spells. If you can juice it enough, it is the best. But I think just like, in terms of like, I want to build Reanimator. Like, what's the first reanimation spell you reach for in your bag of tricks? It's probably Cruelty of Gix. So I'm going to give this card a solid 6, and it's probably higher than that. Now, Gitrog Ravenous Ride. Chat, you and I have had at least two conversations about this card in the past before. And you have ridden me and told me multiple times that this card was just going to be really, really good. I know not everyone in chat has done that. I don't want to make chat a monolith or anything. But with all that in mind, chat, rate this card. Out of 10, knowing everything we know right now, what is competitive paper standard actually going to show up in tournament environments? Rate the Gitrog monster. You're doing it. 5 of you have already done it. We got a 5.5, a 3.9. We got a 6. We got a 4.5. We got a 5. We got a 4.7. Okay. That's give or take what I want to score it to. Somewhere in the middle of all of those. I think 3.9 is the bottom score. 6 is the high score. It is good in Junk Calamity. I'll give you that. Junk Calamity, a bit of a meme, but it's fun. I like it. I'm going to give this card a 4.1. I think that's what Gitrog, like the ultimate settled on score. I think 4.1 is what we'll go with. Mightstone and Weakstone. Oh boy, actually, I should have turned this one over to you guys. I think the Mightstone and Weakstone is a 5. I think it is. I think it's really good in the decks that it's in. I think it's really good in Synthesizer. It's really good in all the Colorless Matter stuff. It's a fine card. I want to give this card a 5. I'm serious. Thrun, Breaker of Silence. Sideboard card, which will remain a sideboard card pretty obviously. 4. I'll give Thrun a 4. He's earned that. Timeless Lotus, another Lotus ripoff here. We'll give it a 1. Tolsamir, Midnight Slide. This one doesn't look like the Professor. Remember the original Tolsamir looked like the Professor? Didn't do that. He just kind of has like a Legolas look to him on this one. 2.38. Transmutation Font. What a meme this is, boy. I don't even think this is good. I really, even if you can get it to start working, I just don't think it's that good. 2.3. Unstable Glyph Bridge, everybody. This is actually not bad and already currently sees play in the Synthesizer decks as sort of their de facto sweeper. 6. We'll give it a 6. Urza Assembles the Titans. Just an awful excuse for a Magic card. 0.9. Virtue of Courage. Probably the least played Virtue, I think. Except for maybe the blue one right next to it. I'm going to give the red Virtue a solid 5.2. I really like this card. Virtue of Knowledge, the blue one, I'm going to give a 4 to. Virtue of Loyalty is the highest scoring one. I can tell you that right now. This is going to get a 6.5. Yeah, seriously. Virtue of Loyalty is a very good card. 6.58, as a matter of fact. Voja. Jaws, I've said it every way it can be said. Every time I pronounce this card, someone is in the comments section like, oh, it gives me great pain to hear Deb pronounce this card. And it's like, well, it's not my fault because in the last 4 years, Magic has gone to a set where you're supposed to pronounce the J with a Y. It's gone to a set where you're supposed to just leave the J silent. We've done like 3 different J's in the last 4 years. How am I supposed to keep up? Voja, Jaws of the Conclave over here, is in standard a 4.3 and really depends on like what else it gets. Vorinclex over here is actually a stinking good Magic card, but I can't give it more than a 5.1. Zurgo and Ojutai. I think this is actually perhaps potentially the best control finisher in standard after rotation. I actually think it's pretty good, dude. I'm going to give Zurgo and Ojutai. You guys ready for a surprise? I'm going to give you 6.1. Can I give this card a 6.1? I can. As it turns out, I basically do whatever I want in this exercise. Anti-Flash is our first 6 drop. We made it to the 6s. We're getting there, baby. There can't be that many cards left, right? Anti-Flash is not good, but it's very tempting, so I'll give it a 2.2. Artificer's Dragon. What are you? 6 mana for a 4/4 flyer with fire breathing and under. Oh, it's just not good, too. Blade Coil Serpent. Remember when we all freaked out about this? Remember we freaked out this card was going to be good? It never was. Just for that, 3.2. Bonnie Paul Clear Cutter. I like you, Bonnie. I'll give you a 5. Briar Hydra. What are you? 6 mana for a 6/6 trampled domain Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, put X+1/+1 counters on a creature you control. That's the number of basic land types. Oh, so it's bad? Oh, so it's really, really bad. I'll give it a 1. Burke. Oh, it's a Bloomburrow card, everybody. Burke, Long Ear of the Law, costs 6 mana. Good lord, for a 4/4 legendary rabbit soldier with vigilance. When it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. That's not good for 6 mana. Whenever a creature you control with a counter on it attacks, double the number of counters on it. Cute, not good enough for 6 mana. I'll give this a 2.2. Calamity, Galloping Inferno. Look at all the fun stuff you can do with me, Mom. I'll give this a 3.9999. 4.3. We'll give it a 4.4. We'll give it a 4.4. I think there's enough combo potential. Sure, give it a shot. It's way too much mana. The Capricious Hellraiser. God, I want this card to be awesome, but I'll give it a 3. Chandra Hope's Beacon. You're still in standard after rotation? Wow. You feel like you've been here forever. I'm going to give Chandra Hope's Beacon a 5.68. I think this is a really good Planeswalker. Chaotic Transformation is 2 Mimi, 0.9. Chimil, the Inner Sun, is not too Mimi, but just pretty Mimi, 4.6. Complete the Circuit. This is not a good card. This is the thing that copies something and you can invoke it, right? Yes. Oh, it also lets you quicken something. Cast sorceries as though they had flash. Cute. But still, too cute. 1.7. Cosmic Epiphany. Cosmic Epiphany. You cost too much mana. Awesome art, but that's all that you have. 1.6. Fairy Slumber Party, everybody. 6 mana for a sorcery. Return all creatures to their owner's hands. For each opponent who controlled a creature returned this way, you create 2 1/1 blue fairy creature tokens with flying. And this creature can block only creatures with flying. So, 6 mana sweeper that cyclonic riffs all the creatures and you get 2 fairies. That's actually neat, but it's 6 mana, dude. It's not good. 3. Goliath Hatchery. What the hell are you? 6 mana when it ETBs, you get 2 3/3s with Toxic 1. Corrupted. At the beginning of your upkeep, if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, choose a creature you control and draw cards equal to the toxic value. That's not good at all, in fact. It's like a worse green invoke, and green invoke doesn't see any play. Like a much, much worse green invoke. I guess you get to draw cards off it. It's cute. But 1.98. Gruff Triplets. You guys love this card. I know you. You guys love this card. 2.9. Horned Lockwhale. Love it. Love this card. I really though. Even before it actually started seeing real play in standard, I love this card. But 6.3, man. 6.3 for Lockwhale every day of the week. Incinerator Guilty. Not good. 2.1. Invasion of Fiora, kind of a sweeper, but just not very good. 4. Izoni, Center of the Web. Sometimes you'll actually see this, but I think that if you're playing this in your deck as like a one-of, you should cut it and try something else. Like most of the time, right? Just to add a removal spell and like see how that works. It'd probably be better. So I'm going to give Izoni like a 4.7, like somewhere around there. Kogla and Yadara. Why is this card not good? You know what I'm saying? Why are these 2 cards right here not good? If it were up to me and we were playing my kind of Magic, Kogla and Yadara would be like a 7, but as it stands, it's like a 3. Croxin and Kunaros too would be like an 8.5 if we were playing my favorite kind of Magic. Like if these cards, if 6 drops were viable in standard, like I would love that. But as it stands, Croxin and Kunaros is like a 3, you know. Leyline Binding, we lose the Triomes. This card gets much, much worse, but it's still not bad, you know? Like, if you can turn it into a flash, Banishing Light or something, or Leyline Binding, not Leyline Binding, Oblivion Ring, like one of those. I think that you're still kind of getting there with a card like this. So, you really want your removal spells to cost 2 mana, which means you're gonna have to have a fair amount of lands, different land types in play, without having any help from Triomes. So, I don't love this in the new format, but I'm still going to give it a solid 5.5, whereas in like current format with Triomes, it's in Domain, I would have to give this card like a 7.5, but I think it loses a great deal of power. Final Bloomburrow card, maybe? Lumra, Bellow of the Woods, is 6 mana for a star legendary elemental bear with vigilance and reach. Power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control. When it enters, mill 4 cards, return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tap. That is a hell of an enter the battlefield trigger, bear lady. Jeez. So you get Splendid Reclamation when this enters, and you can just like blink it and stuff. Like you can reanimate it and get all your lands back at the same time. So if you have a lot of lands in your yard, You reanimate this by some means or another, and you just get like an 8/8 and like 4 lands. Like that's, I think this card's the best Bloomburrow card we looked at. Not even close. Like the other Bloomburrow cards we've looked at have been kind of like bad, honestly. But I am gonna say that this card is like a 5.5, dude. Like I know it's 6 mana, that's crazy, but I imagine you're gonna be cheating this into play or reanimating it most of the time, and like kind of replaces Splendid Reclamation in those decks. You know, like there's things. I like this card, like a lot. Malevolent Witchkite, though, is not a good card. We're talking about 6-drops that are good. This isn't necessarily one of them. So it seems like it could be okay, right? It's basically bargain any number of things and draw that many cards, but it will continue to not see play. 3.35. Nahiri, Forged in Fury, so terrible. Such a bad... Why are you 6 cards? 6 mana. This does have affinity for equipment, but again, you have to play Boros equipment. It's just not good. 3. Nexus of Becoming. This card is so good. Like if you are trying to play a 6-drop in your deck, this card is very, very good if you can actually make it work. 5. I'll give Nexus a 5. I know it sounds crazy, but I will. Ogre Chitterlord, you are not good. You are just not good. They're terrible, actually. 1.7. A lot of these cards will be bad as we go up in like casting cost. O'Hare Talk. This one is probably $1 million in Commander dollars, but as far as, you know, standard score goes, I'll give it like a 2. It's just not good. Ragefire Hellkite. You're not even a Magic card. 1.5. Rakdos, Patron of Chaos. I actually like a good bit. I will give this a 2.75. Realm Scorcher Hellkite allows you to get an infinite combo going once you have infinite mana. In your Agatha Soul Cauldron deck, this is usually the way you finish the game. This is under, you know, this is underneath Agatha Soul Cauldron. And just anything with a +1/+1 counter can end the game because you have this activated ability. That is a very specific and extremely narrow and usually one-of application. And nowadays, usually Soul Cauldron decks don't even play this guy in order to win the game. So I have to give him like a 2.5. Rebuild the city. Rebuild the city. Rebuild the city on rock. And it's like a 2. Sarenth Great Worm, 1.75. A little bit less. Steel Seraph, on the other hand. Now you're looking at a Magic card. This doesn't die to go for the throat, doesn't die to cut down, therefore literally unkillable. Also gets Vigilance, so it doesn't die to like Wandering Emperor. When people were building the Orzhov Caustic Bronco deck for the Pro Tour, I heard at least 2 different pros basically refer to this card as unkillable in Standard. And I don't know if I'd go that far, but this is a very, very, very good card. Steel Seraph is the absolute truth. And I'm going to give this card a 6.8. Very, very high score compared to some of the other stuff we've seen. I think Steel Seraph is just a bang-up Magic card, dude. Circan Goreclaw, on the other hand, isn't very good. Much as I'd like it to be, I'll have to give it a 2.4. The Eternal Wanderer over here, this is one of my favorite Planeswalkers in Standard, but it has gradually fallen out of favor. I am going to give it a 5.1, though, just slightly north of average. The Temporal Anchor, God, I want this card to be a good Magic card, but it turns out that 6-drops that don't affect the board when they come down are just not good. Who would have known that? It turns out everyone should. If you didn't know that before me, learn from me. I'm stupid. This is a 2.1. Titania's Command, I actually kind of like this card, but it's just never going to see play. Given that if you're a 6-drop in Standard and you want to see play, you have to be one of the best cards in Standard, and this just isn't that. 2.3. Trumpeting Carnosaur, on the other hand, does see play in Standard. Great reanimation target, can be discarded, obviously. The Discover 5 is a massive beast. Usually this is in ramp decks to try and get to a tally anyway. If I'm playing a 7-drop in my deck, might as well play a 6-drop or 2. Trumpeting Carnosaur is very good, is what I'm trying to get at here, and I'm going to give this card a 6.2. I believe this is the first 6.2 of the night, by the way. Tyrannical Pit Lord is up next. It's a strictly better Lord of the Pit for the most part. It's not. It's not necessarily. But I think it's supposed to remind you of Lord of the Pit. It even looks like Lord of the Pit. And as a matter of fact, you know who it actually looks like? It looks like Chaos, the boss from Final Fantasy 1. It looks exactly like Chaos. Either way, that's a pretty deep cut if you've never beaten Final Fantasy 1 in your life. I'm going to give this card a 3 and stop talking. Tyrant of Kerr Ridges. I like this card more than I have any right to. I love this ETB trigger so much. And aside from the ETB trigger, it's just a classic dragon. 6 mana, 4/5 flyer, fire breathing. Good enough for me, Haas. Not quite, like worse than Shivan Dragon, you know what I mean? In terms of stats, but that ETB trigger is so good. Just for the times we've had together, I'm going to give this card a 3. Vein Ripper, just for the times we've had together, I'm going to give this card a 5.5, even though it's virtually unplayable in standard. Maybe it will be one day. You and me together, Vein Ripper. Vraska, Betrayal Sting. I was saying that this might be the better, technically 5 mana. It's technically 6 mana. Planeswalker than Ashiok. I think they're comparable, but I think I've had better experiences with Vraska. Like, once she's on the table, she feels better than Ashiok to have out. So I'm going to give this card like a 6.25. I actually think Vraska is a very playable Planeswalker. And I know it's a really high score, but I mean it. Yargle and Multani. Memes, everybody. You want a Voldaren Thrill Seeker that kills them. I'll give it a 9. If you can Thrill Seeker them, I'll give it a 9. If you can't Thrill Seeker them, I'll give it a 1.1. Ancient Imperiosaur, another buy a box thing, I think. This is like a 1.25, but if you're a Timmy, it goes up to a 2.25. Arcane Proxy, Crapcaster Mage. Let's go ahead and give this a 4.1, which it doesn't deserve. Atraxa, Grand Unifier. How many cards we got left? Oh my God! We're at the end. This is the last page, guys. This is the last page. Ooh, Atraxa, Grand Unifier. Speaking of format defining, I think we've talked about 4 to 5 cards tonight that I think will be format defining. And I think Atraxa is going to go on continuing being that, you know. We can't cheat her into play with Domain Ramp as easily, but that doesn't mean you can't cheat her into play, right? You can still reanimate her. You can still ramp her into play through various means, just probably not Domain anymore. I know Domain's still in Standard, but you probably don't want to be doing Domain. All that said, we still have Invasion of Zendikar. We still have other ramp things that'll get you your Atraxa ahead of schedule. And I'm pretty sure that landing Atraxa is going to be like, it's still going to be like the big go over the top strategy in standard Magic. So format defining, absolutely. This sees play in Legacy. In case you didn't know that. This sees play all the way back to the oldest formats where all the best cards in the history of the game are available. So I really don't think that's going to be any different in standard, you know. So I'm going to give Atraxa a 9. And I know that it's a really narrow card. Not every deck can play it and blah, blah, blah. But again, when we're talking about like defining an entire format, and like we gave Sunfall a 9, right? Because it defines the format. It's one of the best sweepers ever printed. This I'm going to give a solid straight up 9, no cowardly, you know, just an actual 9 to. Because even though, again, it's narrow, it defines the format in a lot of ways more than any other card. And Sunfall doesn't win you the game when you cast it. This just says win the game on it. So I think that this is probably the actual highest scoring card that we'll see tonight. And I'm going to make sure it's the highest scoring card we'll see tonight. I'll make it a 9.1. I can't remember if I stuck with a 9.5 on some of those lands back there, but I'm pretty sure I just said all lands that are really good get a 9. And if that's the case, I'll give Atraxa a 9.1 because, again, I think that it will define the format more than any other card, right? Just like Sunfall defines what an aggro deck can and can't do, Atraxa does that as well, but it also helps define what a control deck can and can't do, what a mid-range deck can and can't do. How long can a mid-range deck grind? How long can a mid-range deck piddle around and try to enact its plan and actually count up to 20 when Atraxa is going to come down on turn 5 and just end your game? You know, there is a clock. Aggro puts you on a 4-turn clock, but Atraxa also even puts slow decks on a 5 to 6 turn clock a lot of the time, and it's just incredibly important. We are almost done, and I cannot keep jawing on about this card. I don't think I'm convincing anyone. You already know how good Atraxa is. Probably the single best card in Standard, all things considered. 9.1. Breach the Multiverse, though? 7.4. Like, this is another card that it's up there with a Tally. In terms of like, and Atraxa, in terms of like, I have a 7 mana spell available to me that wins the game when cast. There's an old design question, a little bit of Magic lore. There's an old design question that they used to ask designers when they hired them. That's how much should a card cost that says you win the game on it? It turns out the most popular answer to this question is 7. A card that says you win the game should cost 7 mana. And note, Atraxa, Grand Unifier, Breach the Multiverse, a Tally down there, they all cost 7 mana, and they all effectively say, you win the game. Conspiracy Unraveler, that costs 7 mana. You know what else it does? Wins the game. Once it's on the table, and you're like, reenact the crime deck, right? And hell, you know, the Breach the Multiverse deck plays 2 7s, you know, Conspiracy Unraveler, Breach, so... just because a card is 7 mana doesn't mean it's unplayable in Standard. If you're a 6-drop that doesn't immediately win the game, you're not playable. If you're a 7-drop that does win the game, you better believe you're playable. And Breach certainly is. So 7.4. Conspiracy Unraveler, a lot more narrow, and it's really only in the one deck, but still a decent reanimation target if you're milling enough. That said, I'm just going to give Conspiracy Unraveler a 5.3. Tally, on the other hand, I can't give a 9.12 like Atraxa, but I will give an 8.92. You see what I did there? I think that in a format where Atraxa didn't exist, a Tally would immediately be the other thing we're doing at the top of the curve. Like if they decide going into the new standard that we're going to ban Atraxa for whatever reason, which there's a non-0% chance of that happening, right? If they decide we're going to ban Atraxa, I think that a Tally is the new Atraxa. And it's the 9.1, but I'm actually just going to give it an 8.9. I know it's not played in that many decks right now, and you know why? Because Atraxa exists. But you just cannot deny the pure power level of this card, even outside of like dinosaur decks. It's obviously an amazing reanimation target, an incredible ramp piece, or piece to ramp to. So I want to call this almost as powerful as Atraxa. And to illustrate that, I think I'll give it an 8.9, even though that's probably a little higher than it deserves, all things considered. Galta and Mavrin, this is a pretty bad card, right? Let's cleanse our palate with Galta and Mavrin. We've been doing nothing but good cards. This is a 1.6. It's really bad. Herd Migration is still available to play in Standard, and it's actually still pretty good. Probably the best reason to play Domain outside of Leyline Binding, right? This card is still fantastic, so I'm going to give it a 6. Hit the Mother Load. What do? You're a meme. It's discover 10 and then get treasures. It's not good. No one's ever going to play it in the history of Magic. So I'll give it a 1. Hercule's Final Meditation. Also pretty bad. Also kind of bad. Costs 10 to cast if it's not your turn. This is just dumb. But if you do have the 10 to cast, it's also a counter spell that returns all the land permanents to there. It's just bad. 1.25. Kaya Intangible Slayer, my personal favorite planeswalker ever printed in the history of Magic. I love Kaya so much. And honestly, again, 7 mana wins the game. Doesn't win the game that turn, but usually forces a scoop pretty quickly, I love Kaya. She's actually like, if you said, Dev, pick a 7 mana card in Standard to play, I would pick Kaya basically every time. But I can't give her more than a 5. I really want to give her a 5.2 or 3 or 4, 6. I can't do it. Give her a 5. Kylox, Visionary Inventor, 1.3. Mishra, Lost Phyrexia. Actually, there's no reason to. I didn't review the Titania. That's a meld, right? So I'm not going to review this. Nissa, Ascended Animus, the actual best 7 mana planeswalker in Standard, because it's actually a 5 mana planeswalker. This ends the game the turn it comes down most of the time. And if it doesn't end the game the turn it comes down, then your opponents will scoop to it like 2 turns later. In my experience, just putting an 8/8 into play every turn, your opponent's eventually like, okay, it's fine. So I really like this card. I think that it actually has like a ton of real potential at some point in its life cycle. I also really like it in like mono green, like stompy-ish kind of decks for what it's worth. But I'm going to give Nissa a 6.2. I really think she's a very, very good Magic card. Over the Top is not a very good Magic card. What does it do? It's the big, red, stupid, expensive card that doesn't actually do anything of its set? Sure, let's give it a 9. A 0.9, as a matter of fact. Ovika, Enigma, Goliath. What does this do? 7 mana, 6/6, flying, ward 3, pay 3 life. That's a hell of a ward cost. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create X/1/1 tokens, where X is the mana value of the spell. That is awesome. This card's awesome. It's not as good as any of the other 7 mana cards we've looked at that I've called good. So, this doesn't win the game immediately. It's not actually good, so I'm going to give it like a 2.8. But like, that's a cool line of text. All of that, the ward cost is high. Phyrexian Fleshgorger is a 6. Solid 6er for Phyrexian Fleshgorger, and I'm actually really tempted to give it way more than that. Fleshgorger's so good. It is such a good Magic card, dude. Relive the Past is bad, 1.9. Terizian Mindbreaker is actually better than you think it is. I'll give that card a 4. Terror Ballista. What does that do? Let's not care. 2. The World Spell always disappoints me. Always, every time I think it's going to be good, it's terrible. You know what's better than this now? Smuggler's Surprise, actually. It's this card's a 1. Threefold Thunderhulk, I like more than I have any right to. 3.5 for this card. Tyrannax Rex, people are sleeping on this as a reanimation spell or target. And just as a spell, period. It just can't be countered. Nothing kills it like ever. I really like Tyrannax Rex a lot. I was playing it in Smuggler's Surprise deck as a 1-of and actually doing a lot of work with it. I like this card. I'll give it a 4.39. Vaultborn Tyrant, you guys know I love this card, and I can't be objective with a card like this because it's my favorite card. It's so good, dude. I love this card. As far as 7-drop creatures go, this is my favorite one in Standard. More than a Tally. And we have had some good times together. But we've already had good times on stream together. Us and Vaultborn Tyrant. I'm going to give this card a 5.5, even though it probably isn't actually that. Virtue of Persistence, let's give this card a 7.7. Let's give it a 7.7, guys. I think Virtue of Persistence is that good of a Magic card. It's fantastic. It's like a 1 or 2 of in every deck with Swamps because it should be, especially if you play creatures. Virtue of Strength, really decent in just the World Souls Rage decks, but not too much else. So I'm just going to give this like a 4.8. I actually think the sorcery, the adventure half of this is really, really, really good. Zoffendrel, Commander Special, let's give it a 2.1. Bringer of the Last Gift, total meme. Massive, it's living end on a guy. So you'd think that'd be playable, but it just isn't. Especially considering you have to cast it, which means you have to pay 8 mana for this. No thanks, 2. City on Fire. City on Fire! It's a Sweeney Todd reference. I love making it every time I look at this card. Boy, do I like this thing. But again, Commander Special, a card like this is. I'll give it a 2.3. Cityscape Leveler. Me and Cityscape Leveler, guys, we're like this. I don't know if you know it, but this card is phenomenal. And I give it, what time is it? It's almost 1 in the morning. I'm going to give this card a 5.2. Yeah, I don't care. I'm doing it. Galta Stampede Tyrant is like a 2.6. It's not good. I've done fun stuff with it, right? Like it's a neat like reanimation target, but with that in mind, I'll give it a 3, sure. Gishath, Sun's Avatar. If it's your dinosaur commander, it's a 10, right? But in Standard, I think I'm going to give this thing like a 4.5. Graz, Unstoppable Juggernaut. It should be good, but it just doesn't. 2. Hoarding Broodlord should be good, but it just doesn't. 2.5. Interdisciplinary Mascot. What are you? 8 mana for a 5/5 elemental fractal with Convoke and Ward 3. When an ETBs look at the top 4 of your library, put 1 into your hand. You get to Impulse when this Convoke guy comes into play? Huh. Not as good as Night Errant of Eos. Not quite as good as Night Errant of Eos. But holy crap, we really ought to look into this because it's just like slightly worse than Night Errant of Eos, and that's pretty good when you think about it. So, I don't know. I'm going to give this guy like a 3.5. Moonshaker. Moonshaker Cavalry, dude. My Moonshaker brings all the boys to the yard. I love this card. You know it. We did a whole deck tech about it that I really wanted to perform, but it's like the least watched deck tech of the last 4 years. I was so mad. So I put a lot of work into that deck tech, but still, nobody watches deck techs anymore. That's why. It's really sad. We got to get that started. We got to get people watching deck techs again. But I have to give this like not Crater Hoof Behemoth like a 4.25. One with the Multiverse. What a fun meme card to just have in play on turn 3 for some random reason. Squirming Emergences into play. But it's way too narrow. I have to give this like a 3.5 too. The Skullspore Nexus. I had like really high hopes for this, and it did bump kiss. It did both bump and kiss in Standard. So like a 3.75. I still have faith. Thunderous Debut is not Smuggler's Surprise, therefore it gets a 2. Urza is a meld card. Portal to Phyrexia. I'm going to give it a 5.5, dude. I don't know about you. That card gets a 5.5. Skitterbeam Battalion. Oh my god, are we done? Are we done? Okay. Skitterbeam Battalion is like one of the better prototype cards that's not oh god, the black one, Flesh Gorger, or the Angel, Seraph, Steel Seraph. I think those are just far and away the best prototype cards, but oddly, Skitterbeam Battalion is like way better than it looks in a lot of situations. So I'm going to give this like a 3.9 and call it a day. Woodcaller Automaton, though, terrible. 1. Pride of Whole Clade. Is this really our last? Is this really our very, very last card in Standard? The 11 mana Pride of Whole Clade is not good. What's the final card of this thing get? 1.5? No, it's better than that. This is actually way better than it looks. I've had this in play on turn 4, like multiple times. I've had this in play on turn 3 before. 2.29. There it is. We did it, everybody. Stop the clock. Stop the clock. I think we got in at like 20 minutes. So like right at 4 hours to do 750 cards, give or take, right? Because we skipped some of the land cycles. So we only did one in the cycle and then we kept going. So we legit did over 700 cards tonight in 4 hours. That's pretty insane considering that like usually we do 3.5 hours, right? On like a whole set review. So to do twice as many cards, that's nuts. What all happened while I was out? Walter Ego just followed just now. Thanks, Walt. A Forgets 1 has followed. That's cool. Thank you for your follow 15 minutes ago. C. Bolander gifting subs to John X. Lirithiel? That's it. Lirithiel. Pudgeons. Actually, no. Mortician Buera. You gave that one to Litherial. And you gave one to Pudgeons. And you gave one to Blood Artist John. And you gave one to Viral Pirate. And you gave one to Nuz Crew Bald Guy. Thanks. I appreciate you, Mortician. That's awesome. Fats McClure, 42 months. Nice. 42 months is a big milestone. Kevin Sama, 200 bits from you. Thank you. I need them bits. They're delicious. Get Rock Monster, 34 months worth of subbage. Fear Dragon with the follow. See Bolander gifting subs. And now I think that we are caught up. I think we're caught up. That's a good amount of love, everybody. We didn't discuss the cards, which is nice. Yeah. I think that we discussed them as much as I can. Like there were some that I skipped over because like, you know, like who is sitting here like, man, I can't wait till he talks about Woodcaller Automaton. You know what I mean? Like who's doing that? So I didn't skip over anything, but I certainly didn't like go in depth on everything. Like, is there really someone sitting at home like, man, Bringer of the Last Gift, he's going to have a lot to say about that. I can't wait. No, there's not. Yeah, it does. It would add a lot of time if we were like more in depth, but man, I can't believe we did it, dude. If you're watching on YouTube, thanks a lot for making it all the way through. If you're watching it on stream, like you did it live, imagine how insane that is. A lot of people that are watching this on YouTube are going to watch it in like 40-minute chunks and it's going to take them all week. You sat here on stream and watched this entire thing. A special super massive thanks to you, dude. Seriously, if you've been here since the very beginning of the stream, like, holy crap. Wow. That is dedication, baby. So thank you for that. And just thanks for stopping by at all. Make sure you check out the Patreon, $1 a month, just to support this. It helps me buy honey and hot tea for my voice after 4 hours of nonstop talking and never shutting up. And, you know, so if you want to help support the content and my sanity, then just throw $1 in the Patreon pot, YouTube people. Or if you're on Twitch right now, it's patreon.com/SBMTGdev. No, it's not. It's just SBMTG. Patreon.com/SBMTG. Even easier to remember. But aside from that, sub to the sandwich. Either, again, if you're here on Twitch, sub to the channel. If you're on Amazon Prime, you get one free Prime subscription every single month. I'd be honored if you use that on me. And if you don't, that's fine too. I'm glad that you're here. Aside from that, I'm really trying to cobble together a YouTube outro/Twitch outro here after 4.5 nonstop hours of talking. 420, as a matter of fact. Nice. I love each and every one of you. Just know that. Once my sanity's gone and my brain is a puddle of vanilla pudding and all I have is 2 or 3 words. You know what I mean? Like I'm just sitting here, a mess, a shadow of my former self, just saying like Isochron Scepter, like over and over. You'll know how much I love you. Anyway, that's all I got. YouTube people, Twitch people, stick around for another like minute and we'll get out of here. But YouTube people, I love you very much. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love and be kind.